All right, folks, hope you're all doing well. Welcome to the stream. Today we have the top 4 players in the world competing in the finals of Total Tavern Season 6. So this is the culmination of the previous season, and we're very hyped for it. Should be quite a bit of fun. All right, so first things first, got to get the game fired up. And we probably need a couple more minutes before the players are ready. We're just getting to top 4 right now. The only player who is confirmed to have reached top 4 is Lord Chicken Feed. If I'm not mistaken. I'll have to take a look in just a second, but yeah, how you guys all doing? All right. Let's get this party started. Let's have some fun. Going off like 3 hours of sleep. We're all set. Is there a prize for this tourney? Yes. I'll check the prize and let you know in just a second. All right, so is it Lord Chicken? No, it's Catholic Alcoholic is the only person who's qualified so far. So if we're looking at the bracket, Catholic Alcoholic has reached top 4. The other players are probably within 10 or 15 minutes of reaching top 4, and then from there we'll start casting the game. So we have a little bit of downtime while we just kind of chat and hang out, but hopefully it shouldn't take too long. So the prize for the tournament today, let's go ahead and double check. It is going to be $300 US dollars for first and $150 US dollars for second place. So decent little prize pool by Total War standards for sure. And here we are. All right. So now we just kind of hang out and enjoy each other's company for the next 10-15 minutes or so. And from there, we should be all set to get the tourney going. Yeah, you just played an tourney today, Sigmas? That's cool, man. Hey, you know, everyone gets wrecked every now and then when you get started, especially. Yeah, don't stress it. That's all the sleep you need? Yeah, more or less. Berserk is still playing. He is in his top 8 match right now. Let me just go ahead and double check and see who he's playing. His chances are pretty good. He's very good, although he is playing out of region. So if we could take a look at the brackets so far for today, although I'm going to be posting the other series as videos over the course of the next couple weeks. So I suppose we'll kind of keep those hidden in the shadows for now. But out of region is playing Berserk right now. And then we have Hitman Hippo playing Big Bees and Leech Lord versus Lord Chicken. So as far as the history goes, we're going to take a look at our recent big tournament winners over on Old Total Tavern. So we'll jump and look at the stats for the day. All right, let's look here. And here we are on Total Tavern. All right, so looking at the Hall of Fame for Warhammer 3, the last major event, the last 2 major events in terms of the Chaos Clashers or the official CA events were won by Hitman Hippo and Lord Chicken Feed. As far as the Total Tavern season finals, we're on season 6 finals right now, so the champion is to be determined, but last season was won by Berserk. So Berserk is coming back to defend his crown today. Many similar faces and some new faces as well. Of course, not everybody who made top 16 was able to play today, but I would say about 80% of the folks were able to make it, which is very cool to see. So yeah, Berserk is the defending champion right now. He won season 5. Season 6 today, the culmination. We will see if he's going to be able to defend his old strap here. Should be a lot of fun. Let me contribute. Hey, thank you, man. There is no third place match. I greatly appreciate it, but I can just add that to the prize for the players in the old first and second. Yeah, we just do, so it's 2 best of 3s followed by a best of 5 grand final, and that's a long stream in domination mode. That can go a long time. Thank God you're doing this early so I can watch UFC 305. Yeah, it's going to be fun. We have Drykus versus Izzy, right? The championship belts? Yeah, that would be fun. The only problem is shipping such things. Like some of these players are in, Eastern Europe and different parts of the world, so shipping can become a little bit prohibitive, and sometimes there's some issue with mailing things to certain parts of the world. So that could be, one of the downsides there. But yeah, guys, thanks for joining. We'll set up a lobby. It is going to be Turin top 4. And let's get this. All right, outstanding. And out of region should be playing his game. Looks like he is, although it looks like there's a score being reported right now. So as soon as we get an idea of who's in the top 4, we can do that. So let me double check this real quick. I could have sworn I saw his lobby only had 1 person in it. Oh no, they're still playing. Yeah, so they're in their Edge of the Darkwood is... Let me just double check what map that is. So they're playing Edge of the Darkwood, which if we go to the maps for this round, is that... Yeah, so round 2 maps. Let's see here. Wow, they're only on game 2. That's pretty crazy. Those drafts must have taken a long time. Although they did, those 2 started 20 minutes later, so the other maps should be getting wrapped up here in a second. Thank you. Yeah, champ belt. Yeah, indeed. All right. So, do we have an update here? Can we get a max time for things? Because this is taking way too long, says Outer Region. Is it, let me just go ahead and double check with him. Oh, we got admin work. Didn't expect that today in such a structured small event. Lag or pick/ban phase. All right. So they're in game 2. They might have just finished game 1. That would be pretty wild if they just finished that. But we're going to be doing the other side of the bracket anyways. Yes. Okay. Third got scammed, yeah. Which faction from the next DLC are you most excited for? Oh, what are the factions? I'm so out of the loop. I don't pay attention. Corn is involved in that, right? Got it. Copy that. Okay. Are you guys starting game 2 now? Okay, just checking with the lads. Battle tutorial. I don't know if you remember. I do, vaguely. Many months. I'm happier in your streams. Hey, I'm glad to hear that, man. Yeah, I remember your profile picture. That's what I remember. Thank you, man, for the donation. Corn, greenskins, and ogres. I'm excited. I feel like Corn's going to make out like bandits there. Ogres will probably get like, I don't know if they'll get, what are they even missing? Yetis, I guess, Wendigos or something like that. Yeah. All right. Our next game, Berserk in region. Try to keep pick/ban and all right, cool. So we've just done an admin there. Admin action has been done, but now we just kind of have the hangout and chill. Yeah, so corn will probably be very good because if we look at corn, we could do that a little bit right now while we wait. We could theory craft. Corn is already really good right now, in my opinion. A very, very easy faction to play, but also very good. I mean, the addition of Karanak changed a lot of matchups. He's a little bit more punishing in, I would say, land battle. But in Dom, he's still very insane. He can really skew a lot of matchups. And in general, Corn just came off a bunch of buffs, like their warriors and bloodletters. Like bloodletters got a leadership buff. Their warriors got a cost reduction. Cultists are amazing. Valky is a top tier character. Fury's really good Marauder Horseman. I mean, and the spell resist buff too. So people don't realize that Corn got a spell resist buff on all their mortals, which is something I've been advocating for a long time. It was kind of dumb. Like, you know, they're a faction that doesn't have any magic, right? So they should be resilient against it. Much like the Dowie. But their immortals have 35% spell resist now, which is pretty nuts. The demons are, I think, still at 35 as well. I think they have the same amount. So a lot of little micro buffs to Corn have made them a very strong faction. I would wager we'll probably see a Corn game today. I know Berserk, if he does make it, he will probably play them for sure. Okay. Sure, why not? Let's do it. We can actually get into the series. Who won game 1? So Outer Region and Berserk, we're gonna just go ahead and cast their game, because why the hell not? They're already one game into the series. I normally don't start this till top 4, but we have some time to kill, so we'll go ahead and do this. All right. So it looks like it's gonna be Wood Elves versus Tzeentch here, and I just need to find out who won game 1. So game 1, we currently have going to Outer Region. So Outer Region, if he wins this, we'll be advancing on to the top 4, and then we'll figure it out from there. Cool. So yeah, we're jumping into the action quicker than expected. I will add the scoreboard after this game, or we could even do it right now while we're waiting for the players to load. But this is going to be Outer Region versus Berserk. Should be a very, very sweaty one. And yeah, Tzeentch versus Wood Elves. So that is shield regeneration versus the poking of the Wood Elves, Deepwood Scouts. Wood Elves very meta right now. Tzeentch, of course, has always been pretty solid and pretty meta, I would say. All right, all right. How the hell did Outer Region land there? I don't know. I haven't played this matchup myself, so I don't know how horrific or good it can be, but it looks like we do have a Burning Headcaster coming in for Tzeentch, and he's going to be rocking a bunch of blues as well, and just Shielded Marauders, Shrieking Skyrays for the poke. This very much looks like a land battle build. Shrieking Skyrays are very, very good because of their poke ability, Lamprey's Bite. You got 5 charges of this, and it does really good damage against light armor. So a player like Berserk is going to be excellent at abusing that and really making sure to get the maximum value out of it. So we got Birds versus Wood Elves. This is a round of 8 match, which normally, like I said, we only do top 4 in the stream, but today we're getting a little bit of a teaser. to the early rounds. And Outer Region and Berserk, their opponent is already waiting for them. So as soon as they're done, we're going to be starting the next round. So we should be good. We should be good indeed. Well, that's what you think, Serkia. There could be some forbidden tech there. You never know. Berserk bringing some forbidden land battle tech. I know he's one of the few players. There's a couple people we have in our competitive circuit who are really good at both the competitive game modes. Berserk and Tim the Wilder being two of them. Tim is a top tier land battle player, and also the same for domination. And same with the Berserk. He wins major domination tournaments, and I'm sure he does the same thing for land battle as well. So fun to see. Fun to see indeed. Yeah, there's going to be some fat burning heads. 100%. All right, so if the series goes to... So Outer Region is up a game right now. If he loses this, I'll add the scoreboard. But for now, we're just going to kind of leave it as is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our round of 8 matchup. It is going to be Outer Region on the Wood Elves. A whole legion of spears. Eternal Guard, solid unit, shielded, so that's very nice with their silver shields against Tzeentchian shooting. And they also do have anti-large and AP, so AP can be useful against Tzeentch armor. In the back, we got double Deepwood Scouts, so they're coming off their recent buff, and then partial nerf, but still a net buff. They got 155 range, they do magic damage, and pretty much wreck demons. Like, if they're able to shoot pinks, blues, whatever, they're going to have an unholy field day. In the backfield, we do have a Glade Lord with Prey of Anothrema, so a foot Prey of Anothrema. So the reason why this character is probably on foot is to mitigate the damage it's going to be taking from, like, blue fire and things like that. So this thing is going to be parked on foot, looking to get some praise, lock things down, and call it a day. And we do also have a Vanguard of the Firebark Elders, which is a good tech. Tzeentch is going to pretty much find an impossible time of killing these guys unless they bring halberds, which they won't in this matchup. But these things do have flame resist. They also have missile resist, and yeah, the base fire resist here, 40%. Pretty nuts. Waystalker hero with the Arrow of Karnus, and that is going to be it for the build here. Should be quite a bit of fun. Yeah, so we will be casting all the other matches in this tournament that were in the earlier rounds. We'll be casting them as replays on my channel over the next couple weeks. So check this out. Berserk using the forbidden tactics. Now, this is something that when the shrine was buffed, this was very, very common. So he's building up the intensity, but that's a pretty big sacrifice. He's having to sacrifice a lot of units, and he does get the intensity up to 41%. So currently, as it stands, his power recharge is going to be 0.46, 0.47. Looks like almost 50%. And the reserves per second is going to be 0.10. So this tactic did get nerfed heavily. Used to be insanely broken, but now the War Shrine works as intended. So he's getting 0.10 reserves per second and a pretty good power recharge rate. So he's going to be getting a lot of Winds of Magic. He did have to sacrifice quite a bit of value. Overall, let's see. So pinks are what? Yeah, that's like about 1,200, 1,300 value out of his starting army to get that buff. Granted, there's a little bit of shield regeneration as well. On top of that, we got Marauders, Marauder Horsemen, and Blue Horrors lurking in the shadows. And it is going to be a Herald of Tzeentch with metal. So he does have Final Transmutation, and the Cultist here is going to be rocking Burning Head and Flamestorm. So he's going to have enough Winds of Magic to drop a lot of abilities here. Berserk, this is something that he has done in the past. We've seen him do it when it first came out, and now he's going to, see if it's still very strong. It did get nerfed, and I haven't seen anybody really attempting that playstyle. But here he is, and we're going to see if it goes. Yes, the dreaded Tzeentch cheese. It was patched, yes. So it's no longer bugged. The shrine works as it is originally designed now, but it's still pretty good. I mean, 0.10 reserves per second. He's pretty much going to have like infinite Winds of Magic, right? But he had to sacrifice about 1,000 gold to do so. But I think that's worth it for Tzeentch, honestly. So Arrows of Karnus being used, and it looks like Outer Region getting some really good picks. So he does have the double Arrows of Karnus here on the characters. So he has the Glade Lord and the Waystalker, both of whom are able to do about 40% HP damage against the Shrieking Skyrays there. So that's a really, really nice pick. In the front, we haven't seen any Tzeentchian magic yet. So nothing so far. The Deepwood Scouts getting a little bit of poke down into the very tattered units. So the Marauder Berserkers are very beat up, and a call-in is going to be the Wild Hunters of Karnus. ROR, magic damage, anti-large, armor piercing, going to be very effective against pretty much any target it makes contact with. On the far side, Berserk looks like he's going to be moving in. So far, Outer Region does have the objective advantage. And will the Forbidden Tzeentch tech be enough to get Berserk the victory? I wonder if that's something they do in land battle. In land battle, that would probably be stronger, that tactic, because land battle games, you have well, it depends if it's conquest or standard land battle, but kiting can go on for like a good 15-20 minutes in some matchups, so that could really come into play here. All right, so here comes the Glade Riders. They're going to be hammering into the blues, and not Glade Riders, but the cheap cavalry, the light cav, the Glade Riders, that's right. But they do get countercharged pretty heavily by Chaos Knights. So Berserk is a big Chaos Enjoyer. Oh my god, he got a huge Burning Head! Outer Region stacked everything on top of each other and got nailed by those burning heads there. That feels real bad. And those Chaos Knights are wrecking the Glade Riders pretty effectively. In the backfield, we are going to be seeing what appears to be a Cultist summon, so Berserk going to be using the Foul Cultist to get a summon of Pink Horrors out here in the back. There's a Searing Doom going down from Berserk as well. That is going to be nailing the Wild Hunters of Karnas, who do finally get in combat with the Chaos Knights. Now, what is the magic for Outer Region? Where is his caster? Does he have one? He does have a life caster moving up to the battlefield. I was going to say he needs to get a heal on top of the Wild Hunters. And another Flamestorm going down, or not Flamestorm, it was a different spell before, but yeah, that does manage to cook those Swift Shiver shards. And we do see Berserk doing some pretty considerable damage right here, as Outer Region is going to be forced back with his archers. For the mainline fighting, we do see the Eternal Guard pushing into the Marauders, but this is like classic land battle tactics right here. So Tzeentch is kiting him back here, and then he's going to shoot them to pieces with some of the blues and the pinks that do move in, forcing these Eternal Guard into a very unsupported position. But in the front, the Wild Hunters of Karnas trading okay into Chaos Knights despite taking a pretty massive beating. Outer Region, though, is ahead on trading, and he does have the objectives as well. Now remember, Tzeentchian shields will come into play over the course of a long game. And we do see the cultists get smashed up a little bit. So the Tzeentch cultist, if it does get picked off, you have double arrows of Karnas and the Waystalkers as well. Berserk is very aware of this, and you can see he's going to be pulling back his cultists right now. Another call in here is going to be Chaos Knights. How are the Wood Elves going to be dealing with this? Sending Glade Riders into the Chaos Knights feels like a bit of a mistake, but I think he's just doing this to buy some time for himself. Chaos Knights are obviously going to be dominating this fight, but he just wants to, buy some time for this engagement over here, and we do see the Wild Riders and the remnants of the Spears and Firebark Elders out trading and doing very well. Big charge coming in, and the Chaos Knights are going to get flanked, and their charge bonus won't come into play here. Although we do see a rear charge opportunity. The Shrieking Skyrays could come in and maybe hammer down those Wood Elf Cavalry from the back. We'll have to see. And the Tzeentch army ability now going to be getting popped on the Glade Lord here for Outer Region. So looking at the objectives, we do see 2 points going to Outer Region, 1 point to Berserk right now, 5.6 against 4.7. Very, very even game here. Wood Elf archers are very beat up, and the cultist has gotten back pretty damn far. If the cultist got knocked off the battlefield, that would be a huge blow to Berserk. That would mitigate a lot of the magic bonus that he does have, and of course would punish him for what he did earlier by sacrificing a lot of units to Tzeentch. So unsummons going down from Berserk, unsummoning Chaos Knights as well as baseline chaff units. Middle objective still being fought over very heavily. We got War Dancers and Dryads coming out of the Vanguard here, and the 2 Wood Elf characters seem to be pretty healthy too, and they do provide 3 capture weight to that objective. So we're going to see how those guys unfurl over the course of the game. Eternal Guard heading back to the middle point. Firebark Elder is going to be an unholy issue to get rid of. But a big core of angry Tzeentchian worshippers moving in. Centaurs, Chaos Knights, Screamers. And the Spears here are going to be overwhelmed. And a big overcasted Final Transmutation. Yeah, nasty goes down. Berserk has been so good with his magic this game. And he is able to nail the Glade Lord, who's just getting absolutely dunked on. There needs to be some healing for this. 540. Oh, man. I think it's just going to straight up die. Oh, my God. Down for the count. Berserk takes the lead with the evil magic. And does he have Skull of Catan? He has the Giver of Arcane Glory. Skull of Catan is actually on the Sorcerer, so it's not going to be on those characters. So, no, that was just an overcasted one. And once again, Outer Region getting his units caught in a bit of a blob situation. I don't know if he's going to be able to come back from that. That is really, really devastating. And now the Spellsinger of Life going to be retreating. Couple Dryads and Firebark Elders are going to be moving up. The Glade Lord is dead. There's a decent opportunity to re-summon that bad boy. But Outer Region has fallen behind. He did have his nice moment in the sun where maybe he could get that Cultist of Tzeentch. Maybe. But in this case, he wasn't able to. So the Cultist is going to make its way back, continuing to give that sweet, sweet regeneration. And there's another Tzeentch army ability going down in the Spellsinger here as the Firebark Elders and the War Dancers prepare to move up to the middle, but I don't think they're going to have enough stopping power. Although Tzeentch isn't really going to be running out of magic either with that Shrine. I mean, they do still like run to a lower amount, but the Shrine, over the course of a really long game, I mean, this game still has a lot of time to be played, could absolutely give a lot of wins of magic, and enough for, another Final Transmutation, some more big scary spells, and that is going to be nasty. So War Dancers have moved in. They are very good at killing these type of infantry. However, I think without Lord support, it's going to be very tough. Granted, the Wood Elf Lord isn't like a huge game changer. On the backside, Centaurs of Tzeentch are kiting back against the old Glade Riders. Glade Riders do have the jump on them, but the Centaurs of Tzeentch without the charge might trade kind of badly here. We'll have to keep tabs on that particular fight. They do get rear charge there, and there is going to be another Glade Rider Spears coming out. In the middle of the battlefield, a fat, erect, burning head going down. Oh my God, Berserk is so good with these spells. That did so much damage. Oh my God, that was just pure filth. Those guys get forced back. Firebark Elders, of course, are very resilient against the fire damage. And here we get a big Chaos Knight charge, and they're going to be running over Dryads, which is basically their power fantasy. I don't know if Outer Region's going to be able to hold on much longer. If he could maybe sneak something in and snipe this cultist out and then get his Lord back on the battlefield, maybe. Waystalker out here is out of ammunition, so he's just going to have to get in melee and fight on the objective. The Forces of Chaos are, of course, fighting with a leadership advantage. Here we do see the Centaurs of Tzeentch getting karate chopped by the double Glade Lord. A couple spears coming over as well to try and help out in the middle. Looking at the value right now, 7.9 against 8.8. Tzeentch is up by a little bit. I do think that sometimes the damage value tracker doesn't always track spells super effectively. And remember, Wood Elves do have some healing. Granted, I don't know how good their healing has been this game. Firebark Elders, they do magic damage, so it's going to make them a decent fighter against the Shrieking Skyrays here. So both those units are going to be trading it out. And Wild Hunters of Kurnoss are back once again. Outer Region needs to be very cognizant of the magic and make sure he doesn't get caught in something big and scary once again. So Glade Riders here engaging the Tattered Chaos Knights. And now the Wild Hunters of Kurnoss going to be swinging out, preparing for a big old charge into the Chaos Knights here. Chaos Knights going to get flanked, take a lot of anti-large armor piercing, also a couple spears on their way in. And is the Cultist going to die? We have 2 Deepwood Scouts here, both of whom can put some pressure on the Cultist. He doesn't have that much HP, although 2,500 still is a respectable amount. More like cavalry being called in and Awakening of the Wood, that's what she said, being popped here on the Marauders. And here we have the Wild Hunters of Kurnoss trading very well into the Chaos Knights, but there's a full health unit of Chaos Knights coming in. Searing Doom going to be doing some fat damage as well. Brutal magic from the Changer of Ways as the Chaos Knights move in and then retreat, I guess figuring they want to refresh their charge bonus or maybe attack somewhere else. We will have to see. Yeah, it's probably the spears. They wanted to get away from the Eternal Guard. But the Wood Elves are fighting pretty well, considering, you know, how much of a disadvantage they're at from getting their Lord pops like that. They're fighting very, very impressively. And here we're going to get a nice cab charge coming in from Outer Region. This game incredibly sweaty between these two players. And here the Marauder Horsemen do get their shields broken, start to take some casualties. But another final transmutation going to be going down to the Wild Hunters of Kurnoss, Glade Riders, and all these units. So the Tzeentchian Magic just doing so much work this game. And that one was upgraded as well. So that Cultist... Man, I mean, Berserk had some hidden tech because I've been casting tournaments pretty regularly and I haven't been seeing that tech being used by Tzeentch. It doesn't seem like it was very popular, but man, he has been practicing in the shadows and certainly has devised some evil schemes. And honestly, this was probably a matchup that was already good for Tzeentch before. But yeah, having that advantage is pretty big. So I think Outer Region is probably just cooked. GG, well played. That is going to be game 2 in that series. So you guys didn't get to see game 1, but Outer Region did win game 1. And now we're going to be going on to the next match, and I will get the good old bracket set up now. That was nasty. Man, oh man. Forbidden Knowledge. Yeah. And we had some people in chat saying the Tzeentch build sucked too. He certainly made you guys eat your words. So 3,800 value and 1,300 from those magic users. Now, in order to get that combo, you did have to sacrifice about 1,200 gold, but I think it was worth it. It seemed to pay off very, very well. If the Cultist dies, does the regen go away? Yes, it does. It goes away. He loses all those buffs. Centaurs, Chaos Knights, yeah, a lot of the standard meta stuff there. And Outer Region's build, I liked the double arrow of Kurnoss. Getting his Lord caught there was pretty punishing for sure. I think some more archers could have been good. Like, his Deepwood Scouts seemed very threatening. And I think if he had more of a critical mass of those guys, he might have been a little bit stronger. But who knows? Just tinfoil hatting here. So let's get the scoreboard up. And let's do this. And all right, so this is going to be Outer Region. Up 1 and 1-1 against Berserk with 2 R's, if I'm not mistaken. Best of 3 and quarters. All right. So there we are. And let's go ahead and get the scoreboard updater showing. It should be appearing here in a second. You guys ready? The power of technology, baby. Oh, yeah. Look at the numbers magically appearing on screen. 2024. We are here to stay. All right. I just got to adjust some of them because it was set for the last tournament. Okay. Quarters. Outer Region's name needs to be a little bit bigger. All right, so we should be set for the rest of the day now. Yeah, nasty build though, man. Berserk showing that the Tzeentch evil is still very much alive and well. Okay, let's see how we're looking here. And all right, so Lord Chicken has made it, defeating Leech Lord. So we have that, so we can go to the brackets now and have a bit of an in-game update. And let me tag the players, Berserk and Outer Region. Okay, lads, you have 10 minutes. Good luck, have fun. So we've done that. So the players are aware of their time parameters. And where are we? Okay. So Lord Chicken is in the top 4 now. So let's go ahead here. He's going to be on the other side. So this is going to be Lord Chicken. Of course, you guys have seen him in many events lately. He's been doing super well. It's technically Lord Chicken Feed. So we'll give him the full proper name here. And Power of Technology once again. Oh, yeah, dude. I'm so good at this. Oh, yeah. All right. So the winner of the current series we're casting is going to be playing Catholic in the top 4. And on the bottom side, let me just go ahead and double check on the progress of that. And let's see how we're looking here. And where are we? All right, all right. So checking this. All right. Yeah, Kislev is playable today, but here's the thing. Players have global bans in today's tournament. So Kislev is probably going to get global banned. So you do the standard 3x3 pick and ban system. And then, but before that, each player gets one global ban that their opponent can't play the entire series. So probably people are just going to be banning out Kislev in every match. Although we did see some Kislev games earlier in today's tournaments from what I saw. So yeah, they are being played. I don't know if they're winning or not. We'll certainly find out. But yeah, should be good. All right, Imperial Road is going to be the map here. And yes. Let's switch on back and hang out until this next game is ready. California's the world leader in font sizes. Yeah, ladder has been good. I've been playing some domination ladder right now. It's pretty great. I've been running into good players, like people I don't recognize, who are actually able to put up a great fight and play some really good matches. It's been fun. Jimmy, thank you for the donation, man. Thanks for the years of great content. Does anyone know if it's possible to play multiplayer on a Mac? It should be. Yeah, I don't see why not. Does anybody in chat have any insight on that? 5.2 patch coming soon. No date on the DLC. Yeah, 5.2 is supposed to just be a campaign update, I think. So probably doesn't have too much relevance to us. But yeah, no, I'm definitely looking forward to some future updates. Okay. So we don't know what the picks and bans are going to be. They're doing it in chat. They're scheming in the shadows. And let me check with Lord Chicken. Is there a time limit? Yeah, we're going to try to aim for 10 minutes. Yes. That should be enough. Okay, so Lord Chicken is waiting in the semis. Let me just go ahead and talk to him real quick, make sure. Chicken, stand by. Okay, perfect. So as far as this map goes, I would say it's a pretty good map. It's pretty well-rounded. You're going to be seeing, competitive builds from gun lines. You could see Chaos do well because of the trees on the sides. So they can move up through the tree line and get good ambushes and mitigate your gunfire a little bit. So this is a very well-rounded map. I'm a big enjoyer of Imperial Road. One thing about Imperial Road, though, is it's a very good map for blob builds because there's a very, very easy to defend home objective. So you can definitely just move a really powerful army up on the center and fight there. So I suspect we could see someone who's good at that. Like Dwarves would be very good here. Cathay, actually pretty viable on this map as well. They can move up with the dreaded Zhangu War Drum and get to that middle point and cackle pretty hard. Yeah, it should be playable on Mac, though. I've never heard it's not, if we're talking about Total War. Yeah. We've had a lot of good games today, too. I'm excited to go back and cast some of those. Okay, Lord Chicken is chatting with me. Top 4. We will cast all games there. It's a classic and high stakes. So we are going to add in the top 4, we're going to put a little bit of a time restriction on picks and bans and whatnot, but it's a high stakes event. It's about as high stakes as it gets for Total War outside of CA events where they put up a pretty big prize pool. But yeah, I don't want to stress the players out too much. It would feel bad to feel rushed and lose because of that, but yeah, we'll see. Mac should have a different queue, so it can't be matched with Windows users. Are you serious? Is that actually true? Yeah, I do have Warcraft 3 on the horizon. As a matter of fact, we're going to be doing a tournament. I'm going to Poland next week. I'm going to be there for 10 days. I'll be getting back at the beginning of September. And when we get back, we're going to do we're going to do RTS week, which is a fun thing I've been kind of scheming, where Monday through Friday, we have a tournament for a bunch of different games. So like Monday would be Warcraft, Tuesday it could be Dune, Wednesday's Age of Empires, Thursday's Total War, Friday's Warcraft 3. So we'll have like 5 days of tournaments back to back, which would be really fun for a bunch of different RTS games. Yeah, we gotta fire up the RTS genre, keep it alive. But that's something I am planning, having a casted tournament 5 days in a row for different RTS games. Mac has a different queue. That sucks. Can Mac users join in with custom lobbies? So like if a Mac user wants to play with somebody who's on PC, can they join custom lobby, or is the queue different? Man, that's weird. That's really unfortunate. I did not know that, actually. You like this goal? Yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be a lot of fun. So what are the picks going to be? Anticipation is killing me. Yes. Lord Chicken, correct. All right. So we don't know yet. Berserk is a big Chaos enjoyer, though. I think he's going to be playing the Chaos-centric factions. I mean, his picture is a World Eater Berserker, so I suspect some Khorne action would be fun. I'd love to see him play Khorne. Outer Region beat him in the first game. I don't know what it was with. Outer Region is a big Dwarf enjoyer. That's what he's been winning a lot of events with, or at least over the course of Season 6. He was doing very well with the Dowie. Dowie are pretty frequently banned, though. I suspect that they're getting banned out in a lot of these games. The Dowie are pretty villainous in the current patch. The Gyrocopters are heavily limited. You can only have 2 of them, which is still insanely strong. Thunderbarge is restricted today. Even though in many matchups the Thunderbarge is fine, there's a handful of matchups in which the Thunderbarge is kind of oppressive, so that bad boy is going to be limited out today. Yeah. Okay. The remake of Age of Mythology looking so good. Yeah, I haven't gotten into that yet. I haven't. Yeah, I bet you it's pretty good. All right, so let's check here. I gave them that. So 10 minutes. And okay, they have another about 4 minutes left until I would give warnings and stuff. Yeah. They got another 4 minutes. It's all good. Yeah, dwarves are pretty mouth-breathing in Dom right now. I mean, they have such cost-effective infantry. They have such high leadership. Their shooting is insane. Gyrocopters are just mindless. Yeah, they are. Very good. I mean, dwarves are top 5 for sure. I think the number 1 rated faction right now is the Wood Elves. We just saw them lose to Tzeentch pretty decisively, though. I wonder what that looks like historically over the course of the season, if we have any data on that one. So Wood Elves, okay, that's actually a bad matchup. It looks like Tzeentch is pretty heavily favored versus Wood Elves. If we look at total Tavern, Wood Elves are at a 66% win rate right now, and they have a lot of good matchups. But if you look in the pits, one of the few matchups they have actually gotten a considerable amount of losses in is against Tzeentch. That makes sense. Tzeentch has got armor, shield regeneration. Their magic is able to poke. They have really good fire damage. Like, they can wreck Dryads horribly. Eternal Guard get wrecked. They're durable against missile fire with their shield regeneration. Overall, I can see that. I can see that being the case. I really can. Oh, Empire versus Dark Elves. All right, here we go. A classic matchup we run into. Before last patch, Wood Elves versus Tzeentch was... so we got Nerexa in chat. Nerexa, one of our mighty champions, saying that before the last patch, Wood Elves versus Tzeentch was just auto loss. Yeah, now it's not quite an auto loss, you're saying, but it's still pretty rough, which, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, bolt throwers are insanely good. I know they're getting restricted in land battles and stuff. We don't really have them restricted in Dom, but artillery in Dom is good. I don't know. Yeah, I guess they're part of the problem for sure. Greenskins are last. Yeah, right now they're not very popular. Greenskins are kind of boring, to be honest. Their lord choices are very one-dimensional. I mean, you have Azag and I guess the Rampage Goblins, and that's basically it. And their unit roster is pretty much the same armies over and over. It's like Orc Boys, couple Night Goblins maybe, with Arrow Boys and Squigs and Boar Boys, right? It's not very inspired. Despite how many cool units the roster does have, many of them just don't see play, nor are they good, so... Really curious how he's going to try and stop the stank. Yeah, so there's going to be a stank. And he could go stank and landship if he wants to. Granted, Dark Elves do have decent AP missile fire. Maybe a little bit of secret agent shade play. Sneak up some shades. The frontline fight for Dark Elves can go okay. Bleak Swords trade pretty well into State Troopers. Typically, I believe they do win 1-to-1 for a similar price point. Although State Troopers are quite a bit cheaper than a Bleak Sword, I think. So yeah, maybe not the best there. We'll have to see. This matchup used to be pretty even. I don't know what it looks like these days. Berserk, of course, has Forbidden Tech, and I would imagine Outer Region does as well. A Charybdis pick? No way. No way. Did we see the bracket? The bracket is still being developed in the top 4. So, yeah, we can look at the brackets real quick. Catholic has qualified. So we started a little bit early. Normally, we don't do round of 8. This is a round of 8 series right now. But we have Catholic, who's qualified top 4, and Lord Chicken Feed. The other slots are being fought over. The top of the bracket underneath Catholic is the winner of this game. So whoever wins this is going to be fighting Catholic. And then Lord Chicken Feed is going to be facing the winner of Hitman Hippo versus, let me go ahead and double check that. Hitman Hippo versus Big Bees. So we will see who's going to emerge victorious there. But after this, we're going to jump into the series Catholic versus the winner of this game. So that should be quite a bit of fun. Yeah, I don't know how he ended up Wood Elves versus Tzeentch. That does seem like a tricky situation to kind of get backed into there. Volkmar and Hellebron should have a chariot fight. Yeah, that'd be great. Oh my god, the animations on the war altars are so haggard. They're so janky. So Catholic saying should be pretty awful for Dark Elves with the new Stank and Hawklands these days. Yeah, I could see that being the case. But that's not going to be the build from Outer Region. He actually goes very State Trooper heavy with Free Company Militia being his hybrid shooting. And it's going to be a Marathi build with repeater crossbows as well as Dark Shards. Ooh, I like that. That's very fun. So a fair amount of AP, that is for sure. I'm really shocked to not see, yeah, I think Hawk and Long Rifles are a big game changer here. Their ability to outrange the Dark Elf skirmishers and really put massive hurt on them is pretty big. And Dark Elves aren't able to super effectively dive Hawk and Long Rifles because of Empire Knights. Empire Knights are pretty cheap and cost effective at defending your backfield, and they can certainly fend off Dark Rider play to an extent. It depends on the map, of course. All right, guys. The Mantide cometh, Master Engineer with his cool eyeglass. He's going to be on his tank, I would imagine, for sure. And here's the battle. So whoever wins this is going to be going to the top 4 today. Now, taking a look at Berserk. Berserk, remember, is the defending champion on Total Tavern. He won Season 5, had a glorious victory there, and he's going to be coming back today and trying to claim that $300 cash prize with the Dark Elves. So front line here is going to be Bleak Sword. Secondary line is going to be Dread Spears, or at least on the outer periphery. And, you know, what do Dark Elves do well? Armor-piercing, mid-range shooting. So that is what he's going to be doing. A lot of repeater crossbows, which will wreck Empire armor, and tanks if they can get good angles on them. A couple Dark Shards as well, providing some supporting fire. They do have shields, so that could be helpful against small arms. We'll have to see. And Dark Rider is going to be deployed up in the bushes. No Dread Spears. Okay, so maybe he's going to do some dreaded Dread Spear pushing on the back objective here. That's what it looks like. Yeah, he's going to be trying to creep up that way. Now, looking at the build of Outer Region, it is a Mantide. So he's got 1,000,000 Spearmen, backed up by Free Company Militia, a couple Pistoliers, which in the right situation can harry and push back the repeater crossbow Dark Riders. We'll have to see. A lot of it comes down to positioning here. Stanks are amazing, just insanely good. Their shooting is nuts, their anti-infantry is nuts. Pigeon Bombs does a lot of damage, so you just have this guy shoot at the Dark Riders, ram into the infantry, use Pigeon Bombs on the Dark Shards, and you're going to get a lot of value. Free Company Militia, interesting choice. It's a lot of HP and decent fighting power too. I mean, if they need to, they can fight against Dark Elf troopers on the front point. So the objective is going to be opening up here. Objective number 2 has opened, and yeah, it is time to contest those points. Double Spears for Outer Region, going to be defending the back. And here we see a big push coming out. Oh, you guys know what time it is, baby. Oh, yeah. We got the flank coming in. I love it. Oh, it didn't finish. Okay, there we go. That's a really long dong right there. But Dark Rider repeater crossbows will be nice on the flank, but Free Company Militia with their 90 range can kind of advance on them and push them back. What are we going to see the Empire call in here? It's going to be grenade launchers right away. And Outer Region going to be cackling on the point. And it looks like the Dark Elves are going to be hitting the back objective here, maybe coming around the backside here and like hitting the outsides of the formation, while very casually moving up with the Dark Shards. Colin is going to be more Bleak Swords. Marathi rocking Soul Stealer, Melkoths, Power of Darkness, Pit of Shades. Oh my god, it's like queuing into somebody on ladder who forgets that they can cut spells. But Berserk just brought a lot of spells. He's got a lot of utility in this build for sure. I mean, pays a little bit of a premium for that. And here he is going to be using the Power of Darkness, a Power of Darkness going down to the Dark Shards, which is going to be damaging them, but also giving a fair amount of wins of magic. Definitely worth it. And Melkoth spam on the grenade launchers is a pretty good idea. Grenades moving in with the Steam Tank. Outer Region is not going to be sitting back. I love this ambush here on the far side. The Dark Elves, the Druki, the cowardly ambush from the trees. Very, very lore friendly as they move in and pound these Spearmen, who of course don't have any shields. And here the Free Company Militia getting wrecked a little bit by the Dark Riders as well with the downhill charge. And now Outer Region's going to be calling in some Empire Knights to deal with that. Meanwhile, in the front, we do see the Stank getting pretty dirty in there, running over one of the Bleak Sword units, so they get absolutely annihilated. But not before the Outriders with grenade launchers get punished by the Melkoth spam, as well as the Dark Riders. So man, Berserk playing like a true Dark Elf, ambushing from the shadows, taking cunning angles, getting extra sneaky, extra devious. I love to see it. So repeater crossbows shooting into the Pistoliers. Looks like the 2 Empire Pistoliers did move into the Dark Riders here, but is it going to work out for them? The Dark Riders are actually holding relatively well. We do have a Spear unit coming in as well to provide a little bit of buffering, and both of the repeater crossbow cavalry are still in very good position, and there's going to be some problems. More Dark Riders coming up in heavy numbers. A bit of a standoff here on the middle. We do see the Dark Elves moving in with their Dark Shards. The Shards of Darkness trying to chase down that Master Engineer. Will the State Trooper Tide move up and engage against the Dark Shards? Find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. So in the woods, We got Pistoliers engaging against Dark Riders. Pretty good opportunity for the Empire, honestly. Pistoliers can chase them and shoot. Dark Riders cannot 360 shoot and move, so they can only shoot when they're chasing something. Free Company Militia and Empire Knights get a good fight against the Dark Riders right here. Dark Riders starting to take some heavy damage, and it looks like the Dark Elves are being fended off a little bit, as we do get a Great Cannon being called in. So the Great Cannon of Sigmar is here, and that is going to start ripping shots into the Dark Riders right here. Marathi is also quite good against the Master Engineer on the tank as well. That's very much something on the table. Love to see Dark Shards doing well also. They're such a cool unit. Or, you know, probably one of the most iconic units of the Dark Elves, right? They have their Pavises and those crossbows, and it looks like they're trading fire with the Free Company Militia, which they should have a big advantage against with their 125 range. State Troopers are having trouble finding an engagement. You can see every time they kind of move up here, they're getting punished by some of this missile fire and being kited back by the Elves. It's very, very elf accurate. Berserk with a very rare lapse in micro, though. He does let his Dark Shards get caught up in melee, and they are going to be taking a couple casualties, probably versus Spearmen, but, you know, they'll be able to get away before it gets too ugly. On the top side, we have a big engagement in the tree line. It's going to be Empire Knights battling against Dark Riders, but also being countercharged by Cold One Knights. The Empire Steam Tank Commander, he is here leading his division, and he's going to be blasting some fat cannon shots. Oh, that's such a cool shot. We got the Pistoliers riding alongside the tank. Classic Empire stuff, but now the Steam Cannon as well as the big cannon going to be switching onto the Cold One Knights here. And the Steam Tank should be able to provide some much needed support against those Cold One Knights with the cannon, the Steam Cannon, as well as its melee attacks. Tree line also going to be helping out a little bit as well, but the Empire seems to be holding firm here. Nothing guarding the back objective though. And on the middle, Marathi going to be dropping some Foul Witchcraft. That's going to be a Pit of Shades. Probably not worth it on a Free Company Militia unit. I mean, it will kill the unit. Probably would have been better suited to get one of these Spearman units down, but overall, I guess it gets rid of something. So it's not the worst cast in the world, but also not the best. Grenades have come back. -4 leadership, but they're still able to get in there and provide some grenade launcher support. They do manage to punish one of the Bleak Swords here, so that bad boy is, oh man, hanging in there. Dark Elf leadership isn't bad. Elves in general typically have decent leadership. Spear's getting it done, though. This is very dangerous for Berserk if you go back to the side of the battlefield. I don't know why the map jumped there, but what's going to happen is these Dark Shards are going to get routed back, and we have like 3 pretty healthy Spear units who are going to be threatening the back objective here, Berserk. And if Berserk loses this game, this is for all the marbles for him. If he loses this, you know, he is out of the tournament, and the season champion is going to be taken down by Outer Region. Outer Region has been a perpetual contender. He is pretty much always on the top 5 of the leaderboard. Extremely good player. Hasn't won any huge major event quite yet. This would be, of course, his first one, and taking down Berserk would be a good step in the right direction, but Berserk is not going quietly. Granted, we do see the forces of Sigmar looking pretty stalwart here, as the engagement of the tree line is seen to gone in the favor of the Empire. The Great Cannon is moving up to shoot at God knows what. Middle objective maybe going to be stolen by the Druki. And on the back point, the Spears did make it relatively far, but they were intercepted, and the Dark Shards are pulling back. Some of them get caught up in melee, though, and actually opt to stay in melee. More fast cav coming in for Berserk. It's going to be the Dark Riders and the Empire. Where is their Steam Tank Commander? We got more Free Company Militia coming up here. And here comes the Tank Commander moving down from the hill. Here he comes, blasting cannon fire into the Cold One Knights as they move to the middle objective. Oh man, Steam Tanks are so brutal. Granted, I mean, Dark Elves have ways of killing it. A Bolt Thrower is also not a terrible option if you want to bring a couple Bolt Throwers in this matchup and start with them in your army. They can keep a Steam Tank pretty honest. Knights of the Black Rose versus the Cold One Knights. Cold One Knights will win that fight pretty decisively, and Berserk looks like he's kind of taken over the middle objective a little bit. Sons of Sigmar still pressing into the backfield. Spears fighting well, and they are in pretty heavy numbers. And this point's going to start to flip pretty heavily. Meanwhile, though, Berserk does flip the middle. Tank Commander is going to be trying to rat off whatever he can. He does get a rout here on the Dark Riders. And on the back point, how are we looking? Great Cannon actually gets taken offline. So a bit of a blunder here by Outer Region to let his Great Cannon get compromised by a Haggard Dark Rider unit. Looks like he didn't see that coming. So that's going to give Berserk a much needed reprieve from that cannon barrage. And here we get Dark Riders charging in, trying to stabilize the back objective. The Empire is doing very well back here, though. These Spheres are generating so much value. They killed, multiple Dark Shard units. They've also gotten in combat with Dark Rider repeater crossbows and have killed a fair amount of models, so reducing the DPS of the Dark Elf army by quite a bit. The Dark Elves do have Murderous Prowess for another 15 seconds, so their army is going to be on steroids for a short period of time, but that is going to be wearing off. On the back point, we do see some Spearmen battling versus the Jade Wizard, and Outer Region getting a little bit of a second win here, as we do see the Free Company Militia, Pistoliers, and the remnants of some tattered Empire Knights coming in, more Empire Knights surging towards the middle. The big thing is going to be the Tank Commander. He's very tough to deal with right now. With how tattered this Dark Elf army is, I think they're going to have some serious problems. Outer Region also needs to make sure he continues contesting the back objective. If he could get this back objective, that would be brutal for the Dark Elves. And for some reason, the Dark Elves haven't been able to call out any like Bleak Swords or Blackheart Corsairs. Blackheart Corsairs are amazing in this matchup. We're not seeing them from Berserk. Having a couple of those, they annihilate State Troopers. This is a big blunder, though. Moving these spears off the objective, Outer Region needs to pay closer attention. He needs to get those guys back on the point stat, because capturing objective number 3 here is a colossal win con for him. It's going to take the Dark Elves some time to get that back. Although it does look like the Spearmen here with 103 models might just get her done. These spears, of course, do move off the point, but they're just going to uptrade, right? Like, these Dark Riders are being thrown in, just sacrificial lambs into these spears. Back point looking very stable for Sigmar. The middle point is going to be contested, and it looks like the Empire Knights as well as the Steam Tank Commander are going to be running over the Bleak Swords here. Beautiful Pit of Shades by Marathi. That is what we're talking about right there. That Pit of Shades is an excellent cast. Those Empire Knights are going to be getting Shadow Realm, as you would expect by a giant Pit of Shades. Takes them down to pretty much no HP, and that is a huge, huge win there for Berserk. So in the back point, we do see objective number 1 being taken here by Outer Region. So a Spearman Corps, the stalwart troopers of Sigmar, able to get that point. Taking it and holding it for the Emperor, yes, for Franz. Steam Tank also going to be routing off a lot of the State Troopers. Dark Elves trying to make a bit of a play for the back objective, but the Free Company Militia, their floppy hats and their cool pistols and cutlasses, holding relatively firm here against the Tides of the Druchii. And it does look like the Dark Elf Cavalry are going to be forced back. That has been the big epicenter of Berserk's army, has been Dark Riders with shields. They've been one of the most common things we've seen out here. Back objective has been taken by the Empire. Dark Elf should be able to get it back now, though. Finally, Berserk calls something in that doesn't have to just grind with these guys in melee. It's just going to be some repeater crossbow cavalry. So over the course of the next 2 minutes, we are probably going to be seeing these spearmen getting taken to Pound Town, and that objective will be flipping. However, the Empire looks like they're getting the momentum on the middle point. We see the brave Sons of Sigmar lancing down the treacherous, villainous Druchii and pushing them off the point. And now the capture weight's going to start flipping pretty heavily as Free Company Militia coming out of the vanguard. Dark Elves making a play on the back objective. Double Dark Rider swarming back here, going after Pistoliers. A couple Empire Knights going to be trying to get up there. And the Great Cannon, what kind of value has it been getting this game? Looks like pretty good. It did take down that unit there. Marathi going after the caster, so taking out the caster here. A pretty good play from Marathi. That would give the Dark Elves, the opportunity to maybe switch onto the Tank Commander later. Switching onto him while the Earthblood is on the table, not a very good idea. But yeah, this is looking very tough for Berserk. Man, the State Troopers, look at that. They formed the box formation. How cool is that? Outer Region going shoulder to shoulder with the State Troopers on the back objective as they're fully surrounded by the Druchii crossbows. And they're just taking it right in the face. It's pretty much the only option they have. But he is going to get this objective back soonish. Dark Elves making a play for the back point. We do have the Dread Spears and Marathi back here. Looks like there is going to be a regrowth going down to the Empire Knights, which, there's not too many other good targets for that. Free Company Militia coming up. And they have been very difficult for the Dark Elves to deal with. I feel like maybe Berserk was expecting the long rifles, but when he had to deal with these swaths of Free Company Militia, he's been having trouble really getting through them with his Dark Rider heavy build. More Dark Riders moving into the middle, another one as well, and there are going to be some Bleak Swords heading on up. The Tank Commander now heading to the back objective to try and help out the State Troopers. So he is going to provide some terror, also a little bit of firepower. Might be able to honestly get rid of these repeater crossbows if he just moves straight into them, which would be the right play in my opinion. Middle point being held down by the State Troopers as well as the Empire Knights, and it does not look like the Druchii are going to be able to get that one back. And here we do see Marathi getting surrounded a little bit, taking a lot of firepower from the Free Company Militia, and also the Empire Knights and the Jade Wizard are all, decent little fighters. And Marathi is going to start taking some big HP damage. I would imagine probably a good old, not Earthblood, but Soul Stealer could go down soon. I don't know what the Winds of Magic situation looks like with the Druchii. On the high ground point, we do see the Empire holding it, but they're finally going to lose this point. It is going to start flipping here, and we do see the Tank Commander overextending a little bit into the deep realm of the Druchii, but he is going to take some focus fire from all these repeater crossbows. He's just kind of providing his capture weight where he can, but Outer Region looking to be in a very, very good position right now. He's up in value by almost 3k, and he has healing. Granted, Dark Elves have a little bit of healing on Marathi, but yeah, definitely the Empire is ahead this game, and it looks like the defending champion of Season 5 is going to be upset and defeated here by Outer Region, which is no surprise. Outer Region actually defeated Tim the Wilder in the first round of today's tournament 2-1. Tim, of course, one of our perpetual champions, having won several major events. So Outer Region is certainly out for blood here today, as we do see the Knights of the Black Rose move in, and yeah, they're going to provide that nice anti-infantry bonus against the Druchii Troopers here, especially against Bleak Swords, and that is going to be it. GG, well played, Outer Region. Advancing on to the top 4 with the Sons of Sigmar. All right. GG, well played. That was a fun match. Good series, too. I wish I had been able to see the first game, but yeah, it is what it is. So Tank Commander was amazing, probably 2,500. Yeah, 26. That's about as much as he cost, to be honest. Free Company Militia were really good. Man, 1,100, 700, 1,200 value on the Free Company. Knights of the Black Rose, they did all right, but the Empire Knights is always at the big carries, so no surprises there. Marathi, 2,600 value. Dark Shards, yeah, those Dark Shards getting chased in that back object. If Berserk had more time to trade, I don't know. I think Outer Region was well enough ahead that it didn't matter. But yeah, it was a good attempt by old Berserk there. He played like a champ as always, and the defending champ has fallen. All right. So let me check here, and all right. So got to do a little bit of adminning, and we are going to go ahead, update the brackets here. So let's go to the top 4. So now we're going to have Outer Region up here. Love to see a little Sigmar action in the morning. It's a great wake up. And then on the bottom side, we have Hitman Hippo versus Lord Chicken. We'll do that series right now to give Outer Region a break. Hitman Hippo versus Lord Chicken. All right. So here are the top 4 players in the world here for season 6 finals. Very exciting stuff. And let's get this party started. Let's have some fun. And we will do Turin top 4 time. Yes. All right. So let's invite these players. So we're going to get them. And we will get Hitman Hippo versus Lord Chicken Feed. All right. So we will, Outer Region, go ahead, get ready, and take a break while I cast other side. All right. So we are going to go ahead and get Lord Chicken here. Top 4. And Hitman Hippo. Hitman Hippo, one of my personal favorite players to watch. He is a Chaos Dwarf enjoyer. He makes them look really, really good. So I certainly love to see it. All right. So switching back here, we'll get these scorecards all updated here. So as far as the story for the rest of the day goes, we have 2 best of 3s and a best of 5. And from there, that is going to be it. All right. So the players are joining. There's Hitman Hippo. And looks like Lord Chicken is going to be on his way over as well. Hitman Hippo recently won a major Chaos Clash, which was very exciting. And then after that, who won the Chaos Clash after that? Was it not Berserk, but I can't remember off the top of my head. We'll have to double check. All right, so Hitman Hippo there and Lord Chicken Feed. We'll just do Lord Chicken for short and semis. So these are all going to be semifinal games. And Lord Chicken's name is too powerful. It needs to be shrunk to fit. All right. I really need to get like a better system for the scoreboard. It's been, I guess it's part of the channel, you know, it's part of the lore of the channel is the haggardness of all that. All right. Okay. And what do we got here? So we have maps for this one. So this is going to be the bottom of the bracket. Gates of Ekron is the first map. So very, very brawl-centric map. Yeah, should be fun. All right, so we got Lord Chicken Feed versus Hitman Hippo. RTK against Rat Clan. It's going to be fun. So far, what clans do we have represented here? VM has been eliminated. So VM was being led by, of course, Berserk there. I believe that is, yeah, players mostly from Eastern Europe. I think Russia and some other regions there. Is VM. So we have the Rat Clan, we have RTK, and on the top side of the bracket, we have, yeah, Catholic, I think he's RTK also. So we have 2 RTK. Outer Region is unaffiliated. I don't believe he's in a clan. He's always been a lone wolf. Yeah. Houseplant didn't participate today. Yeah, he's been taking a bit of a break. I think he's got some IRL stuff going on. But Houseplant's definitely one of the goats of Warhammer 3 when he is active, 100%. What's up, Outer Region? Well played, dude. Well played. Looking forward to seeing you in your match, but take a little break here. You just played a very sweaty best of 3, so XMT was eliminated. Yeah. We've had pretty good. Yeah, we had XMT, RTK, Rat Clan, VM. The only big ones we're missing, of course, are ODM. ODM doesn't play a lot of Dom, though. They're mostly a land battle clan. And then there's, I don't know, NC, I think, is another one, but they don't really play Dom. I think the couple people I've seen from that mostly play land battle stuff. Catholic's not RTK? Are you sure? Oh, you're in Team Mercenaries. Okay, yeah, for some reason I thought you were Catholic. No, so Catholic is unaffiliated as well. He's not an RTK. Correct. All right. So they're doing their picks and bans, and we'll give them a good 10 minutes here. Gates of Ekron is going to be the map. This would be a very good Dowie map. A very, very good Dowie map. because they could just lane push. They have that like choke, the whole choke point on the side there that they can move up and really cackle on the objectives. Have you guys seen the new Dowie minis, by the way, for the old world? I play the villainous Chaos Dwarfs in tabletop, so it's not as much my jam, but I've thought about getting a dwarf army someday. I just don't want to paint them. I've already painted 4 full armies. I'm painting my friend's High Elf army for him, so I'm just like, I'm done. No more. But yeah, the dwarves, they got some sweet models for sure. The new Ungrim is really cool. Where is he? Ungrim. Like this is, have you guys seen this one? This is, so in Warhammer Tabletop, Warhammer Fantasy has come back. And here's Ungrim, Iron Fist, the Slayer King of Karak Kadrin. That model is sweet, dude. Look at the biceps on that guy. He lifts. Yeah, they even brought back the Grudge Pony. I believe this is new too. This is the new Dwarf Lord on the Shield Bearers. It's a great looking army. Yeah, and even I like the retro dwarf models, to be honest. I just won a tabletop tournament with Chaos Dwarves, and the prize for winning was the Dwarf Battalion box. So I have the Dwarf Battalion box looking at me in the garage. It's like, paint me. It's this one right here. Yeah. Yeah, you got, this is a pretty decent little kit here. You get some organ guns and stuff. Yeah, dwarves look awesome. Have you guys seen the Haggard Imperial Dwarves? Look at these guys. Oh, how are they trying to charge $47 for these things? Oh my God, look at those guys. Oh, those are so haggard. Oh man. I mean, it's definitely a collector's thing, but yeah. Bugman's Cart. Yeah, you can see the Grudge Ponies, Flame Cannon, Grudge Throwers. Look how haggard the original Slayers are, by the way. Well, dwarves definitely suffer from being very squat. But if you look at some of the other factions, like they don't look quite as, like the Chaos Dwarf minis, they look really good. Like the Infernal Guard for Chaos Dwarves. Let me pull those up real quick. We have a little bit of time to kill. Infernal Guard, Chaos Dwarf. So shout out to Mickey. Somebody here on the channel sent me the actual Chaos Dwarf models, the Infernal Guards. They're super cool. Trying to find them. Yeah, here's the Forge World minis. Trying to find the original Forge World ones. Yeah. Is this it? Yeah, here we are. Okay. Yeah, so these are the Fire Glaives. These models look great. They look really good. So those are the Infernal Guard Fire Glaives, which I have a brick of I've painted about 25 of them. I only use 10 in my army though, but they're very cool. Yeah, Chaos Dwarves look awesome, man. Their Forge World models are pretty good. The Legions of Asgore one, like that whole range is very good. Oh, is it going to be Chaos Dwarves? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, talk dirty. We might get some Chaos Dowie. Yes. Okay. You and your opponent can do your picks also. So we can start ASAP when you two are ready. All right. I think I'm going to do a format of tournament where the picks and bans for a series are done right out of the gates beforehand. So they do their picks and bans for every potential game. I think that would be, that'd be good. So then people just have the matchups for the entire series. Yeah, we need a little bit of innovation. Like this is the only big downside of Total War Competitive, aside from lag, is like how long it takes in between games with army picks and all that. Yeah, have you read the End Times books? I haven't. No, I don't really care to. Then the End Times is just like a jumble of nonsense. Yeah, like characters acting out of. Yeah, I've never heard anything good about it. Although there are apparently a couple epic fights in some of them, but. The Lord of the Rings dwarves have real good proportions. Yeah, you can honestly do that too. If you want to play, the dwarves, you can just get the Lord of the Rings minis too. They're honestly in similar size. Like if we go to the dwarves here and we go to Lord of the Rings good, we go to the Dowie. Does it not have a filter here that I can use? Okay, there we go. So let's go ahead and do Kingdom of Khazad Dûm. They're a little bit different. Like they're not quite as thick as the Chaos, or not the Chaos, but yeah, Khazad Dûm. Yeah, that'll be. These aren't bad. Yeah, these aren't bad at all. Some of them are really haggard, but like this could easily be a bolt thrower for fantasy. And the Rangers, yeah, these could be Dwarf Rangers 100%. And you definitely get more bang for your buck. You get way more models. But I play Middle Earth strategy battle game. I have a Gondor army. And the proportions aren't that different. Like if you put like a Gondorian trooper next to an Empire State trooper, the proportions are similar enough that nobody would care. Let's go look at, let's see. So this is Lord of the Rings good. So let's go look at Middle Earth and let's do the Hobbit good because there's more dwarves there. And we can go and do the Iron Hills, Erebor Reclaimed, and the Army of Thror. Okay, well, whatever. It's going to be fine. Yeah, these ones, there's some decent ones here. A Dwarf Chariot. Isn't that weird? The Iron Hills Chariot. Yeah, some weird stuff. All right, so checking here in the Discord. And yeah, they're doing their picks and bans. So the picks for Hitman Hippo are Chaos Dwarves, Demons of Chaos, and Dwarves versus Skaven, Khorne, and Tomb Kings for his mighty opponent, the Lord Chicken. So we're going to see what they decide to do here. Cool. I just want some Chaos Dwarves. Just give them to me. Give them to me, precious. How do you feel about 3D printing models? Oh, I think it's a great option, especially for models you can't get. Like usually, I like to support the old world because I want it to be successful. So if I'm able to buy a model from Games Workshop, I will. But if it's literally out of stock for like a year, and I'll get a, my buddy will 3D print some sort of a different company's variant, and we'll just use that. Like my Chaos Dwarf army is mostly 3D printed, not all of it, but let's see. So the orcs, the goblins, and the orc war boss are not. The Infernal Guard are the legit models. The Iron Demons are 3D printed, and the Death Freak is 3D printed, and the Sorcerer Prophets are also 3D printed because Lost Kingdoms just has such good models for Chaos Dwarves. If you guys like want to play Chaos Dwarves, that is one of the best ways to do it. If you haven't seen them, let me show you guys. I know I've shown it on a couple streams, but these guys like are the saviors for all of us Chaos Dwarves fans. So yeah, they have legally distinct Chaos Dwarves. We have the Bull Centaurs. So these are Bull Centaur renders. I have a unit of these guys. The models look freaking so good in person. Like great detail. My buddy has a resin printer, so he just prints these out. And here you can see you have a Sorcerer Prophet or a Chaos Dwarf Lord, but it would be a Sorcerer Prophet for Old World. On Bale Taurus right there. The model looks great. And yeah, and you can go through here and see they have a lot of good stuff. Yeah, here's the Sorcerer. And then you also can get the, they have like a kind of a character looking thing. So these army accessories. Let's keep going here. The only thing I don't, yeah, this is my Lord I use in my army. This model is one of my favorite models here. This is who I use as my Sorcerer Prophet in my main army. So he's Turin the Disowned. It's an amazing freaking model. It's amazing. So I use this one. And yeah, it's great. I love it. I'm a big enjoyer of that collection. First Chaos Dwarves getting Hell Cannon. The Hell Cannon you can use with Chaos Dwarves too. Has your wife ever considered being a mini painter on the side hustle? She enjoys it, but you know the thing is, with a lot of art in general, okay, Demons of Chaos versus Chaos Dwarves? No way, Lord Chicken's playing Chaos Dwarves. What? No. Oh no, they're still doing their picks and bans. Okay, they're just looking at the other rosters right now. Sure can do at end. Remind me. But like when people want to commission somebody, they don't realize how many hours painters put into things, and they always try and sell you short. That's for sure. It's a tricky thing. But I mean, she would if people are interested in her painting, you can reach out to me. She's an extremely good painter. She doesn't like painting small models, but she likes doing like big centerpieces and things like that. Yeah, it's true. People definitely don't. I mean, it takes me a long time to paint like just one mini. Like painting one Haggard Trooper takes me like 2 hours. You know, if I want to do it like of any decent quality. I mean, unless you're just using contrast paints and just making it look super janky. So Skaven versus Demons of Chaos. All right, so we got the rats. I know there was somebody in chat earlier who wanted the foul Skaven. And here they are. And then we got Hitman Hippo on Demons of Chaos. Short. Oh, you got the goblet. Right on, Nifty. That's cool. Yeah, she's done a lot of custom stuff. She made a full-on mimic chest. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that one. That one was really cool. I think we have a YouTube short of it. Yeah, maybe I'll show that later. But yeah, she made a full D&D mimic chest, which we actually shipped to the UK, which was pretty wild. You know, it was like a full-on chest. We had to ship that, you know, across seas. It was expensive to ship, that's for sure. Yes, yes. So we got the Rats versus Demons of Chaos. This matchup, I mean, Rats do have really good punishing elements for big flyers. Between Rattling Gunners, Howling Warp Gale, different things like that. But Demons, of course, can bring foot-based characters or ground characters. Demons probably going to be using Plague Bearers backed up by blues is usually the meta for Demons of Chaos. Rats on this map, an Ice Mortar could be really devastating. Changebringers, do they come into play here? Maybe. Changebringers can be good when you're playing on the defense or playing like outside objectives. Should be fun, man. Should be fun. Yeah, the Mimic Chest? Yeah, let me see if I can find that real quick. Alright, so go into my YouTube. My old YouTube. If you go to my YouTube channel though and just go to the community section, it should be like 3 or 4 posts back. Yeah. The Rats are ready to party. So Lord Chicken Feed is good to go. And yeah, here we are. Turin reminds me of that guy on YouTube that reviews 100-year-old MREs. Oh man, that's pretty fun. That's a very obscure reference. Yeah, Doom players are nasty. They, of course, have high armor, so they're very durable. Screamers and Toads do exist, though, so there is some counterplay for them. In terms of, like, stuffing them back. Plague Toads have enough mass to stop them, and so do these Screamers. But the players can usually micro away from them. Lord Chicken Feed is ready to party. Hitman Hippo. We have another clan duel between Rat and RTK here. Thank you guys all for joining today. It's going to be a very sweaty day of action. Nice 100-degree weather coming up here as I'm going to be boiling in here in my my swim trunks. Yeah, buddy. Be'lakor or bust? I don't think so. Yeah. Probably no Be'lakor. Maybe. I mean, stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened indeed. Looks like Hippo's getting the build ready. All right. Wait for me. Thank you. All right. We're casting all top 4. Yeah, all right. So it's go time for the Rats. Lord choices, probably a Grey Seer. If I were playing Skaven, I'd probably go Grey Seer with a Howling Warp Gale and then Dreaded 13 spell to like nuke cost-effective demon units. You could drop that on like the Sour Guts or different units like that to just karate chop them. And Howling Warp Gale is always super good against demons. You lock down Furies, lock down Screamers, lock down their Flying Lords. There's a lot of good stuff. Be'lakor is a meta pick for Skaven in land battles. Yeah, that makes sense. Land battle is a very different beast. Because like you can ignore Be'lakor to an extent here in Dom, whereas land battle you have to deal with it. SEs are definitely more punishing in land battle, I would say, than in Dom. All right. Oh, Caress the Darkling Prince, a Plague Bearer rush. Okay. So he's using the Lore of Slaanesh to give melee attack to Plague Bearers. That's really interesting with 1 pink as well. And then looking at the Rats, he's going to be rocking a Grey Seer with a Plague Furnace also. So we have 2 casters. I don't know which ones are going to be on the Furnaces or the Screaming Bells. Triple Stormvermin and Halberd just to hold, which coming off recent buffs are certainly a lot better. A lot of Skaven Slave Slingers, very cost effective against the Plague Bearers, and then a couple of Ogres as well. Fun builds, man. Fun builds. It's going to be a good old time. Let's get this party started. Let's have some fun. Thank you guys all for joining. And let's see how this one goes down. This is our first top 4 match of the day. We had the glorious finale to Outer Region as well as Berserk earlier, which was fun to start off the stream with those sweaty ones. But it's going to be Caress, the Darkling Prince. Evil Slaanesh schemes. Yeah, these slingers... Well, slingers have always been really good against demons, because demons basically have no armor anywhere on the roster outside of, like, 1 unit. Like, their Soul Grinders have armor, and then the Khorne ROR Cavalry have armor. But aside from that, they have, like, no armor. Like, 30 armor on things, 15. So the slingers are very cost-effective. Alright, so yeah, Plague Bearers, it's just an HP build. He's just throwing so much HP at this Skaven, he's going to be like, can you get through all this? And Caress the Darkling Prince is anti-large, so he's going to be able to bonk some rats on the head if he can catch them. It is going to be Pavane and Lash. So the lore passive, the Blissful Rapture, is going to be the main strategy, buffing up the melee attack of the Plague Bearers to plus 40, which is quite good. For the Rats, a little bit more of a combined arms army. We do have a couple of Night Runner slings, which would be good for kind of keeping that Demon Prince honest. The rest of the army is going to be Storm Vermin, Ogres, Slingers, and the Plague Caster is going to be on foot. And he is going to be rocking the Vermintide, very lore friendly. And where is the Gracier? All right. Gracier on a bell? No, Gracier on foot. Okay, interesting. He's doing this Skaven Lord unsummoning tactic, but you can't unsummon it anymore. That's so funny. So trying to avoid the leadership penalty, Lord Chicken is going to be hiding a bare bones Gracier in the bushes, which is a very, very lore accurate Skaven play, right? But now you can't unsummon your Lord, right? So if the demons wanted to, they could go hunting back there, but it's not worth it. So that does make the Skaven more or less impervious to Lord sniping at the cost of a Lord, right? They don't get to bring a cool Lord character. So, yeah, that's pretty funny. Taking it back to the old school, but again, you can't unsummon your Lord anymore, so if he was discovered, the big problem with camping back here, the only problem, I suppose, would be that a terror-causing SE could come back here, terror out this guy, and he would just run off the edge of the map. So that's basically the only issue that you might run into here. All right, folks, let us know your predictions in chat. Who you guys rooting for? Is it going to be the dreaded Skaven, or is it going to be the Demons of Chaos? Should get a poll going or something. But yeah, overall, pretty fun builds. We got a little Nurgle, Slaanesh, and Tzeentch represented here. Khorne sitting alone and sad in the shadows. And the Rats are just straight up horned a rat. And here they go. Yeah, it's a big old Vermintide. So Skaven are going to play very loosely on Objective 3. I like this. Using a couple, Night Runners just to kind of poke incremental value against these units on the side, I think is a very, very clever rat tactic. And the rest of the rat herd is going to be moving up towards Objective 1. So Skaven definitely have the intent of moving up towards the opponent's home objective. Now, Demons of Chaos, what's the first column going to be? It's going to be some blues. So blues are great against Skaven. They can fight clan rats and things like that, and they have good hybrid shooting against like ogres. Storm Vermin do have 90 armor, but they still don't want to get focus fired by a lot of missiles. It doesn't feel great for those little rats. They don't have shields. And now Caress, the Darkling Prince of Chaos, evil. He's going to be flying over the dwarven runic symbols here and all that other goodness as he descends from the skies, looking to get his prize here on the far side. I mean, he could Pavane of Slaanesh and Night Runner. It wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. A couple of pinks coming up from Hitman Hippo. Hitman Hippo going to be dropping the pink fire here on these guys. Does he have vision? I think he does. I think you can see them. Night Runners, yeah, they don't have stock, do they? No, they don't. You have to be the mighty gutter runner for that. All right, so Night Runner's going to get a little bit of a DACA shot at them, but he does manage to get the objectives. That's going to be some free points for the Skaven out of the gates, and in a very close game, that kind of thing can always matter. But Demons are going to get that objective pretty quickly. They're going to move up with Plague Bearers. We got some blues coming there as well. Are we really going to see a Pavane right now? Interesting. So Pavane going down on the Night Runners, and is Caress the Darkling Prince going to do it? They are going to be Rampage for another 10 seconds. The Darkling Prince does Rampage these bad boys and jukes their shots, but I guess the pinks are going to get a lot of value here. They're going to be Rampage for another couple seconds. And here comes the Prince of Slaanesh. I'm sure it wasn't on his bingo card today that he was going to be seducing rats, but, I guess Slaanesh doesn't really differentiate. He's down to party with anyone. Night Runner's going to be running away, negative 13, negative 41, and that is, a 500 gold unit, more or less, pushed off the battlefield here very early by the Demons of Chaos, and Caressing the Dark Prince cackling in the shadows. But the Rat Tide is on its way up. Here they come, and they're going to be pressing Objective Uno very, very hard. The Slingers are going to be in range soon, and what are the Skaven Collins going to be? The Dwarf Thing Menace, the dreaded Doom Flayers. That's going to give a lot of stopping power to the Skaven. 90 armor, reasonably durable by Skaven standards. Sunder's armor, Plague Bearers have 15 or something? Yeah, 30. So here in the bushes, we get our first engagement. It's going to be Plague Bearers battling against Ogres and Skaven Slaves. And up in the front, we are going to get the Storm Vermin preparing to try and steal the home objective. For Hitman Hippo, he's going to need to just go all in on trying to defend this point. We do see the Exalted Plague Bearers. What would be absolutely devastating against this build would be a friggin' Avalanche Mortar. Oh my god. Avalanche Mortars would annihilate these units. Granted, the Skaven aren't really well kitted out for protecting an Avalanche Mortar right now, but from Furies and or Cressling from flying in the backfield. But here we do see objective number 3 firmly in the control of the Demons of Chaos. I suspect the Rats are just going to make a play for objective 2 and objective 1, and that's what they're going to be playing the entire game. Plague Bearers in the trees, fighting well. They're a very stalwart unit. They can actually fight off Rat Ogres well. But the Slingers, Skaven Slave Slingers are getting in there, poking them down. Even if it's 1 HP at a time, it does add up. And the Rats have actually taken the home objective. So the Demons of Chaos, I'm very shocked about that. They do cede the objective. They pull back, and they do let the Skaven take it. But now the Skaven are going to be overextending into some dangerous territory. We do see some of the blues getting pounced on by Rat Ogres, as well as Skaven Slave Spears. I think the Ogres need to pull back. They're a little bit unsupported we want to get them fighting on top of Storm Vermin. Probably is going to be the right play. Now, the Darkling Prince going for the assassination on the Plague Priest. That would be really big. I mean, he's the Walmart Skaven Lord, and that would be a big, big hit there. Oh, man, he looks so similar to Skrull from this perspective. But, yeah, what would be nice about that is, of course, it would get rid of the summons and the magic that the Skaven are using here in this game. Oh, we have double Plague Priest. I didn't notice that. He's got double Vermintide. Okay. So there are 2 Skaven casters, not the end of the world. Now, the Skaven reinforcements do arrive. We see the Dwarf Thing Menace getting in there. Going to be running over some rotten flesh here as the rotten lawnmowers moving in and running over the Plague Bearers, who are probably going to start crumbling soon-ish. And the Skaven Focus Fire is doing some brutal damage. I mean, this is like such a cost-effective shooting line. These guys only cost 200 a pop, and they're just teeing off with so much firepower. And the Plague Priests have engaged, spamming Vermintides, very much like old-school land battle, really. As we do see the Storm Vermin Halberds getting into combat and providing much-needed durability. Granted, Demons of Chaos do have some anti-armor. They have the Plague Toads, which, of course, will struggle against Storm Vermin because they are large. But the Bloodletters have been called in here by Hitman Hippo. And, of course, will do very, very well. But the Skaven firing line, I think, is just doing so much work. I mean, they're getting a lot of value against these Exalted Plague Bearers. You can see 135 value. They've almost paid for themselves, right? Which is certainly quite impressive. No pressure on the back objective. Demons are coming across with more reinforcements. So we do see the Pinks as well as the Plague Bearers heading over here to try and reinforce on objective number 1, which the Rats do have pretty firmly. Crestling the Darkling Prince, providing terror into the main fight. But the Ogres and Storm Vermin are holding firm. They're shaken, but they're still going strong for the Horned Rat. The Exalted Plague Bearers here being pebbled by a million pebbles. So we do see another Doomflayer being called in for the Skaven. Plague Bearers here on the side still holding. Nurgle Demons so incredibly tough to get rid of, but certainly doing Grandfather proud. In the secondary line, we do see the Dwarf Thing Menace overextending a little bit. So this could potentially be a little bit of a misplay here by Lord Chicken. He needs to get these things out. There's no sense in having them die back here. They're a very good unit and quite expensive too. So yeah, getting the Dwarf Thing Menace out of there, rallying and having it get to a more safe engagement would be pretty big. So Wolf Rats with Poison being called in, not the magic damage variant, but the Poison variant, pretty good here. Where are they going to be going? Maybe to support the infantry? I'm not sure. We do see the Exalted Plague Bearer. That is so many haggard little pebbles. 266 value on these ones, and these little Skaven Slave Slingers are at 200 value. So they paid for themselves. I mean, they're doing great, great work here. Demons are really struggling to push the Rats back. The Storm Vermin lines are holding relatively firm, which is not something you usually hear about Skaven, is that their infantry are holding firm, but they are. Here on the outside, the first wave of Plague Bearers has finally been dealt with, and now the second wave of Plague Bearers has been intercepted by the Flayers, as well as some Skaven Slave Slingers, and we're going to see if the Flayers can help finish off these Plague Bearers. They do bump in there, but Plague Bearers have a lot of HP per model and pretty good melee defense at 41, so they're going to be very, very tough to take down. We're not seeing Furies, so somebody in chat asking where are the Furies. We're not seeing them because Furies aren't really worth using on Skaven Slaves. They would probably get intercepted and or swarmed and wouldn't be worth the cost. If there were better Skaven weapon teams like Rattling Gunners, Jezzails, Mortars, you'd probably see a little bit more of that action. Regardless, the Rats are holding back the Demons, and we do see the objective being held by the Skaven. Now Fiends are being called in. Fiends are a really good unit in this patch. They did get buffed pretty heavily, and they're a good answer against the Flayers. We have the double Vermintide caster. So here's the tactic, guys, in case you're missing it, is the double casters. So these little tiny, disgusting, smelly rats, they are dropping non-stop summons to block up the Demon's advance, which is really cost-effective because it's allowing all the Slingers to just feast. Granted, a Plague Bear unit has arrived at the side of the objective. There are going to be some Skaven Slaves going for that. Looking at the value, Hitman Hippo is ahead, and neither side does have healing, so that is going to be a pretty accurate reflection of the current state of affairs. Wolf Rats with Poison and Clan Rats going to be heading to this objective, so the Rats are going to be making a play for Objective 3, and that's the classic style with lane pushing strategy. Basically, you just push, 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 and then if your opponent, is on 2 objectives, they're going to need to consolidate. When they consolidate, you then go for the backstab. That's the classic tactic on maps like this. If you guys are a little bit newer, it is the way to do it. So Demon's looking a little bit raggedy, though. Crestling the Darkling Prince, giving nice melee buffs, and we do see the Frolickers Bubonic and some Pinks in the tree line. Demon's probably going to find a way to maybe get this objective back, but it looks like the Skaven are just rock hard. I mean, they have so much more capture weight than the Demons on this point. Plague Bearers will grind here for a while. Probably will take a considerable amount of time to kill. We get more Plague Toads being called in. The Rats are 8.2 against 5.9, so pretty big difference here. And now the brave Clan Rats, no shields, eating that pink fire to the face, or blue fire, I should say, are about to get swarmed by Wolf Rats. Wolf Rats do pretty good DPS, and, blues don't have great melee damage output, so the Skaven Wolf Rats should be able to survive. We start to see big casualties coming in here from the blues in terms of their shields, at least in HP. but they're going to get crumbled, and the Rats are probably going to steal this objective. Probably Fleshhounds? No, it is going to be Furies of Slaanesh, which is an interesting choice. I think Furies of Khorne would be better in this matchup, or Nurgle, just for their killing power. Slaanesh is mainly designed against armor, but yeah, I guess it's a tech against like flayers and things like that. So Rats are starting to yield this objective. They're hanging in there. They do have a couple clan rats. The demon terror routes are starting to add up here. We do see the plague priests on the retreat. A couple slingers are pushed back. Pinks are pushing. So the demons finally, with the home field advantage, are able to get this. But the rats are holding pretty well in their back point. They have ogres. They have a fair amount of good quality units. A lot of their slingers will rally as well. And on this side, are the rats going to get it? Oh, man. The demons just barely holding it with their furies. So using the Chaos Furies to come in and shut down those units. Yeah, the Skaven units here, pretty low leadership. But they'll be back. So Wolf Rats getting a rear charge into the Blues. The Blues are at 7 leadership here. I would imagine some of these little stinky rats will rally, but the objective is being held onto by Hitman Hippo. Hitman Hippo is pretty massively ahead in value right now. Oh, I was reading it wrong. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. But yes, Hitman Hippo is ahead by quite a bit. So the demons, of course, having the home field advantage, would be ahead in that situation. Lash of Slaanesh going down. Skaven are going to be forced into a Helm's Deep situation, but it's kind of do or die over here. If the Skaven don't get this objective, I think they're probably going to lose the game. But if they get it, I think they're very much still in the game. We're going to see how that one goes. So the Rats down by about 3k value, which is pretty brutal. Might find a way to stall and hold that back objective. I think the Helm's Deep is really going to be the only play for the Rats. And they're pretty close to a Helm's Deep situation, especially now that they've captured the side objective. The Chad Doomflayers fighting to the bitter end and actually crumbling down these Chaos Furies is turbo clutch. I mean, that really just saved the Skaven's hide here on the other side. Got a couple Toads coming in. Wolf Rats, I mean, full surround of the Toads maybe could do something. But yeah, it's very much going to be Helm's Deep, and we're going to see if the Rats are going to be able to do it. I mean, they're just throwing bodies in front of this advancing demon army. So the Hordes of Chaos, led by Hitman Hippo, recent Chaos Clash winner. So he won one of the big recent CA events, which is a major event for sure, is pushing forward and trying to take down Lord Chickenfeed. So Clan Rats and Ogres have surged forth. The Toads of Chaos getting ready to press this objective here. Certainly not going to be easy for Skaven to hold this. Although on the back point, Demons of Chaos have it. Okay, a couple loose spears came over here to try and ninja this point, but Demons should be able to deal with those. Plague Bears reinforcing in, and now we get the double Wolf Rats. Going to be doing battle with Plague Toads, but Plague Toads are going to annihilate those Wolf Rats. Skaven probably need to send like a single Clan Rat spear over here, or a Rat Ogre. A Rat Ogre would be able to probably beat a Plague Toad, and these little Clan Rats are hanging in there. Maybe with the Wolf Rat support, they might be able to drag down the Plague Toads. It depends on how long they hold for. They still do have 3,000 HP. On the other side, Collins for the Demons are going to be Blues as well as Plague Bears, making sure that Objective 1 stays firm. The Rats are at 1050, and yeah, it is going to be a triple cap situation here, most likely for the Demons of Chaos. It's going to be very precarious. So we see Fiends coming in. Rats do have a lot of capture weight here. Slingers and Clan Rats are arriving to the point. The Storm Vermin Halberds are on their way up, so here they come. They're getting ready to party. They got their halberds out for the Horned Rat. And they'll be very useful on this point. There's a lot of units that are going to be good against, like Fiends and Toads, and yeah, what's not to love. But the problem is big terror-causing monsters. Skaven do not like terror, just like in tabletop. Skaven have pretty haggard leadership, and they're very susceptible to terror routes. It's pretty. That's one thing that Games Workshop did do very well. Like the way that like Skaven and these Horde factions are represented in tabletop, they have good leadership when their numbers are high. But when they start to get worn down, they just start running. It's a very accurate reflection here. But Demons look like they're going to roll this one. And on this side point, do the Rats have any steam left? I don't know if they do. I mean, at this point, just pull your Grey Seer out of the bushes and get them up on the point, probably. Demons have the capture weight. They got a bunch of beat-up Plague Bears. The Exalted Plague Bears from earlier heard no bell whatsoever. The Storm Vermin will provide a little bit of cap weight, which will slow down the capture of the Demons. This is a triple cap situation. Is there any play that the Rats are going to have on the side point? That's pretty much their only chance. I think trying to hold this home point here is going to be very tough. And yeah, Demons still have the capture weight. Storm Vermin have arrived. They are, holding their own, but the Darkling Prince is a big AP fighter. He does have armor sundering too. So he puts their armor down to 60, which makes them get wrecked horribly by the Plague Bears. I think it's GG. I think that the Rats have lost this one. I think that the Demons of Chaos have done it. Hitman Hippo trying to come back and defend one of his crowns. Of course, Berserk was the champion last season of Total Tavern. But Hitman Hippo won a recent CA official event. Who won the last one? I'll have to double check that. I think it was Lord Chickenfeed, if I'm not mistaken. But the Darkling Prince chasing down the Ogres and the Horde of Demons. Man, what a Nurgle game, right? Just a slow push. Like slow, steady, but with intent. They're able to push up, and the Rats don't really have the tools to get rid of these. Man, they need like some Globadiers or some Mortars or something. They have not been able to get through these Plague Bears this game. The Slingers were pretty good early game. They were generating a lot of value. Rats are going to be sending some Ogres up. I think at this point you have to go all in on this objective. That's the only play the Rats have. Call out Vanguards. Are the Demons going to be sending anything? Yeah, Bloodletter unit coming out here. That's going to be very, very good. But this was probably a small mistake, playing this objective. Like sending in multiple waves of Storm Vermin. Although it did keep the Demons over here, which is keeping them engaged in this fight. Storm Vermin and Clan Rat units, they are getting some okay anti-large attacks, but so many Plague Bears and Fiends over here, it's going to be tough. Demons are now calling in Plague Toads. I just simply don't think the Rats are going to have enough. How long is the total Tavern season? Usually total Tavern seasons are they go as long as the content cycle. So when there's a new update or a new DLC, it usually launches, and then within like a month, there's a finals afterwards. But a little bit longer this time around. But yeah, overall, that's usually the structure and how it goes. Yeah, the Darkling Prince has been good. That Slaanesh Prince has been awesome. I believe he heals when things are low leadership near him. I don't know if he has that. Yeah, maybe not. He does have Devastating Flanker, though. Yeah, he's been surviving. The Skaven didn't really have tools for shooting down a Greater Demon here in this game. So Ogres arrive, and yeah, they're going to have a horrible time here. Looks like they're going to run. Plague Toads are eyeing them. The Toads of Nurgle have arrived. Do we have any more Rats coming in? It is going to be the Flayers. And on the back point, this one's soon going to be captured, and that's just going to be GG. I wouldn't be surprised to see Lord Chicken tap out here. He basically has no chance. He got close, though, man. He almost got to 1,400 points. I mean, all that takes is another couple minutes of effective holding, and, he gets the dub. Here, the Ogres going to be doing battle versus the Plague Toads, and we do see the Furies descending in the back, and the Fiends moving in as well. They're going for the full Monty, and that will be Goodnight, Sweet Prince, as Ogres are not the best leadership. Fiends, really nice play there by Hitman Hippo. He moved them around the flank to actually go after the Doomflayers to keep them from getting their impact on the Furies. And that is going to be game one in our quarterfinal match, going to Hitman Hippo. Rat Clan, showing that those little rats, they have teeth, they have claws by defeating his own rats. Yes, yes. All right. So now let's get to game two. Players will do their picks and bans. We'll move on from there. I bet you the Slingers are the best bet. Storm Vermin probably, wow, they actually did good. Well, they got summoned twice, to be fair. 1,200, 900. We do see the Slingers all paying for themselves. Night Runners kind of got wrecked a little bit. The Skaven army was just very basic vanilla units. It didn't really have much killing power. It was more of like a Vermintide grind build. But we didn't see Globadiers, things like that. Maybe that could have been good, or maybe they just get shot down by Furies, right? It's hard to tell. But GG, well played. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving on to the next match. The Darkling Prince, 2,700 value against Skaven is quite good. Plague Bears for Giga Chads is always super, super hard to kill. Fiends, 2,100 value on the Fiends. Gotta love it. Yeah, it was nice. All right. GG. Yes, yes. The Rats tried their best. They held on there. Lord Chicken saying, didn't account for the map in my faction picks and I paid for it. Yeah, that'll do it. All right, so now we're going to go to maps, and we have the Chateau de Roquefort is going to be the next map. So here we are. A nice, lovely Bretonian map. Very, very lovely one by Wacka Wacka 3000. Shout out to the homie. He basically is the backbone of our map-making community, so big thank you, Wacka. Now just 1 hour for next game. Yeah, it could be Mr. Oz. Hopefully it won't be that long, but they're going to jump on their picks and bans pretty quickly here. That is the upside of Faction War, is that you get the faster games, but I don't know how you really solve it. I think what you could do is, they didn't know who their opponent was until like the last second. So it's like doing pre-bans would be nice. It'd be cool to come up with like a competitive format where like you just rapid fire off that. You like maybe like a pre-declared, but then you can't account for bans. Like, let's say you go into a competitive tournament, you pick 3 factions in order, and that's just who you play every game. So, like, if you're in a best of 3, Skaven, Empire, Greenskins, right? And then game 1, you always play Skaven. Game 2, you always play them. But then there's going to be a bit of RNG. You might get bad matchups and just lose because of that. Whereas this ensures we get, like, the most competitive games. And it's has, I would say, the best kind of competitive integrity. But it does take a long time. I understand that criticism. Thank you for the tenor. Cheers, man. Thanks for the great content for the last 69 years. Hell yeah, dude. And will we still be streaming? I mean, do you guys think YouTube will be around in 30 years? I wonder. If you had to pick one and the other gets deleted, would you choose Total War or the Old World Tabletop? Ooh, that's tough. Well, like the thing is, Total War... Like, is it just like it gets deleted like right now? and do all my YouTube videos of Total War get to like exist, or are they just gone too? You know, because that's my livelihood. So yeah, that's pretty. I would obviously choose the computer game because it's my livelihood, but I don't know. Like for the long term, I would prefer the tabletop, obviously, because that's going to last a long time. SFTs are my favorite format, but for competitive, they're good for like casual competitive, but for like a season finals, it's definitely not good. Yeah. Will the world be around in 30 years is the question? Yeah. Yeah. Can you switch between two sides of the tournament with 10? Yeah, that actually wouldn't be a terrible idea. We could do that. We could switch between two sides. After this game, that probably is the solution, honestly, is switching between two sides. Then it gets a little bit jarring, though, for, you know, following it. But, yeah, overall. All right. Okay. So we'll probably just do this one. Yeah, because it is getting late for folks, so maybe one of these guys can go to bed. We'll see. You're doing this till you're 90. It's like Deadpool and Wolverine when he's like, he's going to be doing this till he's 90. That was a fun movie, by the way. I enjoyed it. So Deadpool and Wolverine was fun. If you're a millennial, it's kind of hard not to enjoy it. That movie was like made for millennials. It has so many references to the original X-Men and like bringing back characters, and it was fun. I mean, you get you know when they're in the void. I don't want to spoil it for people who haven't seen it, but they bring back some really like old school Marvel characters, which was very fun. That's pretty much what Marvel does nowadays, anyways. It's just nostalgia baiting, but you know, whatever. I don't care. Whatever. I'll enjoy it. That was fun. The wife and I we saw Alien Romulus a couple nights ago. Yeah, they are waiting. They're waiting in their lobby right now. Yeah. Yeah, they're waiting, huh? All right. We can jump over and do the other games. Screw it. So, Hitman Hippo. I will cast other side and come back. Stand by. All right. So we can do that. I don't see the lobby for Outer Region. Maybe this is it. Just the dreaded no-name lobby. Is this one then? Is it that one? Is it the War Room? Okay. Lobby code, please. Let's see what they got. So I'm going to get the lobby code from Outer Region. And Catholic. Okay. And let's join this. Here we are. And we're going to jump in between games. You guys just got to remind me of the score. No worries. It looks like we're all good, Outer. And you guys already have your armies prepared and stuff? All right. So this is 0-0. This is the other side. And we have Catholic. We'll try and reduce downtime as much as we can. Oh, his name is so long. We're just going to put Catholic in there for now. He's representing. All right. That'll be a little easier. Cool. All right, guys. It's go time. So yeah, Romulus was... I would probably give Romulus like a 7 out of 10. I enjoyed the ambience, the sets. Like, I loved the retro technology they have, like the grim dark world building they had of that planet they were on. The space station aesthetic was amazing. The aliens were cool. I really liked the overall aesthetic of it. The main character was fine, but the supporting cast, like, that was my probably gripe with the film, is I didn't really feel that inspired by the cast. You know, in some of the previous Alien movies, you get characters that were, you know, fairly charismatic, or I just didn't care for the characters, like the actual cast. So overall, like, the aliens were awesome. The action scenes were a lot of fun, but like the cast, I didn't really get attached to them or care for them. My favorite character was actually the android. I thought the actor who played the android was really good. I thought his depiction was awesome. The main character was okay, so. But yeah, the cast, like the human characters, like the chaff who get fed to the aliens, basically, just I don't know, they weren't that cool. Wasn't that fun for me. What would you rate Deadpool and Wolverine out of 10? Oh man, I mean that's pretty, like easily like an 8 or 9 out of 10 for me. It was really good. Yeah. Alien and Star Trek aren't in the same universe. Yeah, that's correct. They are not. What's my favorite Xenos army? Oh, I'm not sure. I'd have to think about that. Are you talking 40k? I assume so. All right, ladies and gentlemen. For 40k, favorite Xenos faction would probably be the. I like the aesthetic of the Harlequins. I think they're pretty cool. Dark Eldar in general look pretty rad. Yeah. The aliens are the main characters? I mean, yeah, but if that's the case, the main characters only get like 30% of the screen time. Maybe 40%. But like the Alien movie was good. I would recommend it. Like I think it's a really fun watch. The scenes are the world building and the aesthetic is so good. He nailed that. It's just the cast was kind of limp. You know, even in like some of the older aliens, like Alien 2, like the Colonial Marines, like even though they have limited time on screen, they like the personality you feel from those actors, and like these actors were just kind of like a little bit generic to me, you know? Yeah. The alien, the android was my favorite part though. The android that was with the main character, he was awesome. There were some cool throwbacks to the original movies, but yeah, they felt a little bit out of place. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It's going to be Outer Region on the Beastmen in Game 1 of his semifinal match, facing off against the Catholic Alcoholic, the Lord of the Azure. It's going to be the High Elves. So Archmage of Life with Regrowth and Flesh to Stone. Battle line of Spearmen, backed by Archers. So classic High Elves, Spears and Archers, what's not to love. Couple Silverins in the Deep Reserve as well. And for the Bray Herd here of Outer Region, it's going to be the OP Centaurs of Tzeentch, backed up by Ungors. Basic Spear line, and front line is going to be Ungors with Raiders, so very meta Beastmen, right? Basically, you're just using a bunch of haggard chaff units with a cost-effective caster, and then you're calling in Butchers of Kalkengard, Centaurs of Tzeentch from there. So we will see how the battle unfurls. That's got to be a little bit stressful for the High Elves. The Beastmen do have good Vanguard deployment, so they are able to get the objectives almost instantly. So before the High Elves even start fighting, they're going to be down by like 100 points, right? Which is, got to be a somewhat stressful situation to be in here. So Spearmen are advancing up. On the backside, we do have the dreaded Centaurs coming across. So the Centaurs of just standard Centaurs. All right, so nothing terribly fancy, but they're good against High Elves as well. They can dive Archers, they can beat Reavers, what's not to love. But the High Elves look to be pressing on pretty much every front. Their Archers will have the advantage against the Ungors, but now they're going to be teeing off into the frontline chaff units as Spearmen prepare to engage. It's going to be a wet noodle contest of the ages. It does look like Outer Region may be preparing a big Unga Bunga flank overload here. See a lot of infantry, double Centaur coming across, Burning Head going down. So it looks like there is a second caster from the High Elves that I did miss somewhere. Yeah, it's right here in the front. So we do have an Archmage, or a basic Mage of Fire, and that Burning Head was sweet. The other one dodged by Outer Region. He was able to get away from that, but overall very good. Now Silverin's going to be defending the Archer line. We do see Catholic saving up 1,400 points, which makes me think it's going to be the Fireborn. Another Breath Attack from the Dragon, melting these Ungo Raiders. This Mage of Life has been dominating this back line here, but now can the High Elves hold the backfield pressure? Centaur is going to be trying to screen past the spear. Some of them do get caught on the spear line, but unfortunately some of the Archers are going to get pounded as well. Silverin Guard getting flanked by the Centaurs of Tzeentch, going to be taking a lot of damage here as the other Archers do run to the defense of the Silverin Guard. Now what is the unit going to be? Ah yes, the Fireborn, the heroes of the old world. They're on their way in. Thank you, Jamaster, appreciate it. 169. Hell yeah, baby. He's doing it for all the Catholics out there. Yes, indeed. All right. Thank you, brother. Really appreciate it. So Catholic coming in with the Fireborn. Fireborn still have a really bad time against Centaurs of Tzeentch. Looks like that's the charge they're trying to get. They should probably turn about and just engage against these Centaurs right now, but they're going to get close to the spear support. Looks like Silverins are going to be intercepting, and the Fireborn are going to be hustling down the Centaurs, and they do manage to connect, and a couple of the Centaurs are going to be dying very quickly. Fireborn have a huge charge bonus, massive of 80, anti-large. They're not messing around. Granted, Flock of Doom going to be hitting them, but Flesh to Stone also activated. 60% Fizz Res, actually 80% Fizz Res on the Fireborn right now is absolutely jacked. So looking at the objectives here, this one is owned by the Beastmen. Middle is owned by the High Elves, so the High Elves were able to wrestle that point back. Looking here, Catholic is up 3.3 against 2.7 in this knockdown, drag-out fight. Fireborn with Flesh to Stone with 80% physical resist, going to make them unholy raid bosses against the Beastmen. I assume they're going to get a regrowth here as well. And it looks like right now they're going to be targeting these other Centaurs, which are trying to prey on these Rangers who are left a little bit to their own devices there on the other side. And this could be a gameplay here. We get the Archmage of Life coming in from Catholic, going after the Great Bray Shaman. That would have been a game-losing play. If that Bray Shaman got stuck there and killed by the dragon, that's probably just GG for the Beastmen. They don't have the best leadership, so they can have a little bit of trouble. But the Fire Chads are doing good. Going to get hit by another Flock of Doom. Outer region, very, very good threat recognition. He sees a great opportunity and keeps working on the Fireborn here. Fireborn do, of course, kill a lot of Centaurs, probably up to about 800 value by now, about 670. But they are the target of a lot of enemy attacks. But yeah, those Fireborn getting worn down pretty damn heavily. There's only 17 of them now, but they should win against these Centaurs of Tzeentch. We'll have to see. So on the middle objective, the Beastmen, the Bray Herd, able to cackle. Their Ungor Raider concave and just mass amounts of Ungor chaff in tandem with the Centaurs of Tzeentch being called in have been incredibly devastating. A couple Silver and Guard trying to make their way up. High Elves, a little bit pressed for time, honestly. They can value trade here in the backfield, but I've seen this matchup many times, and from the looks of things, Beastmen seem to be in a pretty commanding position. We don't see Butchers of Kalkengard being called in. Maybe at some point they will be. Spearmen fighting Gores down here. Spearmen do win that fight eventually, but it takes like 500 years because they don't do much damage at all. Going for the Lord kill potentially is Catholic. It looks like his dragon was thinking about going after the Bray Shaman, but at the last second is going to be switching over. Flock of Doom continuing to be an insanely good spell. This character probably up to, a lot of value, 1,300 value so far, so it's just about paid for itself. But here is the Archmage in the backfield trying to terror out whatever Beastmen it can. A lot of Rangers going to be hustling up to the center. Rangers going to be very vulnerable against the Ungor Raiders, though. The Raiders are really good against those type of targets. More Sentis being called in. That's basically the Beastmen meta. Is Centaur spam. They're just such a good unit. They're really the glue that holds that roster together. And on the low ground, the High Elves do get swarmed and flanked by Outer Region here. And objective number 3 is going to be staying in the clutches of the Beastmen as the hard triple cap continues to maintain here. A Catholic trying his best to bunker bust this Beastmen army. This is a matchup I played the other night. It feels very difficult for High Elves, honestly. But Catholic is an elf main. He's very, very good at them. So I suspect he maybe had some ideas about how this matchup could be played. Silverhelm's trying to punch into the secondary, getting on top of the Ungor Raiders, but going to be flank charged by the Centaurs, so that's going to be a tough fight. Looks like a regrowth and or something's going down. Flesh to Stone on top of the Silverhelms, going to give them some much-needed durability. Elves getting some momentum on the middle. They are a little bit ahead on value, but I believe Flock of Doom is not accurately counted on the gold damage value. I think there's a weird bug with that. Not sure, would have to check, but we do see the Elves getting some terror momentum here. The Spears and Rangers and just kind of swaths of infantry are making some good progress, but it's going to be really tough to wrestle the side objectives from the clutches of the Beastmen. I mean, I guess they are going to win eventually with these Spearmen down here, but that's going to take 10 years. We're going to be retired by the time that happens. Rangers have decent killing power against infantry, not amazing against like Centaur type units, but the Silverens are really providing a nice backbone for the High Elves. They're giving that good staying power with their armor and super high melee defense. That is allowing them to not just get routed out of the game. And also they do have good spell resist too. They have spell resist of 30%, so Flock of Dooms won't be like terribly effective against them. Still good, but not quite as devastating. So Elf Collins here are going to be a standard unit of Dragon Princes, which unfortunately downtraded into Centaurs of Tzeentch very, very hard. The Beastmen have been really dominating the meta pretty well because of the fact that they get the scraps. Every single time there's a Chaos DLC, they get something, right? So that's really, really been diversifying their roster. Like if you took Centaurs of Tzeentch off the Beastmen roster, they would probably like go down like 5-10% in their win rate. Those units are a hard to carry unit. That is for sure. So here comes Dragon Princes. They're going to be surging across, looking to hunt the Centaurs, but Outer Region with really good micro. What he does is he pulls back through his units, letting the Gores take the charge, and then he countercharges. So it breaks the charge of the Dragon Princes, who are basically going to get wrecked here. They're going to get fully surrounded. There's so many Beastmen here. They're going to need some sort of magic. The Mage is going to be dropping a Flock of Doom or Flesh to Stone. So that's a nice salvage piece. It's going to make those Dragon Princes hold for quite a bit longer, but they're heavily outgunned here. You see Rangers going to the low ground objective, but Outer Region is just completely in control of this game. Dragon Princes here are going to get wrecked, and I think that is going to be the end for the High Elves. Yeah, Beastmen definitely, have been the laughingstock of Games Workshop and Warhammer for a long time. Like in Fantasy and Old World, they're actually good, but it's the old ways. Beastmen were always like the meme, but now they're finally getting the happy moves to be like a dominant meta faction. But yeah, this build from Outer Region is about as meta as you can get. You basically just bring all trash units and then just spam Centaurs of Tzeentch and Centaurs. You can see most, that's it. It's so effective. Very, very strong build. Yeah, he had 2 in a starting army. They didn't get a ton of value though, 800 and 700, so he held them honest. Burning Head in the beginning was good. The dragon character didn't feel like super impactful. Maybe Lothern Sea Guards could be helpful too. Yeah, Dragon Princes, they do struggle there. That's been my problem. Every time I try and use Dragon Princes, they just kind of get swarmed in that matchup. GG, well played. All right. So let's go ahead and update that. So Outer Region is going to be up 1-0, and the winner of this will go to the grand finals, of course. But now we are going to go ahead and switch on back to the other side. So we're going to go back to Hitman Hippo and Lord Chicken. And they should be ready now. All right. So here we are, and it's going to be Tomb Kings versus Tzeentch. All right. So this is going to be Hitman Hippo versus Lord Chicken. And the scores are more or less the same over here. So here we are. And they can start when ready. All right, I'm going to let them know. So Hitman Hippo and Lord Chicken, we're ready. So if Hitman Hippo wins this, he advances on to the grand finals. If Lord Chicken wins it, he will take it to game 3, but we will switch back to the other side in between games to try and cut down on some of the downtime. Yeah, Beastmen literally got kicked out of Age of Sigmar. Yeah, they got squatted. Yeah. You believe Gab Thorpe said once, there are as many elves as the plot requires. Yeah. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, the Beastmen have always been a bit of a meme in terms of lore. You like read the lore of like the Tomb Kings. It's like an ancient, powerful civilization whose rule once spread across all the realms. And then the Empire, you know, the jewel, the centerpiece of the old world, you know, the new rising power, you know, there's some strife and civil war, but, you know, feats of engineering, marvels of construction. Kislev, the bastion of the north, the defender against chaos, fighting through the hardship of the cold wastes and the encroaching, you know, chaos. And then you just get like Beastmen. They once inconvenienced this village in Reichland for 2 days. You know, it's kind of like, that's like Beastmen in a nutshell, basically. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So here we are, baby. Let's get this party started. Let's have some fun and take a look at the forces of Lord Chicken. He's a really, really good Tomb Kings player, one of the best. We got Ushapti Great Bows, which are always great, and they're going to be effective against, you know, the Tzeentch Flyers, the Tzeentch Infantry, whatever. Ushapti Great Bows are just amazing. Sepulchral Stalkers are an auto take, the ROR especially. They do very, very good work against SE, so if your opponent brings like a Lord of Change or anything like that, they can do some great stuff. In the backfield, we do have Grand Hierophant Kotep. He's going to be rocking Usirian, so that's like the we have the Melkoths at home. It's the Usirians. It's not a bad spell, but yeah, it's good. It's basically just Melkoths. And that's it. Yeah, mostly skeletons. The epicenter of his army is going to be W Shopti Great Bows, Sepulchral Stalkers, and Kotep as well. On the other side here, we do look at Lord Chicken. He is going to be using a Chaos Lord of Tzeentch on horseback. Oh, that's heavy metal. That's cool. As well as an Exalted Hero of Tzeentch, who is going to be here. Does he have the Book of Secrets? Oh, come on. If you're going to bring this guy, bring the Book of Secrets. Live a little bit, you know? Jeez. On top of that, we do have Hitman Hippo coming in with Chaos Warriors, so a pretty well-rounded army. Chaos Warriors with some good armor, a couple Zangors, and some Pinks mixed in the build as well. The one of the Beastmen are so butthurt. I know, seriously. Do you have any predictions of what Khorne could get? I have no idea. I'm the wrong person to ask. I mean, we could look after the game and speculate, but yeah, Beastmen are basically the whipping boy in the first Gotrek and Felix Omnibus. Yeah, like when there's a scene in the Warhammer Fantasy when Gotrek and Felix and Ulrika and Max. That's like the fellowship of Gotrek and Felix. They are and well, there's a couple dwarf slayers too, but that's like those are kind of the epicenter characters. They're at Prague, so they're at the Kislev city of Prague, and it's about to be invaded by a massive Chaos War host, led by a Tzeentch war host. Yeah, it's not just Tzeentch. They're summoning demons of chaos, and they have warriors of different banners and whatnot, but it's mainly the warlord of Tzeentch. And like when the Chaos Lord invades, like when he assaults the walls of Prague, like they literally send waves and waves of beastmen to get massacred by the Kislev first. It's hilarious. Like the beastmen are just like absolute cannon fodder for the warriors of chaos. They just get in there and they climb the walls so they get massacred by the Kislevites, and then the Chaos Warriors come in afterwards. Yeah. I know. Look at the banners they're using. This is just pure evil. It's going to be so hard to tell them apart. Granted, these are the default banners, so you can't blame them too much, but a little bit of skirmishing going on over here. The Tomb King Skeleton Archers poking into the Tzeentchian shields, and you can see this, like, that is why you have to remember, like, shields do count towards value, so sometimes Tzeentch might look like it's behind, but it's really not. Because with a little bit of micro, you could regenerate those shields and basically mitigate all that damage. Objective number 2 is going to be going to the forces of Tzeentch, and objective number 3 here is also going to be going to Tzeentch. We do see Lord Chicken using the Skeleton Horse Archers to shoot to the side of the Zangors and just trying to keep them from capping, because Zangors have 5 capture weight. These guys have 4. So you can keep them for a long time. So the Tomb King's Legion's advancing up in the middle, and we do have the characters here. So the Exalted Hero and the Chaos Lord getting a couple decent picks here on the Skeleton Horse Archers. Not bad. Bringing them down to 49 models, but they're going to want to pull back once the Skeleton Chaff gets here. And now we have the Sepulchral Stalkers of Lord Chicken on their way over. So the Sepulchral Stalkers are cruising up for a bruising, getting ready to do some battle. On the middle, we do see the Chaos Warriors arriving, or the Zangors. And I don't know what's going on with this. Like, he's got... What's going on here? So Hitman Hippo has, like, most of his army hiding in the bushes. He's got all these Chaos Warriors and also a unit of Spears. What is he doing? Maybe he's going to push out to the middle. It looks like even still he's contesting the objectives, but he's hiding a lot of units in the tree line there. And they're going to move out soon, I would wager. Like, you can't hide that much of your army back there for that long. This is very strange. Yeah. What is he doing? Okay, is he doing like a Tim the Wilder build-up type thing? Getting a little bit crazy with some tactics? Tzeentch does have the caps right now. They at least have 2, but they're going to be faltering here in just a moment. So he's running back. As far as call-ins go for Tzeentch, he's saving up 2,200. So makes me think Tzeentch is going to like summon out like 10 units at once and just do like a big blitz or something. He's not in danger points-wise because he did get a triple cap out of the gates, or at least a double cap, and does have this one objective here ticking on the victory tickets for him, so it's not terrible. But I have no idea what he's doing, dude. I really don't. Is he moving out now? Looks like he moved his army a little bit, but not too much. They're kind of waddling in the trees here. I do not know what evil schemes are afoot. So Skeleton Horse Archers are shooting downtown into the pinks. Doing a little bit of damage against their shields, but the Tzeentchian firepower should reign supreme here, as the skeletons are going to get cooked pretty hard. You see a lot of them going to get poked. Probably a couple casualties taken. Yep, the Skeleton Horseman Archers don't have a great HP pool. They might even start crumbling there. Nope, they're able to hold. And now the Tomb Kings are just chilling on the objectives. I mean, this is very comfortable for Lord Chicken. But the one thing I really dislike about this from Hitman is that the Ushapti Grapos just got that central point uncontested. So now they could just sit in the high ground and not have any line of sight issues, but... yeah, we'll see if it pays off. I have no idea what he's doing. He's going to get some water? Yeah, maybe so. He's got 3,000 supplies banked up. I think he really is doing a build-up here. He's using RTK's tactics against them. Although, no. Yeah, this is Lord Chicken. He is an RTK. So the Exalted Hero is being chased by a Nehekar Horseman. Honestly, I would just let him fight. He'll win that fight over the course of like 5 minutes. Collins here. We are going to be approaching the 5-minute mark here in a second. We do see the Zangor setting up shop. Whoever said there wasn't a skirmish phase in Dom, well, here you go. You're getting your skirmish phase. As the poking going down from both sides. And caster here, the spells that we saw earlier, yeah, just going to be spell spam. Not spell spam, but damage spell spam. Usirian's Incantation of Melkoths. And we do have Darude Sandstorm as well. That's pretty nice. Lich Staff also an insanely good item. Every single time Kotzeb casts a spell, it adds 15 seconds to everyone else's cooldowns on their spells, abilities. It is insanely good. I did forget about the build-up. Yeah, it's been a while. I forgot it was still a thing. Nobody does it anymore. You know? Nobody does it. It's very uncommon. I personally think it's a bit of a weaker strategy, but maybe Hitman Hippo will make me eat my words. We got this big legion here. He's got 4,000 supplies in the bank. Tomb Kings honestly could do a little bit of housekeeping. If you're the Tomb King player, maybe you just like unsummon. You just unsummon some stuff. The fact that this has been one of the issues though. The forces of Tzeentch have been able to hold on to the side point here. So that is giving them a lot of breathing room here. Lord Chicken, of course, is up in points. And now the Legions of Chaos have been summoned. This is going to be good damage, though. Ouch, 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 ouch. That Chaos Lord needs to get out of there. Oh, wow, he's actually going to charge those guys? That's a dodgy one, man. He's going to take a lot of damage. Those are halberds. They might even get another volley off. No, they don't. Okay, so the Chaos Lord gets in. He eats a volley to the face. He uses Change or Die and Colossal Strike, so he's going to be trying to pick off some models. And now the Hordes of Chaos are here. So we got Zangors being called out in every direction. We still have 2,600 in the bank, though, so where are those Centaurs of Tzeentch at? So here they come out of the tree line, the Hordes of Chaos. It's like the cinematic trailer for Tzeentch when they ambush Nurgle, when Village the Changeling does it. And they're moving out, but they're going to be eating a lot of firepower as they push out of the trees, and obviously yielding a lot of points. We get Zangors in every direction, Centaurs of Tzeentch. The OP powerhouse units are out. They're going to be trying to find their way onto the constructs. Chaos Lord here still has Colossal Strike active. It does get tar pitted by some skeletons. Side point owned by Tzeentch. They're not going to be yielding that one. And now the Tomb Kings have to see if they're going to be able to hold back the onslaught. I mean, he does have Skeleton Chariots, which are decent against Zangors. Looks like they're going to be charging into the Zangors in the front, getting some respectable damage. Ushapti Grapos here. What are they going to be shooting at? Looks like they're shooting at the advancing Chaos Warriors still. In the backfield, we get a Screaming Meme Catapult called out, and nobody has supplies anymore. So all the tools have been brought to... All the milkshake has brought all the boys to the yard. And here comes the Zangors, but getting run over by the chariots. The spokes of Nehekara, look at that. Great micro from those. You just got to make sure that the chariots don't get run over by Centaurs of Tzeentch, which it looks like Lord Chicken might blunder there. He goes pretty deep with those chariots, and then oh no, the Sentinels get basically a surround on these guys here. That's a disaster. That's like 1,600 gold potentially in the trash can here. They're going to start crumbling. Darude uses his Sandstorm here. So Kotep dropping it on top of the Zangors, which is going to be helping the Skeleton Warriors. But now the Tzeentch hordes are starting to get the advantage. They're swarming up. We do see the value advantage, of course, for Lord Chicken, but I think that the chariots getting caught up here is going to be very precarious. Catapult blasting away, getting good value into the Warriors. And we do have Warriors pressing on the flanks, coming around the side as well. And now the Chaos Lord, as well as the Exalted Hero, are trying to do battle with the Eyes of the Desert and the Ushabti Great Bows. They're trying to get to the Great Bows, but you can see here that the forces of Lord Chicken are doing a good job keeping him from doing so. More Warriors pushing in, and this is when it starts to get a little bit dodgy for Tomb Kings. They obviously maintain a value lead when they have access to all of their, firepower, but when the firepower goes offline or gets tied up, that's when the Tzeentch hordes will start to grind you down. Skeleton Chariot's somehow still alive, I'm not sure. Centaurs of Tzeentch are pretty close to being on top of them. We do see another Centaur coming in. This is not good for Tomb Kings, guys. We see 2 units of Centaurs who could penetrate through the center line here. That's going to be a problem. So 1 unit of Ushabtis is going to get hit by Centaurs. You can see they get caught here, and the other one's going to get caught here. I think this is the turning of the tide where Hitman Hippo starts to take over the game. He is going to get these Ushabti Great Bows most likely. He's going to kill these Eyes of the Desert with these powerful anti-large characters. The objectives, of course, do favor the Tomb Kings, but the Chaos Warriors are eventually going to win all their grinds. Melee Shopti are quite good, and yeah, I am very surprised we're not seeing Cetra on the cat. It's a very meta pick these days, but yep, the Sepulchral Stalker is going down. Ushabti Great Bow is getting charged super heavily by the Centaurs of Tzeentch. Nasty damage. You used to have to use Screamers to do that, but now that you have these Sentis, they can get in there and basically just handle business. Chaos Warriors going to be grinding out the middle objective on the side. Tomb Kings are holding that uncontested, but Warriors and Zangors are starting to win pretty much all their fights across the battlefield. Value is like dead even now, which is really, really not good for the Tomb Kings. And many of their high-value assets have been shut down. Granted, Nehekara Horsemen as well as Skeleton Horsemen can kind of fend off Sentis with the good old Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance. It does really good damage against Centaurs. But, yeah, not going to be easy. So Eyes of the Desert are down for the count. The Warrior count is super high. And that's my concern here for Lord Chicken's army, which is why, if I was a betting man, I would probably guesstimate that Tzeentch is going to start taking over this game and that the Tomb Kings are going to start faltering. They don't have a good combat character. They don't really have good tools for killing infantry. He's using the chariots to kill infantry, which are good, but they got caught early and really lost a lot of models, which has been incredibly tough. Plus, you're going to be seeing the Chaos Sword and this Exalted Hero putting massive pressure on Kotep, and any other constructs that come out are potentially going to be suffering. And it's not like a triple cap situation. We do see the middle objective starting to flip. Oh, man, overcasted Final Transmutation from the Chaos Sorcerer. Was Skull of Catan active? Oh, yeah, it was. So Skull of Catan is an insane item. It basically just gives you 60% spell mastery here. And you can see that Kotep is very close to being sniped. He's just barely going to survive that with 1,000 HP. He gets forced back. So, ladies and gentlemen, looking very tough. The forces of the Change are cackling all the way to the bank as the Tomb King's legions are getting quite worn down. Just not a lot of infantry killing power. Jared, thank you for the tenor. Jared, you're the best comment. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you, brother. We'll keep the good times rolling. I know it's hard to tell because of the banners the players chose, but we have a massive, overwhelming force of Tzeentch warriors here, and Tomb Kings are crumbling on pretty much every front. He was not able to keep his Ushabti Great Bows online. So really that was the deciding factor here in the game, as now we have these powerful SE characters hunting. Looks like Kotep's going to be using an Assyrians where he can. We got more Nehekara Horsemen coming in, but probably going to be all she wrote. Most likely game blouses as the Changer of Ways going 2-0 in today's tournament. Tzeentch is not even considered to be a top 5 faction right now. They're very much around a 50% win rate faction, but the way that people are playing them today, they're looking very, very good. And the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch is super strong, just like a cheap, cost-effective anti-large character who's incredibly tough to remove, basically has regeneration built in. I mean, what's not to love, right? So can Tomb Kings claw their way back? They're now down by about 1,100 value. Kotep is getting his bread buttered pretty hard, and I think this will force the Tomb Kings to tap out. The giant Giga Chad Lord of Tzeentch hunting down that tiny skeleton. Looks like Kotep does get saved by the homies. He is able to get away with 500 HP, and the Sorcerer characters are the Exalted Heroes. The Tzeentch anti-large crew going to be chewing through these Skeleton Horsemen, trying to push as Kotep does retreat. A little bit of pink focus fire. You could grab these pinks and try and snipe Kotep. Is he going to do that? Find out. He's looking at it. Uh-oh, the Sorcerer is coming over. I mean, all it's going to take is like one bonk on the head. In the middle, Tomb Kings are getting a little bit of capture momentum. Although, Changebringer's being called in, and there's no real good shooting now. This is going to be bad. All right, here comes the Tzeentch Air Force. Oh, God, they're roasting. That's so much damage on the back of those Nehekar warriors, and there's not going to be anything to stop that. Although, really impressive that he's able to get this objective back, that's for sure. Kotep is basically on death's bed. We do see, if not dead, he might have died somewhere, actually, off camera. The classic off-camera death. Let's go ahead and look at the leadership. Lord recently died, yeah. So Tomb Kings are going to start taking some big crumbling. We do see some Marauders coming out of reserve. Try and threaten the back objective. Tomb Kings do manage to get the point back. The staying power of the Undead and the waves and waves of pressure were able to get her done. So if Lord Chicken is going to win this game, it's definitely going to be on objectives, because Tzeentch is really crushing him on the value trading here. The two characters probably going to move on to the catapult now, try and take that down perhaps. Changebringer's getting the work done, cooking a lot of these skeleton infantry. Granted, the skeleton horsemen archers for Lord Chicken are still online, and they're able to keep the Changebringers honest. So I think that Hitman Hippo needs to micro these things away a little bit more careful. On the backside, we do have a little bit of a duel between the Pinks as well as these Nehekar horsemen. Also, any infantry support left? Not really. So maybe Tomb Kings are able to find a way. The back catapult here is going to get chewed down. It might take those characters a little bit of time to deal with that. Tzeentch is definitely going to need to get some infantry up on the points. They don't have a lot of staying power here. The Changebringers are cooking all of these undead troopers. Collins in the back are going to be Centaurs of Tzeentch, which is a good call. These units are so tattered that a single charge or two from the Centaurs could do some really good work. Yeah, that's interesting. And in the back, we do see the Screaming Skull catapult being left to its own devices. It's, I guess, not worth the time of those characters, which I feel makes sense. Centaur is going to be getting a fat erect charge. Oh god, these skeletons are going to get pounded so freaking hard. Oh god, yeah. So Centaur is pounding through those skeletons. Oh man, look at the impact damage of those Centaurs on those trash house skeletons. And the Changebringers still able to get some good cooking done on the skeleton horseman archers here. Meanwhile, the characters have arrived. You better not mess around for too long, because it's almost to the point where the Tomb Kings could win on one objective. It's getting there. It's getting very dicey. On the far side, though, we do see the Marauders grabbing that point. Tomb King sending over some Nehekar warriors to try and stabilize that. On the middle, Tzeentch is probably going to be able to wrestle this one back between the Chaos Sorcerer Lord and, the three characters here. That's 9 capture weight, which is quite a bit. On the side point, Tzeentch is holding on to this point relatively uncontested. Is Lord Chicken going to be able to scrap his way back? Everything's on the line for Lord Chicken right now. If he loses this game 2-0, or loses this game, he's going to be out of the series and will be eliminated from the tournament. So Centaurs of Tzeentch duking it out versus the Nehekar Horsemen right here. They, of course, will win that fight. You see they're able to get the last cackle as those horsemen are pushed back. Changebringers are also hot in pursuit here. So they're going to be providing some much-needed firepower here. Oh, man. The uncontested Changebringers, I mean, obviously, Tomb Kings have plenty of answers against them, like the Ushopti Great Bows and all that sort of good stuff. But yeah, when they're able to go uncontested like this, just absolutely brutal. So Tzeentch took the side point. Tzeentch has taken the middle, and they also own the other objective. I think this is the end of the road. And ladies and gentlemen, I think we have seen Hitman Hippo showing. He's won major tournaments before. I believe Lord Chicken won the previous. We're going to go check that right now. But Lord Chicken has also won a major tournament. So obviously we have the top 4 players in the world playing right now. And yeah, you're going to get some good scraps. So some sort of witchcraft going down. Probably going to be a final transmutation just to nail those units. And it is upgraded, so that's going to punish. Probably is going to force Lord Chicken to tap out. There was a window where maybe Lord Chicken could Helm's Deep on an objective. But Tzeentch, their character core has just been so dominant. And losing 2 Shopti Great Bows, Sepulchral Stalkers, losing all that, that's the centerpiece of the Tomb King's army. And they just got wrecked. So obviously Tzeentch was able to claw it back. But Lord Chicken is a good enough player that he was able to hang in there despite losing his centerpieces, which is good decision making and battlefield, kind of generalship. But it was not enough. So we have the Exalted Heroes getting her done. Chaos Lord doing it. The Changebringers have gotten 1100 value, not quite paying for themselves, but still leading to crumbling on a lot of units as well. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be a 2-0 here. Hitman Hippo with the steel chair. Rat Clan getting a W over RTK here. The last champion of RTK, is there one? I think that might have been it. On the top side, we have, of course, Outer Region versus Catholic, neither of whom are in a clan. So yeah, the Rat Clan is the only one still represented as far as organized teams and all that goodness. The Chaos Lord and the Exalted Hero, super Chad. Centaur's really good. The Overcasted Final Transmutation was brutal. Centaurs of Tzeentch, nasty. It was just very clean play. And yeah, there wasn't, man, seeing a combat character could have been nice, I don't know, yeah, like a Cetra or a War Sphinx or something. Granted, they are a little bit weak against the Tzeentch heroes, so I understand that as well. All right. So let's go take a look. GG, well played. And let's figure it out. Let's get to that next game. So, you guys ready for some advanced technology? Oh yeah, dude, look at that. Hitman Hippo advancing on to the grand finals. And we are going to go jump over to that other game here. Where is it? Here it is. And I'm going to go fill up my water while I wait for these fine gentlemen. So Outer Region is currently up 1-0 here. And we have Wood Elves versus Dark Elves. Interesting. That's a fun one. And that is going to be Catholic. All right. And I'll be right back while this game loads. Give me just a second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Let's have some fun. Let's see what people are doing. So we have an Elvish duel. So for any of you guys who have been waiting for an elf win today, you're guaranteed going to get one here. So Outer Region going to be rocking the very powerful Deepwood Scouts, which makes sense, right? Because Dark Elves are going to be using a lot of light armor. They're going to have their Dark Riders, their Repeater crossbows. A lot of their infantry are light armor as well. So in general, Deepwood Scouts are probably the choice here. Waystalker with the Arrow of Kurnus, and up in the sky, it's going to be a Glade Lord on a dragon, the dreaded Forest Dragon with Arrow of Kurnus as well. So pretty effective sniping here, and a Prey of Anathrema, and the rest of the core army is going to be Spears. So very, very standard army. Nothing like too avant-garde here. Now, looking at the forces of the Catholic, he is going to be rocking an entire front line of Bleak Swords and a battle line of Dark Shards with Shield. So they do have the Pavisas, which do give them 55% block chance. So if somebody's going to be eating arrows to the face, it might as well be them, I suppose. And he is going to be doing some back objective pressure, which I really like. He's got a couple of Corsairs, so they're going to be moving towards that back point in tandem with some Dark Riders to try and take that, which I think is a very nice, cheeky play. And a Supreme Sorceress in the bushes of fire, which makes sense. Wood Elves hate fire, so that is the way. But a big old Dark Shard line, yeah, that's fun. Dark Shards are one of the coolest units. You know, I know we hyped them up earlier, how cool I think they are, but yeah, really rad, cool aesthetic. If I had to say my favorite Elves, yeah, it's definitely between Wood Elves and Dark Elves for me. It's hard to choose. Probably Wood Elves because my wife grew up in a forest, so I have to choose Wood Elves. Yeah, they're so cool. Like Deepwood Scouts, just all their dryads and tree spirits and things like that. But Dark Elves would be my second favorite. Like I love the aesthetic, like the Baroque armor and the crossbows and like the black dragon and all that goodness. Yeah, it's always fun. Whenever I see the Black Dragons, it makes me want to play Heroes of Might and Magic 3. God, that game is so good. I have to get back and do that. Would you guys want to watch some Heroes of Might and Magic 3 again? I stopped doing that a while back because for some reason I was getting like the soundtrack for HOM 3 was getting flagged by YouTube and I was getting karate chopped by that. It was weird. It was like a copyright thing. Yeah, fun times. So in the bushes, we see the Glade Lord circling about. Arrow of Kurnus used here on the Dark Shards, and it did some pretty respectable damage, actually. Oh, the blessed number of Slaanesh, 69. Okay. Okay, respect that. Supreme Sorceress of Fire here with the Burning Head sitting in the bushes in the back. And we do see the Legions of the Druki now advancing up. Here on this backside here, it is going to be some Dread Spears getting that, but it looks like the Wood Elves might contest this gap. We do have the Wild Hunters of Kurnus coming in, so the big scary ROR cavalry getting ready to party. And Dread Spears are going to get shot potentially in the side, which means they're going to take a lot of damage, but it looks like at the end of the day, they do get the objective. In the tree line, the dragon character is going to be scouting. Dark Elves don't really have any snares or anything here, so the dragon can kind of just fly around with impunity. Yeah, it looks like they are. Is it going to be some breath attacks down the pipe? Maybe, maybe. Oh, he's looking for the character. Oh, that's so funny. The Wood Elf Dragon is looking for the Dark Elf Lord. He knows it's hiding somewhere. Oh my god, Outer Region is like a bloodhound here, dude. Look at him. He's like, I want to win a major event. I'm coming for you. So the Wood Elf ambushes on the far side. The Deepwood Scouts with the Swift Shiver Shards able to punish those Dread Spheres pretty horribly. And in response, there is going to be some foul magic being cast on the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. It is going to be a Wand of... is it the Wand? Yeah, something. What did that? Oh, it was the Doomfire Warlocks. It's a unit you almost never see. But unfortunately for the forces of Outer Region, his Wild Hunters of Kurnus kind of get slapped up a little bit by the Harvesters as well as a little bit of magic. The Deepwood Scouts do get partially compromised, so they get rode down a little bit. And there's no Glade Riders or anything to protect them there. Called in are more Dark Riders. The Dragon character, better be careful. The Dark Shards are able to open up on the Dragon, get a decent amount of damage. Outer Region did lapse in micro for a moment and did take a little bit of a hammering there. But now Outer Region knows where the character is. The big Glade Lord is going to be hunting down that Sorceress. The Wild Hunters of Kurnus do defeat Glade Riders, or excuse me, Dark Riders, no surprise. And then a beautiful Prey of Anathrema locks down the Dark Riders, breaks their charge bonus, and now the Arwar Christmas Cavalry are going to be turning about and crushing these Dark Elf Cavalry here. So they're going to get wrecked pretty horribly. Although in the meantime, big Burning Head coming in from the Catholic here in the backfield. Does kill one Deepwood Scout, takes him down to a very low amount of health, but overall I would say the value trading probably going a little bit better for the Wood Elves here, as another Dark Rider is being thrown into the meat grinder to try and fight these these Wild Hunters of Kurnus. And the rest of the Druchii army is going to be advancing up in the middle. I think he needs to send some Dark Shards and some supporting units over here, because really the epicenter of combat is on this objective here. It's objective 1, and the Dark Elves are, a lot of their army is fighting elsewhere. Double Corsair is going to be emerging from the bushes. I like this. The Druchii can also ambush with treachery. They will defeat the Eternal Guard pretty decisively in combat, and the rest of the Dork Elf army is going to be advancing up, pushing the Wood Elves back. So the Dark Elves did weather the storm initially, took quite a bit of damage in the process, but it's not like they got out without getting anything. They did kill a Deepwood Scout unit, basically. 2 of the Deepwood Scout units are very tattered. Wild Hunters of Kurnus are very injured as well. So it's not like a terrible trade. Sorceress of Fire, is there going to be a Burning Head? There is. They're going to be cooking, as the kids say. Again, it gets a big old Burning Head. It does hit those Deepwood Scouts. Does a little bit of HP damage. Nothing too crazy against the Wild Hunters, but it will force them back. So the Druchii battle lines are cackling pretty hard. They have a lot of troopers. The Bleak Swords have advanced up here for the Catholics, so they've gotten up to the point. So objective 2 is going to be owned by the Dark Elves. And remember, this is do or die for the Catholic. If he loses this game, he's going to be eliminated from the tournament, and then Outer Region will be advancing on to the Grand Finals. But if he does win it, we're going to be going to Game 3. So Dark Elves weathered the storm well. I thought that was going to go a little bit worse for them on the side. The Wood Elves kite some Dark Riders here in the trees, which means they're probably going to push back up to that point once again. Dark Elves, though, with some good pressure on all 3 objectives. The Corsair Infantry going to be cutting through the Eternal Guard. It takes a little bit of time, but Wood Elves do have the home field advantage with a very close Vanguard point, so they're just going to probably come around the side and rear charge them and close that one out. Granted, there are going to be some Doomfire Warlocks. Who would have thought we'd see this unit? It certainly wasn't on my bingo card. Doomfire Warlocks in some ways have some nice tools against Wood Elves, right? The magic damage is not irrelevant against Dryads, and it is quick support. Do they have Vanguard deployment? They do. Okay, it says Vanguard deploy unit, and the Doomfire Warlock's going to be coming in, getting a nice little flank charge onto the Glade Riders, and I don't even remember what their attack animations look like. Oh, that's right. They have like the rogue attack. Yeah, they're gonna get you with their power hands. Big breath attack coming in for the Dragon does unfortunately cook a lot of his own units. The Glade Riders kind of get melted a little bit there. Dark Elf sitting comfortably on 2 points, almost getting a triple cap here as we do get some Dread Spears making their way across. Doomfire Warlock's going to be pulling back. Objective still flipping to the forces of the Druchii, as the Doomfire Warlocks reroute their charge to try and push off the capture way to the Wood Elves. And if the Dark Elves do get this point, that'd be a pretty big play. Currently, as the points stand, Outer Region is up, and we do see a lot of focus fire coming in from the Deepwood Scouts, but the Deepwood Scout Corps is very, very tattered. We see you're beat up, you're beat up. These guys are all in really, really bad shape, and you know, the value trading is pretty even. And if you're value trading evenly and your opponent has the advantage in terms of the objectives, that's never a great situation to be in. Now, both players are saving up. We got 1250 here, 1260 for the Catholics, so they're both kind of calling in units at a very similar pace. The Dark Shard's able to use their Pavises. Isn't that cool? So they're using their Tower Shields to move up and absorb the damage in a very cost-effective manner, and they're really pushing the Wood Elves back as the Sorceress drops another fat Burning Head back there. It does cook those Deepwood Scouts, sends them back to the Shadow Realm a little bit. And I think it's important here for the Catholic not to press the back objective too hard. I think he needs to maybe retreat back. If he overextends, I feel like he's going to get stretched out, and the big Dragon's going to be more cost-effective. Whereas if he keeps his army a little bit more consolidated, oh, that was a really good turn. That breath attack would have been way more devastating. But he turned the unit, formed ranks, and then the breath attack was partially dodged there. So that was a really, really clean one. On the back point, there's nobody really threatening it. A couple Dark Riders do need to be unsummoned here, get them back in the pool, so you have some fresh reinforcements. And it kind of looks like the Wood Elves are struggling in this game. They're having a hard time figuring out a way to kind of crack the cookie here and get in here. And the dreaded Doomfire Warlocks, the most forbidden unit ever, 400 value on that thing so far. What do they have? They have Doom Blight. Yeah, the Soul Blight as well as Lesser Doom Bolt. Yeah, Lesser Doom Bolt, unfortunately. Wild Hunter is going to be eating some firepowers. The Eternal Guard here do get pushed back by the Bleak Swords. Murderous Prowess is active, so the Druchii army is going to be on steroids for a period of time. Awakening of the Wood, that's what she said, is activated. So for 73 seconds, we are going to be seeing an army advantage here for the Dark Elves. So you get a lot of stats, including leadership and vigor and missile damage. It's a really good buff. Another Burning Head going down once again. Are the Wood Elves going to move up? They're going to have to find a way to crack this formation, guys. And that is not going to be easy. And it looks like he's finally going to be going for it, sending in the Glade Riders head on into the line infantry. That doesn't feel great for him. The two Dark Shards should be shooting as well. Dryads are a good tool. Dryads do beat Bleak Swords and most of the Druchii troops. They probably lose the Corsairs, but they'll beat a lot of the other ones. So Dryad's going to get focus fired a little bit, and now we see the battle lines of the Druchii advancing up as the crash is on. So here comes the elf on elf violence here as they move in. Here the War Dancers have gotten through and are going to be ripping these Dark Shards to pieces. So not a good engagement here for the Dork Elves. They're going to get ripped to shreds. These Dark Shards need a little bit of milk. They need some support. Run past these Bleak Swords maybe. We'll have to see. Fans out in two directions. And another Doomfire Warlock coming out. Okay, this is weird. Doomfire Warlocks have always been considered a pretty terrible unit, but now they come. And the Wood Elf Onslaught is on. 1,200 supplies for Outer Region. Here on the back point, looks like the Wood Elves have been able to stabilize out with their Dryad play. And the Corsair and Witch Elf infantry have also arrived. Not a lot of archers here for the Wood Elves left, so bringing in good quality infantry is probably kind of safe. And Witch Elves versus War Dancers, that's kind of cool. They're like, the diametrically opposed units, but yep, they're going to be duking it out. In a straight fight, I actually don't know who wins that. Probably Witch Elves. I think they cost a little bit more, though. I'd have to check. And Doomfire Warlocks jumping on top of Dryads is a very good engagement. Their magic damage will be quite good. Although Dryads also give it back to them because they do magic damage and surpass the physical resist of the Warlocks here of 40%, right? So yeah, it looks like the Memefire Warlocks are actually kind of losing that fight, but the Witch Elves are trading well here. The Supreme Sorcerer is getting hunted by the big dragon character, though. That could be a disaster. If the Dark Elf Lord goes, I think that's exactly what Outer Region's going to be needing to get back in this game. Prey of Nothrema is active. Opal Amulet trying to preserve this character. It's going to be netted down for a couple more seconds, and now Catholic needs to find a way to escape that fight as the Memefire Warlocks do slowly start to win their trade. More Witch Elves going to be coming up, and this character is just so trapped up. It needs to get away. Hopefully Terror Route doesn't come in for its sake, and it does manage to escape. So the Druchii are holding pretty firm. Arrow of Kern is coming in from Outer Region. It's time to run this character off to the edge of the map. You need to just run to the other side because you want to maintain that leadership. Memefire Warlocks versus Dryads. It's a duel of the ages. Witch Elves versus a healthy unit of War Dancers. War Dancers will probably win that in their current state. But the Witch Elves here, they are rampaging, and well, metaphorically speaking, not actually rampaging, applying poison to all these different units, and the Supreme Sorceress barely gets away. Barely gets away. That's really important too, because there's probably going to be some clutch burning heads coming in here over the course of the game. Memefire Warlocks on this side hanging in there. Dark Elves able to win this engagement, so they won these fights pretty decisively. So what that meant is they were able to get their two units. They had one here, and they moved right up on the point. And now you can see they're starting to capture the point as well. So the Blackheart Corsairs cutting through the Dryad units. Catholic fighting to stay in this game. He's fighting tooth and nail for this. And he is up on points pretty heavily. Granted, Wood Elves look like they are getting the momentum here in the middle. We do see the Druchii looking very tattered. Granted, there's a healthy Doomfire Warlock. And these Memefire Warlocks are still fighting here to a decent extent. Looks like there's going to be some witchcraft going down. I don't know what that's going to be. Is that going to be... Oh, that's the Lesser Doombolt from the Doomfire Warlock. I think at this point, if you're the Catholic, what you do is you play the outer points. So you play here, and then you play Objective 1 as well. I'm trying to play the middle. The Wood Elves have a pretty good entrenchment right there. So just kind of work with what you got at this point, right? Corsairs beating these Dryads up pretty good. Outer Region's going to start running out of points here very quickly. It's going to get very stressful for him soon. The middle point, flipping to the Wood Elves, a couple Bleak Swords still fighting there. We got some Witch Elves still on the point. A little bit of back pressure coming in. War Dancers, though, are intercepted by Dark Riders, but they probably will win that. So that means that these guys are going to be able to move up and do some work there as well. Sorceress of Fire running around, waiting for burning head opportunities, but is being sniped by this character. So you can see really good awareness here by Outer Region as well, to know that that character is nearby and his Waystalker has ammo, so he's just going to be working on him. But Witch Elves do manage to shut that down. So currently a triple cap, guys. I mean, he's getting those points. He is almost at 1,100. On the back, it looks like a very crushing victory here. Outer Regions is going to need to send something over here to deal with these stats. I don't even know what. Dryads will lose to this. Eternal Guard might win that eventually, but there's still 78 Corsairs, which is a whole lot of models. That is going to be very, very tricky. So Lord Chickens, Catholics fighting to stay in this game. Just jumping between the games gets a little bit confusing here. The Catholic is fighting tooth and nail to stay in this tournament here today, ladies and gentlemen. We even have a Death Hag being called in. Oh, yeah, Death Hag. All right. That's really fun. But this is going to be the end of the Druchii Lord. That's going to be a big leadership penalty for the Dark Elves if she goes down. -16. The dragon wants that booty. It's going to be feasting, probably. The Pravenoth Raiment is active. It gets snared, but the dragon needs to pull away and then re-engage. Just like that. Perfect. Yeah, classic Total War jank. But is it going to attack? It's trying its best. The dragon's antlers are stuck on something, but it can just use its bow, too. That's probably what it should have done. But that most likely is going to be a dead character there. Outer Region struggling to get it. You got to love Total War jank. That should have been a dead Lord for sure. And it looks like it's going to squeak away. Oh, it gets back up in the sky. See, that's Total War jank too, though. The instant lift up in the sky. So they both got the jank. It evens out there more or less. Spears moving up. Back objective owned by the Druchii. 1,200 points. We've got a couple Glade Riders coming there to try and contest that. On the middle, Dark Elves holding firm. They got the Death Hag in there as well. And the Supreme Sorcerer is probably going to run off the battlefield, which is going to be good enough for the Wood Elves. It'll still apply the leadership penalty. But ladies and gentlemen, man, the Druchii resilience. The Dark Elves are doing it. Yeah, they're hanging on to the point. They have the Death Hag in here as well. She's a pretty good combat character, sustained fighting, and also providing some capture weight. Dragon character nearby is going to be trying his best to terror out these Dork Elves off. On the backside, the Sorceress rallies. Oh, that feels bad. I don't think it would have mattered. I think that Outer Region probably still loses this game, but it would if it were a little bit closer, that could have been a difference maker for sure. That is indeed the case. Yeah, the dragon should have just shot it with the bow. He could have gotten a free kill if he just sat still and shot it when it was snared like that. But it's all good. Hindsight, it's easy to say, right? 1,374 points. Outer Region is going to be dropping this one, and it looks like the Wood Elves have been defeated. You know, Catholic is a Dark Elf main. They're one of his main factions. That's who he practices. That's who he plays in SFTs and, you know, competitive tournaments. Even though they're more of a mid-tier faction, he came in here and defeated an S-tier faction with Dark Elves with some really, really good play. And Dreadfire Warlocks. Yeah, Doomfire Warlocks, not Dreadfire. Dreadfire would be cool, too. Yeah, he used Doomfire Warlocks and made them look like not awful, which is weird. They do arrive to the back point. Looks like this one's going to start flipping as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game 3 here in this series. So that is going to be the rubber match coming up here in a second, as we have another 13 seconds of, more like 6 seconds actually. The Hag getting beaten down, but the Wood Elves just didn't have the tools to chew through that Dark Elf horde. All right, all right. GG, well played. Close game. I really thought the Wood Elves were going to take that one over towards like the third quarter of the game, but yeah, the Dark Elves remained vigilant, and also backcapping Outer Region's backpoint was extremely clutch. So I'm glad we got a contested series here, though. That's good. And what do we got? 1,600 value, Dark Shards, respectable. The Doomfire Warlocks, dude, he used 3. Look at that, 1,200, 1,400. Is the new meta upon us? Have we discovered the new meta? The Doomfire Warlocks. All right. For Outer Region, yeah, pretty meta stuff from him. Pretty meta. Dragon, 2,600. Waystalker did fine. And the old Tzeentch, Wild Riders, didn't do as good as you would think. Maybe they're a bit of a bait these days. We'll have to see. All right. So let's see what we got. And where are we going to be? So picks and bands, maps and brackets. So now for this game, this is the top of the bracket series. So, oh, they're the map hosts anyway, so I don't need to worry about that. Okay. So they can take care of it. I know, isn't that weird? Doomfire Warlocks performing? What planet are we on, dude? The Tzeentch. Yeah, we got some Tzeentch in there too. Yeah, we've had some good matches today. It's been fun. Thank you guys for joining. So this is the second semifinal match. If we take a look at the brackets, we do have Hitman Hippo waiting in the grand finals. And then Catholic and Outer Region are battling it out right now. They're 1-1 in the series, and whoever goes will be contending for the season championship. Looking at Hall of Fame, we're going to look at the Hall of Fame real quick and see. So what do we got? Hall of Fame for Warhammer 3. All right, so check it out. All right, so major CA events. The last 2 were won by... So, you know, in Total War, Warhammer 2, the major events were... Typically, the late game Everchosens. The early Everchosens were not like the most competitive because they were invitationals, but eventually they got open to everyone, and then they became competitive. But the late game Everchosens as well as the ECL season finals. Those were like the big major events we held. And now we have the Total War Clashes, which are the CA official events. So we have Lord Chicken Feed 1-1 and Hitman Hippo 1-1 before that. As far as season champions go, we have Void Laws and Void Laws winning the first two. The Dark Lord himself. Houseplant winning the next two after that. Then Berserk won last season. And then this season has been won by... is obviously still up in the air. Faction Wars, we have some Faction Wars down here. Of course, those are mostly more casual-ish, I would say. Tim the Wilder winning a Total War Clash as well, and Houseplant winning 2 clashes. Houseplant is probably the winningest... Is that even a word? I don't know if it is. Houseplant is probably has the most accolades for Warhammer 3. He won the Warhammer 3 World Championship. He won 2 major events here. So Houseplant has won 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5 major events. Yeah. Houseplant's won 5 major events. The next runner-up would be who? Void Laws has won 2, but he doesn't play around here anymore. Tim the Wilder has won 1 major event. Hitman Hippo's won 1, I believe. Berserk has won 1. There's nobody that's really won as many majors as Houseplant. That's a tough record to chase. It's very, very tough. Chicken Feed got 1. Hitman Hippo has a chance of it basically tying for second today. That would be very impressive too. Hitman Hippo's won a major event here. And yeah, it's going to be coming for the finals today. Should be fun, man. I love that we have a little Hall of Fame here. It's always fun to go back and check that out. But we'll see the matchups here in a second. And winningest is a word, right? Is it? I don't know. That's the other one. That one I was always like... Another word that I remember hearing a lot in college, like college students would use this in their papers all the time, but I don't think it's a real word. Is irregardless? Is it? I don't think it is. Is it a real word? Oh, is it? Shit. Oh, it actually is a word. Okay. Yeah. That was one I remember someone telling me once it wasn't. Yeah. Void Laws doesn't play anymore. Yeah, so he basically was smurfing with like 2 or 3 accounts in a tournament. And so he would like play a game for somebody and have another account qualified. So he would qualify 2 top 16 positions. And then like during one, he would play one of his matches and then he would just take like a super long time with his other match and the picks and bans. And then he would like bounce between 2 accounts in tournaments. So he'd have a higher chance of winning the money, right? So if he lost one of his accounts, he had another run at it, basically. And he was just pretending to be 2 separate people, which is obviously cheating, so. Yes. Where's the good old Wood Elf players of Warhammer 2? Who would even... Oh, God, no. Don't take me back to those Warhammer 2 45-minute Wood Elf games. You guys remember watching, like, Wood Elf games with like, 30-minute kite against Bretonia where they would just have like Hawk Riders and like flying shooting and they would hide in the bushes in a corner with their main army and just kite for 30 minutes? God, that was hell. Yeah. Yeah, the Clone Wars, I know. How did I find out that he was on multiple accounts? So interesting enough, he was caught by some other people. The other community caught him, and then it's really funny. The day before it became public information, he told me. So Void Laws approached me and he told me. I was like, well, thank you for at least telling me. That was nice. But yeah, he told me. Yeah. And he didn't need to do that. That was my bummer. Void Laws was one of my favorite. Like Void Laws was really fun to watch. Like he could have just kept winning. Like if he just played honest, he would have probably won major tournaments and won a bunch of money, but instead, that's what happens. It's a shame. Yeah. He was so good. Yeah, absolutely. Those Warhammer 2 Wood Elf games were so fun. Were they fun, Guac? Were they? What if I don't think it was it fun playing against like 30-minute Wood Elf kite where you couldn't even interact with them and they just sit above you and obey the attacking rule with like Hawk Riders and like Skirmish Cav? I don't know about that. I don't think those games were fun. if Wood Elves played more traditional, if they played like a land-based army and tried to contest you, I think that was fun. But those like 25-minute games where they would like kite you and use all their ammo and then only attack after then, that was awful. Oh god. Yeah. Rash to us, probably, yeah. I mean, it's a constant thing. Oh yeah. So we have the Empire versus the Wood Elves. Okay, they're switching. The Sons of Sigmar. Out of region is a good Empire player. We saw him earlier defeating Berserk with the Empire. So here he comes. He is ready to party. Did Voidlaws ever get to play against himself? No. Well, here's the thing. If Voidlaws had to play against himself on his 2 Smurf accounts, then he would just have one of his buddies jump on and play for him. Right? So it was a very well thought out scheme. Remember a game where some trees were beating on Volkmar for like 20 minutes? Yeah. That was the high octane land battle action. Volkmar on his war altar battling like a treekin unit. Oh, that's what it was. It was Volkmar on his war altar in melee battling like the Firebark Elders who have like fire resist and on top of that have like 1,000,000 defensive stats. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty fun. But yeah, Empire's like a solid mid-tier faction. They're sitting at a 50% win rate now. By the way, I'm thinking of maybe doing a trying to squeeze in one faction war before I leave town next weekend. We leave next Saturday for Poland. We're going to be in the great land of Poland, visiting my wife's family and all that. Catholic ran over my Wood Elves earlier with a tank. It's vengeance time. Is it? Yeah. Is it vengeance time? Yeah, he's going to get the vengeance. Yeah. I remember that. It was so funny. Volkmar arrow was so evil. Yeah, Volkmar is really good. Yeah, we're going to host a faction war soon. I'm thinking of doing one next Friday, like trying to get one before I leave town. With Conquest Mode. Conquest Mode is amazing, by the way. I think it's a great game mode. If Warhammer 3 had launched with like Conquest Mode, I think that could have been, obviously a huge popular game mode and it would have just solved problems. Same with Dom, obviously, but Dom launched really badly. We had to work like tooth and nail with CA to get Dom to a good place. But I understand why like Warhammer 3 came and then Dom came and a lot of land battle players like tried it and they didn't like it and went back to land battle because launch Dom was just freaking atrocious. But myself, when it first came out, I felt it was haggard, but I also saw the potential in having like proper RTS. Have fun in Poland. Oh yeah, dude, I'm gonna feast on the pierogi. Yes, I'm gonna feast. Is Volkmar back? I don't know. He doesn't get played too often. It's probably going to be a tank. Okay, thankfully they're using slightly different banners. Hang on, I'm going to put a fan on here, dude. I'm sweating like a dog. What time is it? 2:20? Hell yeah. I have no idea where he is now. Yeah. The beer in Poland is... Yeah, Poland has pretty good beer. Last Christmas I was in Poland. We spent Christmas there. Anna's cousin, Igor, he brought a bunch of Polish beers over for me to sample. It was pretty fun. Dude, he drunk me under the table, though. Oh, my God. Like, I thought I could handle a lot of beers, but, like, this Polish man, he put me to shame, dude. He put me to shame. I've never been, like, a big drinker. I have, like, 1 beer a month. But, yeah, dude, oh, my God. I could not keep up with him. It was insane. Granted, he's quite a bit bigger than me, too, so. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Let's have some fun. It is going to be the Celestial Lake outer region using a very similar build. He's using a mass state trooper tide. And will the Wood Elves have the killing power to get through that is the question. I don't know. That's a lot of humble state troopers with decent cost points and decent stats. And we have a tank commander, of course, Draco with the double Waystalker. And he does have 4 units of the Starfire Shafts, which could do some work against the tank. We'll have to see. Yeah, we will have to see. What is going on with these super state state troopers are pretty cost effective. And like, okay, so let's say you're playing in 40k tabletop. All right. We're going to give you the breakdown. So I play tabletop competitively. I play Old World. When people go elite, for example, well, typically elite armies, in my anecdotal experience, can be like, let's say they have like a unit that has like a couple really heavy attacks, right? How do you counter that? You go Horde. Okay, you get a wide army so that when they're shooting at you, their expensive attacks are not cost effective because they're shooting trash units. See what I'm saying? So Wood Elves are a faction that is really good at sniping elite targets between their Waywatchers, Starfire Shafts, Wild Hunters of Karnas. So what is the Empire going to be doing to shut that down? Well, let's send as much trash as we possibly can at the forces of the Wood Elves, who are probably not going to be prepared for it. And then you bring a Spellsinger of Life with Earthblood, and you just get that really nice passive. And the Wood Elves, if they're a little bit wider, if they had Max Dryads, for example, they would be able to tear through these State Troopers effectively. But with this build, I'm a little bit concerned about his ability to do it. We have the Dryads. We also have some Eternal Guards. Starfire Shafts are good against Empire Heavy Cav, as well as, armor in general. Double Waystalker, I have no idea what they're going to be doing. But Arrows of Karnas, it's so hot right now. Everybody's doing it. So there they are. Yeah, so it's like in 40K, there was a time in 8th edition. Was it 8th edition or 9th? I can't remember. Where Knights were really oppressive. So what people were doing is they just bring a horde, right? You bring 1 million units. So the Knight, you would give the Knight no targets except Poxwalkers or cultists. So this 700 point model has to use all of its shooting to just deal with some shithouse 80 point chaff unit, because there's literally no other good targets. So and then from there, considering it's an objective game, it works well. And State Troopers do enough damage. Swordsmen have 32 on their stat line. It's not awful. With the tank doing the DPS, it works well. All right. So moving up, we have the Spearmen with Shields and the Free Company Militia going to be parking here. The tank commander is moving up, so he's going to start rolling, blasting some Limp Bizkit out of the speakers on the side of his tank box. Dryka is a pretty good tech against infantry. She's going to be rocking Melkos against heavy cavalry. And now the Dryads at the Catholic. Oh my god, look how many State Troopers there are. Dear God in heaven. That is so many troops. Jesus, look at that. So yeah, one burning head would wreck this entire Empire army. Granted, the Wood Elves don't have access to Lore of Fire, so they would have to use a pendulum or something, which he didn't bring. Because Wood Elves are always so afraid of Empire Elite Cavalry that they don't tech against this so much. And now they're going to pay the troll toll pretty hard, I think. The Empire Tank Commander are going to be rolling up. We have the Swordsmen grinding their way in. Free Company Militia here. And Wood Elves preparing some back pressure. I don't really agree with this back pressure. I think using the Dryads to just win this fight here is better. Because what's going to happen is these Dryads are going to come out, and then some Empire Knights are just going to come kill them. And that's basically going to be it. They're not going to do well. Although here we do see the Master Engineer getting punished pretty hard. Wood Elves do jump up to a value lead by punishing that Master Engineer. He's getting focused by these Glade Guard Starfire Shafts really, really heavily. Granted, some Empire troops have moved into the secondary line. For Sigmar, they yell as they charge up the hill. They got their shields and their spears out, and Wood Elves need to get something in front of them for sure. More State Troopers going to be swarming up, Dryads and Spears doing what they can, but the Steam Tank Commander does get a fat regrowth. Double Waystalkers for Catholic. What are they going to be targeting? Are they going to be shooting against the Master Engineer? Find out on today's episode. Eternal Guard moving up. Free Company Militia being hunted by War Dancers, but Outer Region, he's really on point with his tank. Every time something good comes in, oh! The tank ran those guys over and then cannonballed that elf character in the face, but somehow it survives. Yes, the plot armor keeps that character going. So where's Melkot's being used? On the outside, we do see some Dryad play. So the Dryads get on top of the Free Company Militia, where there are some spears chasing them. So the Wraith of the Frozen Heart probably going to get surrounded. This is the play, though. The failure of the Wood Elves to protect their archers and them getting forced back is allowing the Steam Tank Commander to rampage, because he was kind of being kept honest by all that focus fire. Yeah, Flock of Doom would be really, really good here. Oh my god. Yeah, Guac, if the Wood Elves had brought Flock of Doom, that would be just insanely powerful right now. But alas, he did not. So Dryka going out for the caster snipe, which is a good call. Dryka's faster. With good micro, maybe going to be able to get this character, but the character is going to run back through the State Troopers, just like in Tabletop when a character falls back to the back of the formation. Very fun stuff. Empire Knights coming out. Lance's couch for Sigmar. Here they come. Steel Faith and Gunpowder all day, baby. As they get a big charge into the Dryads. And the Dryads, though, are the ROR, but yeah, they're heavily outmuscled here and probably will be losing that fight. Value trading does favor the Wood Elves, but there's a lot of healing here for the Sons of Sigmar. Dryka, of course, does not have any healing available to her. She's all about that shadow magic. On the backside, we do see the Dryads, and oh, look at this. You can call me the Prophet. The Empire Knights were called out to run down the Dryads, and it's basically just free value for the Empire. And yeah, I think just having the Dryads in the epicenter of combat, because this Empire army has pretty terrible killing power outside of the Steam Tank, so just getting the sustained grind units here would be very, very good. Archers here shooting into Free Company Militia. The Pigeon Bombs are coming, and they're going to put some big, big DACA down on the Wild Hunters, but they were able to retreat back, which is quite nice. Dryka, is she still alive? Yeah, she's still fighting and screeching over here. You guys remember the days when Dryka came out and she would just shriek nonstop in her campaign? That was pretty hilarious. War Dancers, a good choice. Empire is getting a little bit worn down on its trooper count. Points are still close. Definitely Wood Elves, you can't afford to lose this. You got to switch your two archers and just shoot them off the point real quick. Shoot them in the back where their shields don't count. If they lose that point, that's going to be a disaster. And look at that, man. Right as I say that, Catholic switches his 2 archers over to the side, goes after the spearmen with shields right there. And that is exactly what you needed to do. If you lose this point to the Empire, that is an unholy disaster. Now, fighting up on the objective, we have the Waystalker shooting at the Master Engineer. Where are these Wild Hunters going? This is not a good angle here. There's just like a spear line waiting for them with some Empire Knights. They do get a charge in there, maybe trying to salvage the Race of the Frozen Heart. A couple archers shooting into them as well. The State Troopers have rallied, so they've gotten their courage. Hans and the boys ready to party. Going to be chasing down the Glade Guard here. Meanwhile, on the objective, we do see the Wood Elves duking it out. They're fighting here. So this is certainly a contested game. It is not one-sided. This is very, very close. The Wood Elves are starting to dominate the State Trooper Corps, and that's the downside of having so many troops. Even though they're going to give you an objective advantage for a while, they're going to be kind of haggard as it pertains to trading, because it's not what they're known for. That is for damn sure. Wild Hunters of Kernus going to be retreating back. We see some more Glade Riders of Spears called in to try and chase. And the Wild Hunters turn about face to fight the Knights of the Black Rose as well as the Empire Knights. But the Tank Commander is going to roll across and probably win this fight. So the Wild Hunters will, trade okay considering the circumstances. They're up to about 600 value. We do see the double arrow of Kernus on the Knights of the Black Rose. Really, really good damage on those units. That's amazing. But the Wood Elves get the point. They are up in value by about 700. But remember, the healing on the Steam Tank is pretty fat. So overall, this is a pretty even game. Archers still have decent ammo, shooting into the Empire Knights who have advanced, but we are going to be getting a bit of a crash from the side as the Steam Tank does move in here, shooting fat cannonballs into the side flank of these Glade Guard. And here comes the tank. It's rolling, dude. It's going to get there. The tank's coming. The Tank Commander, he's not messing about. And yep, he's going to roll through these guys. Fat damage, and then we're going to see the cannon probably shooting into the... man, that is so good. Look how much damage that friggin' tank does in melee. Like, so, screw chariots, man. That is the chariot. And it also shoots fat cannonballs, mind you. On the backside, Empire Knight's going to be hunting down the Glade Riders. And on the objective, we do see the Wood Elves holding the point. Dryka able to rout many of the State Troopers. You hear the War Dancer is going to be hunting down this one. As far as holding power on the point, the Wood Elves do have a couple units. They have some archers, which are kind of being swarmed by the boys. So Rudolph and Hans and company are getting that chase on. A couple Empire Heavy Cavalry going to run them down. So this could be the turning of the tide back for the Empire, as the Archer Corps is going to be compromised by the rallying State Troopers. That's going to be a lot of casualties here. The Glade Guard definitely not going to be feeling that one. And the home point was taken by the Empire. That's very disastrous. Pigeon bombs coming down. Steam Tank Commander gets a big rout there. Wood Elves probably starting to lose the game. They don't seem to have the tools to deal with the Tank Commander. Maybe you need Mel Gibson, dude. Oh, Orion. Oh, yeah, dude. Give me the Orion. Yeah, Steam Tank at 3,000 value. Pretty insane. He could probably still use another cost increase if he's that damn strong. Dryads and the Cavalry here chilling on the point. War Dancers anchoring it as well. They'll be pretty good against the various Cavalry pieces. And now the Tank Commander is going to be trying to run these units over. Outer Region does get his clutches on the objective. Oh, no, it hasn't flipped yet. Uh-oh. Oh, he doesn't capture the point. He better notice that. Okay, the Empire Knights arrive on accident, and I think that's going to be enough to flip the point. So looking back here, we do see the Wood Elves owning their spawn, obviously, their objective one. Azrai Spears getting into combat with State Troopers and also some Empire Knights. A little bit of pressure coming in from the Glade Riders here. The double Waystalker still fighting. Dryka going to be on her way back over. Probably wants to get some fat Melkoths on those Cavalry. And she does get it on the Empire Knights here. Waystalkers are good fighters. They have good combat stats, 55-45, but their anti-armor output is very, very poor. A single Knight of the Black Rose unit is probably going to be able to deal with those. Yeah, 100%. So how can the Wood Elves get back in this game? I mean, the Tank Commander is probably going to be too hard to kill. We do have a lot of Azrai Spears on top of the Tank Commander, which will do some very respectable damage, but probably just keep them to finish off the Empire Knights here. I think Wood Elves have to keep contesting this, and for the Empire, they're just going to keep calling in their cost-effective State Troopers. Free Company Militia are really, really nice here, but yeah, the Wood Elves, as soon as Dryka arrives, start to get the point back. Knights of the Black Rose going to be getting slapped by a Melkoth, which is going to be a great value indeed. Dryka's probably up to a good amount of value too. Yeah, 1,800 for her. That is very, very good. So calling in more Spears, Eternal Guard, and Dryads heading up to the point. It's starting to flip back here to the forces of the Hardwood. A couple Azrai Spears getting their chase on here. They are going to be intercepted by State Troopers, but wisely, we are going to be seeing the Catholic detach from that engagement and then re-engage here in a second versus the Empire Knights. They'll take a little bit of damage, but at the end of the day, every Empire Knight they pick off is pretty damn good. So the Hardwood is hanging in there. We do see the Tank Commander is very healthy. I don't think anything's going to be able to kill the Tank Commander, but the Wood Elf Infantry are starting to trade well. Knights of the Black Rose, though, causing some havoc. Dryka versus the Tank Commander. Now, remember, Dryka has Fanatical Resolve, so all nearby units near her are going to be getting a fat stat buff. 38% base damage, melee attack increase. I mean, that is nuts. So Dryka in the late game fighting on these points could be the tools that the Wood Elves need. And do the Wood Elves get the point back? They do. Now, Wood Elves can win on 2 points here. Completely. But they can't afford to really lose it again. If they lose the objective again for like a prolonged period of time, for like a couple minutes, that could be game blouses. And you can see a lot of the Wood Elf troopers are not on the objective. Catholic does notice this and force paths those units up to make sure they get to the point. And he gets there in time to make sure nothing bad happens. Dryka's Fanatical Resolve, pretty nuts though. In a final blob fight, if it does come down to it on this objective, she could be a big game changer. Also, we do see the Wood Elves making a bit of a sneaky play on the back point. So quick response though from Outer Region. He does notice this and is going to be moving over to intercept that. Back on the objective here, it is owned by the Wood Elves. Dryka's Fanatical Resolve is pretty bonkers here. Does it give leadership as well? I can't remember. We're going to have to check in a second. But Dryads and Spears and Eternal Guard arriving. Wood Elves probably going to be continuing to send good quality infantry over here. We're going to see if they can survive the Steam Tank. Wood Elves do have some ITP on their roster. They have a fair amount. Tank Commander sitting pretty healthy. And on the backside point, Dryad's going to be chewing through Spearman units. Meanwhile, yeah, threatening the capture. Like, this is a really nice micro play here by Catholic, because he's keeping Outer Region like invested in that position where Outer now has to send units there, or else he could potentially lose it, right? So that's a nice play. But yeah, Catholic still is down by a couple hundred points. It's going to be tough to hold out against his tank commander, but the Empire troops are not holding well against the superior Elven infantry. The Dryads and the Azurai Spears and the Eternal Guard, all those able to push back the Empire Heavy Cavalry, and the Free Company Militia are kind of the last bastion of holding here. Man, Dryka stat buffing these units. 56 weapon strength on those Wraiths. And then you look at these Dryads, they got friggin' 56 weapon strength. That is bonkers. So the Fanatical Resolve of Dryka's aura is just brutal. Like, the amount of stopping power and, like, quality, like, tier that these units upgrade to, absolutely bananas. Now, in my opinion, it could be a slight mistake to not send more units over here, because eventually the Steam Tank might be able to break through them. But Outer Region definitely in danger of losing to the Wood Elves here, as they are closing in on points and also threatening the back objective. Dryads are going to be moving up. A couple archers are here, but they're pretty much out of ammunition. But that Wood Elf blob, oh my god, how do you get through that Dryka blob? She's going to be tough. Now, is this going to be where Outer Region bum rushes the back Wood Elf point? Yes. Now, that's definitely an option. You can see he's doing it right now. All these units are moving up that way. The only downside of that being is that it is the Wood Elf home objective, where they will have the opportunity to maybe call in quick reinforcements to stop that. We'll have to see. But the Dryads cleaning up shop. Dryka is going to be heading across. As far as the objectives go, 1052 for the Sons of Sigmar to 937. What a great game 3 here in these series. Very evenly matched are these players. That is turning his units with campaign stats. Yeah, that's right, Pone. Yeah, he's getting the campaign stat unit, campaign line. Yeah, it's great. So Dryka and company routing off the Empire. And here we get the Waystalker duking it out. Some Dryads trying to get on the back point, but Empire Knights able to intercept them. And definitely will do just fine. On the back point, the Eternal Guard do arrive. The tank commander will do some work. He's just sitting at a casual 5,000 value, no big deal. Just so, oh my god, that thing is such a carry piece. It's nuts. Granted, the amount of chaff he brought certainly gave it a lot of buffering with which to perform, but you can see the Eternal Guard having a bad time there. Is Dryka going to go for the back cap here? Definitely need to get some of these guys back here when you can. Spears are holding well. We do see the tank commander at losing HP, so he's losing a couple hundred HP here and there, but god man, the amount of damage he does in melee. It's not just the chariot, it's the steam cannon on top. So he's got like a cannon on top that swivels and shoots steam, which does really good damage against light armor. But another spear unit coming. Definitely some mass here is good to keep that tank in check. Empire trying to get across there, and it's getting really close to the Wood Elves need to get it to a single cap situation where they could just have Dryka on a point. Big mistake not bringing Dryka back, in my opinion. You know, she's being used on the flank here to try and clear out some state troopers, which I don't think is what she wants to be doing. I think you might need Dryka on this point in order to win, because Outer Region's pretty heavily committed to it. Granted, there's a lot of spears right here, so those spears are going to be tough to get rid of. I mean, Wood Elf leadership, their base leadership's like 80 or something. Yeah, it's 80. They've taken a lot of damage. They're hanging in there. We got some Wild Rider cav coming in as well as Dryads. Dryka fending off the spear units, and now we are going to be seeing the points flip hands here in just a second. Dryads clearing through the back. We do see a Melkoth going down in the Knights of the Black Rose. This back point could be in big danger. Outer Region is getting it. That tank commander causing a lot of havoc. Empire Knights here hanging in there. Dryad's going to be moving up, as well as the Glade Riders with spears. Are they going to get there in time to prevent the cap? I think they just barely will, because that's 9 capture weight right there. That's going to be good. Dryka moving over to this point could have been a mistake. Like, I think if Dryka had just ran straight back here, maybe. Wood Elf Dryads, though, cleaning up shop. A couple Glade Riders coming in. I would imagine another Glade Rider is going to be called out instantly. Dryads do get run over by quite a bit of armor. Dryka just holding on this point. Basically, Catholic is putting all of his marbles on the triple cap situation. He's just hoping that he can hold this long enough, but look how close it is to being capped. It is so precarious. The Glade Riders get in. The Dryads are ITP, which is really clutch, so that's going to keep them from terror routing off. You'll have to get rid of them the old-fashioned way. Wood Elves are just barely hanging in there, ladies and gentlemen. Just barely hanging in there. And here, the Glade Riders versus the Knights of the Black Rose are eventually going to lose that, but the Dryads holding firm, and he has passed them on points, ladies and gentlemen. This is rapidly going to become a triple cap situation. Oh, Wood Elves holding, man. So clutch. The tank commander cackling with probably almost 6k value. Absolutely nuts. Wood Elves just need to force path everything they can, and I think, do you bring Dryka over there at this point? Do you? I don't know. It's dangerous. I mean, I guess you could just Helm's Deep back there. It looks like that's going to be the decision you make. So Dryka is going to go over there. I think there was a time to bring Dryka over. Maybe that time has passed. It's still going to be a long time before that goes down. Wood Elf Dryads here are still threatening this point as well. And he needs to not fumble this objective. He needs to get these guys back to that point. Dryka's on the way over. Dryka gets a fat Melkoth on the Knights of the Black Rose, getting in there, slapping with her Dryad branches, and doing a little bit of damage. And the tank commander is going to be rotating back to the other point. I think Outer Region is in trouble, ladies and gentlemen. The Wood Elves, their high leadership, their resilience, and Dryka's presence, the fanatical resolve, has been huge in this fight. I mean, this fight would have, if it were any other character other than Dryka, would have been lost. But she buffed that blob up and was able to get fat value. From here, I think you loosely contest Objective 3, and you just swarm your back point, right? Yeah, you get like some light cavalry, just throw them away, let them get wrecked. We got the Dryads moving back in. The Waystalker and a Dryad unit should provide the capture weight. But from here, it is going to be, so yeah, it's 200. It's a triple cap situation now, like right now. So Wood Elves just start reinforcing that back point. I think like start sending Dryka that way. It looks like he's even trying to get the back objective. So Catholic does not want to, he doesn't want to go out like that. He wants to go out with aggression and yeah, just no mercy. Very intense game. Very, very intense game. And this is for the finals too. Whoever wins this goes on to the grand finals. It's going to be nice and sweaty there. And I don't think either of these players have ever won a major tournament. They've qualified for the major tournaments perpetually. But that is going to be a victory. Outer Region has fallen. His tank commander has gone down to the Catholic Alcoholics' dreaded Dryka play. Wow, what a game. What a game. That was something. That was something. All right. So Dryka, I mean, she was up there. 3,200 value on her. That was nuts. Yeah, and the Wood Elf infantry really did quite nice. And their cavalry were useful too. Tank commander being obnoxious as always, but it wasn't enough. The rest of the army was kind of one-dimensional. And there was no grenade launchers, interestingly enough. Grenade launchers are quite good against Wood Elves. So yeah, we didn't see those. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you ready for the power of technology? Catholic will advance on to the grand finals. GG, well played. And here we go. All right, so there we are. Catholic Alcoholic versus the Hitman Hippo. Turin Grand Finals. So the winner of this game is going to be earning $300 US, and second place gets $100. It's pretty cool. Getting their bang for their buck. And right. All right, so that is going to be, where are you? Okay. And then we need to find the other finalist, who's going to be the Catholic. And they can get their game started here. Yearly tribute to keep my favorite YouTube going. Thank you for all the years of content and entertainment. Thank you, man. Don't worry, we ain't going anywhere, man. Lovely name there, by the way. Yeah, it's classic. And let's see what the maps are for the grand finals. That was a really sweaty match. That was incredibly sweaty. Okay, so maps for this one are going to be Road to Talabheim in game one. My desire here is to see the Chaos Dwarves. I just want to see them once. So Hitman Hippo should be on the way. And as soon as that is on, we will get this game going. Grand Finals, best of 5. Let the sweat flow through you. Yeah, we've had a lot of Elves. Elves have been doing great here today, Catholic, largely due to you. They had a rough run in the beginning against Chaos, but they did pretty well against some of the other factions here. Berserk did lose on Dark Elves, then you won. Dark Elves won that other game. No, did the Dark Elves win that one? Yeah, Dark Elves beat Wood Elves. Yeah, it's elf on elf. Shout out to Sleepy Lion. You can see the map maker here. I love that you can see the names of the map maker. So shout out to you, Sleepy Lion, for the glorious map. One of my favorites. Yes, yes. Yeah, finals are best of 5. Oh God, I forgot it's best of 5. Yeah, outer region. If you had kept your tank on the objective, you probably would have won. You just moved it off for like a couple seconds and you lost the cap weight, which you needed to finish it off. I know what his name was, Bobcat. I know what it was. Oh, man. It's me after eating Mexican food here in SoCal. Yeah. I love Mexican food, though. Oh, man. If I had to say, though, what my favorite food is, like, culture-wise, I don't know. It's got to be maybe Thai food. Like, Thai food, Japanese food. Probably Thai food is my favorite all around. Thai food is just so freaking good. Like all the fried rices and just like the flavor profiles and the coconut. I love coconut flavor, like coconut milk flavor. Like Tom Kha Kai soup and oh, it's so bomb. That was an insanely close game. How dare you, Pone? Take that back. You're just lucky that the Dowie are probably banned in every game. The Dowie are so Chad, they're getting banned out, I bet. All right. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab some water real quick, and we'll continue on our merry way. Thank you guys for joining. All right. Yeah, Razor, close game. That's how finals decider should be. All right. BRB. All right, I'm back. Eric, thank you for the donation. He says, GG from Turkey. Thank you for helping me sleep since high school. I got you covered. I got you covered. Speaking of, you guys had that epic Olympic shooter. You guys been representing there. That was a lot of fun. That was probably my favorite highlight of the Olympics. It's just that guy just rolling up in like a t-shirt with his gray hair and just it's like such a metaphor for like for just like modern aging, right? Because like I'm sure a lot of us have parents who can just like are handy, right? Like, you know, for example, like my grandparents and, you know, my stepdad and stuff, like they could just like fix shit. You give them like some tape and a hammer and they can like do like fix things around the house. Whereas like a lot of like the future generations are going to they need a lot of tech, right? They need like diagnostics tools and like, you know, all sorts of advanced devices. That was just such a metaphor for generational differences. It was great. Yeah, that was fun. That was really fun. Hey, Eric, thank you. Thank you, man. How do I say your name? Eric? Eric? Probably mangled that. Care, finally catching your stream live. Thanks for the solid, consistent work. All day, every day, man. We're going to keep it going. And, yeah, we're going to go, we're going to be streaming a lot more in the fall. Once the cool weather comes, we'll have like 4 streams a week again during the day, too. It won't be nighttime streams. Yeah, so we'll be back to that. Oh, let me reset the scorecards. Yeah, you guys made the most of it. Yeah, man, you got to. Why not? Catholic versus Hitman Hippo. All right. And this is finals, best of 5. Yeah, there we go. We're all set. Free user. Oh, she's on. Free user, though the Japanese internet was calling him the free user. Yeah, that's great. It's spelled similar to Eric. That would be about correct. Eric? Okay, Eric. Got it. Eric. Got it, man. I got you. It's go time, man. It is go time. So, Beastmen, maybe? I don't think Britannia's definitely fallen out of favor. Out of region saying that he forgot about Draika's aura. Yeah, she's not like super meta, so sometimes the off-meta stuff can catch people off guard. You get that. Do some work. The evil Draika aura. Yeah, the Olympics were fun. I had a good time watching them. They were a good time. Yeah, they were solid. So in the next Olympics are going to be in Los Angeles, actually, close to where I live. I live in the countryside, in the mountains, but we're like 2 hours from LA. And Yeah, the Korean woman looking like she's from Cyberpunk. It's very true. So for the LA 2028 Olympics, we are getting flag football, which is wild. I mean, we're going to dominate it with that, of course. We're getting flag. Although, you know what? Like, there might be some countries that can challenge in flag football because flag football isn't like as much about brute force. It's a lot of speed and side to side agility, right? So there are other countries that can definitely rival the U.S. in that. Granted, you know, our guys know how to throw a football pretty well. Flag football is getting added. I know like squash is getting, I think squash and then cricket. Yeah, there's some interesting sports getting added to the next round. Skateboarding is going to be in the LA Olympics too. It's kind of fun. Yeah, they're adding flag football, which I thought was interesting. I love playing flag football. It's a great fun. It's kind of cool because you get to like represent football as a game, but without people getting like seriously injured. So I think that's an interesting way of like incorporating football as a sport into the Olympics. I don't know if I would say flag football should be a mainstay, but having it as like a one-off thing, kind of like the breakdancing thing. Oh my god, the breakdancing fiasco at the last Olympics was pretty hilarious. It was like a Napoleon Dynamite skit. It's crazy. Given the demographic of quarterbacks, yeah, it would be cool if in the LA Olympics we get like an NFL quarterback coming out to play. That would be so sick. For Team USA, we just get like, you know, some like freshly retired NFL quarterback coming in to win a gold medal. That'd be sweet. Australia versus US flag football. Oh yeah. The injuries are the best part. You know, I played football for a long time. I played high school football, Pop Warner, and I was going to play college football, but I decided against it because my bum leg never healed. So that's that. But if I could go back and do it again, I don't know. The amount of like damage you take, it's pretty scary. You know, a lot of NFL players are from, you know, the earlier generations, like 70s and 80s, are starting to pass away now, right? And the exams they're doing on the brains of these athletes, oh my God, it's really disturbing. Like early dementia, CTE, you know, like chronic brain trauma, early dementia symptoms, like mood instability. I'm like, Jesus, man. And like, those are, yes, NFL players, but even college football players have it a lot. Like college football players and NFL players have a ton of like brain trauma. And then high school, it was like a smaller number. Like the amount of, it was like something like, it's like 15-20% of high school football athletes had it. Like substantial amount of trauma. But like NFL was like almost everyone. It's really rough. I probably would have just done wrestling instead. Wrestling, of course, you take a little bit of a beat down, but we didn't have a program, unfortunately. But yeah, football's an amazing sport. It's like super fun, you know, when you're in high school. You get to hang out with the bros, lift weights, and just, you know, fight a battle with your peeps. It's like nothing quite like it, but looking back, it's like, it's rough. I don't get American. Yeah. I mean, oh man. Well, you can't. So you're saying like watching American football, you get a lot of ads. Dude, it's there's no escaping it anymore. Like even streaming services, like my wife and I have a couple streaming services, and it's like they run ads in your subscription services now. And they're like, well, if you don't want them, you have to upgrade to tier 2 now. It's like, oh my God, it's the most toxic shit, dude. I hate that. Oh my God, I was trying to watch a movie the other day and I got slapped with like just every like 10 minutes there was ads. It was like watching regular TV. Yeah. Football's fun, too bad. Yeah, our soccer. Oh wait, we're hosting the World Cup, by the way, for soccer, or for football, as the rest of the world calls it. In is it really Britannia Beastmen? Or are they taking that along with their picks and bans? Jesus Christ. Okay. No, we're good. We're good. One sec here, responding to the players. All right. Yeah, so they're just taking a long time with their picks and bans. I'm going to put a more stringent restriction on the next rounds. We'll give them like 10 minutes or something. Yeah, it's nuts though. I get slapped with ads mid YouTube stream. Yeah, YouTube, it does that. Unless I completely turn off monetization, YouTube's just going to randomly pop up ads for you guys. Yeah. UK don't let kids head the ball to protect it. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Is that actually true? Football finals, Bertoni versus Beastman. Yeah. Here's one in my heart. Nice. Yeah, these guys are both great sports, and I love getting to a grand finals of a tournament where Like the two champions are just such good spirited lads. You know what I'm saying? It's great fun. Blood Bowl in the next Olympics, yeah, we'd be good at that for sure. My theory about why Team USA isn't like great at soccer, it's not only like a cultural thing, you know, like it's not big culturally here. Like there, we do. I mean, I played high school soccer and club soccer in college too, but like it's not nearly as big as it is in Europe. But my second hypothesis is that most of our good athletes play other sports. Like if you look at, you know, basketball, football, baseball, they're not nearly as athletic, so maybe that not as much. But if you look at like football and basketball, like if you took, I feel like if you took some of these top tier NFL cornerbacks, like these guys who are literally running like 4.3 second 40s and are just like super agile, fast, like their coverage is insane, right? I feel like if US had a different culture and those same athletes were playing soccer or football from the time they were a kid, I feel like Team USA would crush it. We would be very good. But it's just, they play other sports, you know? And granted, we do have some athletic people on our soccer team, but it's like, I think most of our really, really skilled athletes are playing other sports. Yeah. Oh, hockey rules. I love hockey. What's your favorite tabletop Warhammer fantasy army? Chaos Dwarves and Empire are my favorite. Yeah. Yeah. Just import. Yeah, just call soccer stars from other countries. Yeah. The young age funnel is heavily in basketball and football. It is for sure. You have it exact. Same thing happens in MMA. Anyone good at fist just goes into boxing. MMA is a bit of an interesting beast, though. Yeah, boxing is very different than MMA. Yeah, but like, imagine if you just had like who's like one of the scarier NFL players, right, of all time? Okay, like if we just get like, you guys remember this guy? Like this is always one of my favorite analogies. Yeah, you get Ray Lewis. I don't know if you guys remember Ray Lewis, but he's one of the greatest middle linebackers of all time for the Baltimore Ravens, right? Like if this man like did freaking MMA from a young age, dude, he would have just terminated people, I feel. That explosiveness and speed and power. Yeah. Oh, or imagine him as like an Olympic wrestler, right? If he did wrestling he was actually, I believe, a collegiate wrestler too. Yeah, well, there's Herschel Walker, who Herschel Walker. So Herschel Walker is a former NFL like legend, right? And he did MMA like when he was close to 50. He was like 48 years old, and he was coming in and just crunching people. Like, imagine if that dude started at a young age, you know? Yeah, it's nuts. Benjamin, I don't know if it was actually, I think it was alleged. I don't know if it was actually confirmed, but maybe. Who knows? Yeah, Ray Lewis was like just freaking insane middle linebacker. Yeah, I didn't know he was involved in all that. Jesus. Yeah, it's like Brett Favre too. Like I remember growing up in the '90s and thinking Brett Favre. I was like, oh yeah, the American hero Brett Favre. You know, he would play. Brett Favre was playing football until like 2010, and he's all old with his beard, and you're like, oh, old man Favre. And then like you hear about him like embezzling money, like stealing money from like people who really need it. Just like horrible. You're like, oh, I feel like that's usually the case with a lot of like these athletes, right? It's very rare that like these athletes are just like good people. A lot of times there's so much like awful package with them. Yeah, it's a shame. UFC's tonight, I think. Yeah, it's true. And then Aaron Hernandez for the Patriots. Yeah, he actually did. It's absolutely insane. Imagine Lawrence Taylor in MMA. Oh yeah. So Wayne Gretzky, Michael Jordan, and Tom Brady in a WWE cage match. Who wins? Michael Jordan, 100%. Like Wayne Gretzky was athletic but Michael Jordan is much bigger and he's like way more athletic than both Tom Brady and Wayne Gretzky. Have you seen Tom Brady run a 40-yard dash? I knew like out of shape linemen who could smoke Tom Brady in a 40-yard dash. And if we're talking like an athletic wrestling match, Tom Brady would be done for. He would get crushed. Michael Jordan could take Wayne Gretzky and Tom Brady, one of them in each hand. Michael Jordan's a big guy. They say never meet your heroes, yeah. I had a talk with my dad about that once. the hero thing. And don't worry, after this game, I'll make sure they don't take as long with the picks and bans. But we have Tomb Kings versus Grand Cathay. But we'll have a bit of a podcast moment here. Yeah, so when I was growing up in the 90s, my dad, before he passed away, my dad passed away 3 years ago, but he was a television actor. So we didn't grow up together. I was raised by a single mom. My dad left when I was like 6 or 7 years old. But I still maintained a decent relationship with him, especially when we got older, not so much when we were young. But regardless, I once had that talk with my dad, and we were like, he's like, yeah, you know, a lot of people in Hollywood really like do suck. We're like terrible. And he was telling me all these stories. I'm like, God damn, like this is some scary stuff, like from the 80s. Because that's when he was very active. But he said the one person who like was super awesome and like was just like a good person in like his encounters with him, you guys would never guess. Like the one celebrity that was just awesome was Chuck Norris. He said he met Chuck Norris on a couple occasions, and he was like the most humble, kind, like friendly person. Yeah, wild stuff. I was happy to hear that though. Yeah, good old Chuck Norris, man. The true American hero. I think he wrote a book called like Black Belt Patriotism or something. It's wild. Yeah. Fun times. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have never heard anything good about Steven Seagal. Yeah, I've only heard bad things about Steven Seagal. Yeah. No, it was Chuck Norris. Yeah, not Steven Seagal. And I think my dad met Chuck Norris in like the early 80s. It would have been like 1984, 85. Yeah. Yeah, also, one of my friend's moms took like a fitness class from Chuck Norris in LA back in the 90s and said he was like really cool. Yeah. All right, guys, the total gym humility. Yeah, I would like to meet Chuck Norris. That's like one of the only celebrities I would like. Meeting Chuck Norris and like maybe Ian McKellen. Like just like I just want to hear him do some Gandalf in person. That would be so cool. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look at the forces of the Catholic. He's going to be rocking a front line of skeleton warriors and mostly chaff units with Cetra. This isn't off meta, by the way. Cetra is extremely meta these days. He's got anti-infantry. He is great at killing armor, which is what Cathay brings in the front line. Got a Screaming Beam Catapult to shoot the Iron Hill Gunners. And yeah, mostly just a skeleton-based army with Cetra. A little bit of catapult play and some sneaky horsemen. Oh, look at this. Oh, yeah. We have the Eyes of the Desert. That's amazing. Okay. And they're going to be trying to sneak around the side, do a bit of an ambush. As far as what they're good against on Cathay's roster, the cavalry and maybe the big dragons and, you know, SEs that Cathay does bring. So look at Hitman Hippo. Hitman Hippo is definitely, over the last year, has become one of my favorite players to watch. Absolutely. He plays off-meta factions. He plays weird playstyles, like this, for example. A mass Iron Hill Gunner build. Homie's got 1, 2, 3. He's got 5 Iron Hill Gunners with Jade Warriors, a single cannon. It's going to be the Iron Dragon and Jade Lancers on the outside here. This is a freaking awesome Cathay build. I love it. This is a lot of fun. Last thing before we focus exclusively on the game. Did you see the video where Alex visits Steven Seagal? Yeah, Steven Seagal's a fraud, dude. He's such a fraud. Yeah, he sucks. Yeah, I mean, like, we used to laugh at his movies growing up, and I enjoyed a couple of his early movies. They really have that, like, 90s haggard action vibe to them, but, like, as a person, he seems awful. Yeah, that's just my anecdotal, you know, I haven't met him, so I'm not going to, like, fully judge it, but that would just be what I've observed. Yeah, so a lot of Iron Hill Gunners. They'll be very punishing against any constructs. Like Cetra, he doesn't serve, but today he might be having to hang out in the trees. So he's going to have to do something. Cannon fire shooting into the basic skeletons. Iron Dragon's going to come in here and just absolutely start punishing this core. He's going to get in. He's going to use his Dragon Breath attacks. Going to start roasting the... probably the Nehakar Warriors is the one unit you focus. Screaming Beam Catapults, though, great value. Tomb Kings do have pretty good counterplay here to the guns. It's going to take a while to soften up that gun line, though. Now we got Jade Warrior Halberds coming out. And the Iron Dragon, he descends. Now, how is Cathay going to be protecting its cannon? I just want to see 1 or 2 Iron Hill shots. Oh, Iron Dragon's going for the catapult. That's a good play. Sepulchral Stalkers are on an intercept path. Because the catapult's the one thing that just kind of counters his whole army, right? Like, it wrecks all the Jade Warriors, Iron Hill Gunners, all that goodness. Peasant Horsemen do escape. And the Iron Hill Gunners, why are they not turning and shooting? There they go. All right, they're going to be turning about face to shoot. He's a forest cat. Yes, he is. And Iron Hills, yeah, unleashing the salvos. Skeleton Horsemen not quite making it to the cannon. Jade Lancers coming back as well. And the Iron Dragon is avoiding the Sepulchral Stalkers, and he's going to be creeping back into the bushes here to shut down this Catapult, which is fun. Catapult's doing great damage, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. And wow, look at that. Horsemen get wrecked by the Crossfire from the Iron Hail Gunner, as well as the Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen. So yeah, so far so good for Grand Cathay, but they can't mess around on the objectives for too long. So here comes the Iron Dragon. This is going to be a very quick death sentence here. I don't think there's going to be any sort of anti-large protection. The Dragon's Breath cooking those Screaming Skull Catapults. Melee Shopti called in, but they're not going to be able to stop the Iron Dragon. They'll maybe tar pit him for a period of time, but honestly, I would probably just go human form on Iron Dragon, maybe. Or you could just cycle charge and use your breath attacks and things like that. So Jade Warrior's engaged in the front, and it looks like the cannon is shooting into basic skeletons, which is kind of funny. Double Peasant Horseman, or no, one Peasant Horseman, one Jade Lancer threatening the capture here, but there's a Tomb Guard unit and a second Tomb Guard unit who will have more capture weight. Iron Hill Gunners, I like the formation. Look at that. He gets the skeletons engaged and shoots them in the sides through the crevices of the formation. Super epic. Cetra's coming in. This is risky. If right now, if the Hitman Hippo's paying attention, I mean, Cetra should not get into the secondary line unpunished. And now Chariot's being called in as well. Where is the Iron Hail Gunner focus fire on Cetra? There it is. All right, so the Iron Hail Gunner starts to shoot at Cetra, but they're not even being microed. They're just shooting randomly. Cetra's going to get a little vortex right here, and the cannon is now switched on to Cetra 2. Meanwhile, the Iron Dragon is going to jump back on that catapult right there. And I suspect these gun lines, they should all be switching and shooting. Empress's Crowmen parked behind these units. Melee Shopti are getting in now as well. Catapults, are they being focus fired? A huge lapse in micro here, by the way, from Hitman Hippo. He missed a big opportunity to really punish those guys. Cetra is now in melee, and are they even being given orders? It looks like, yeah, a lot of... What is he doing with his Oh, he's microing his cavalry. So this is a pretty big disaster for the Hippo here. He had the opportunity to really not KO Cetra, but do a lot of damage. But now his Penta, Iron Hail Gunner line is being punished really bad by Cetra, which is unfortunate. Is he microing them? He's not even giving him orders. Yeah, hopefully he didn't disconnect or something. Is he microing? Let's see, his halberds are fighting here. In the back, we do see the Iron Dragon taking that catapult down. He can definitely abandon that right now. Cannon fire shooting into Cetra, so at least that thing is shooting the right target. Now the Iron Hail Gunners are online. It looks like he's finally given them an attack order. So these bad boys are going to now start ripping shots into the Chariot, and they do manage to get some casualties there. Other Iron Hail Gunners take big damage, but they should be able to come back and generate value. And Jade Lancers here, Jade Warrior Halberds, called in to defend that cannon, but you're not going to want to lose that cannon. Catapult fire, or excuse me, cannon fire shooting into Cetra. Iron Dragon is going to be on his way back in. We do see the artillery crumbling, but the catapult, this is turning out to be a disastrous engagement here. Like, he's been back there trying to shut down that freaking catapult all day, and it's not crumbling. So that's really, really not good for him. In the meantime, Nehekar Warriors get on top of the Grand Cannon, and Cetra is getting popped a little bit. A couple halberds are cruising up, and the Cathay infantry line is holding. Iron Hill Gunners, though, he's really slacking on his Iron Hill Gunner micro, and this is very unusual. Usually Hitman Hippo is very on point with his micro, having won a recent community clash, right? And now they're being given orders. They were standing still for a period of time. They're going to start shooting now. Iron Dragon is going back to get more breath attacks, but he can't kill this freaking... He's trying so hard to kill this catapult. That feels really bad. The Catholic is cackling there pretty hard. Negative 26, that should be enough. Now the Iron Hail Gunners are shooting. Cetra's starting to take a little bit of damage. Looking at the value, we do see the forces of the Tomb Kings up, and the cannon crew was stabilized. The good old halberds got there and were able to stabilize that. Iron Hill Gunners have returned, and now they're going to be putting some focus fire into Cetra once again. The Ushapti summon, though, is still on the table, so Tomb Kings do still have the Ushapti summon here. That's something, and if Cetra gets karate chopped by this gunfire, that could be pretty brutal. Looking at objectives, we do see Tomb Kings own 1, and Grand Cathay, I believe, owns 2 objectives, so they have the number 2 and number 3 here. And here comes the big man. He's going to make a big difference. He could go hunting against Cetra. He's a pretty good fighter. Really nice Ushapti summon. That's exactly what I was thinking. Use it to finish off the cannon. And the Ushapti summon, they do emerge, and they are going to be chopping up this Cathay crew. We do see the Grand Cannons going to be running for their lives. I don't think there's going to be any way to save them. Yeah, it's unfortunate for him. Iron Hill Gunners have rallied. In the backfield, we do see some Ushapti chasing them down. It is a true Ushapti unit. Iron Dragon thinking about going after Cetra. I think a better play would be to go roast some Tomb Guard units. The Tomb Guard are pretty expensive, and the breath attacks are really, really good against them. Yeah, so I think Hitman Hippo maybe had an advantage in terms of army comp, but Catholic had the cleaner engagements, and the Iron Hail Gunners not shooting when those units were approaching was a disaster. That could have brought Cetra down to maybe 60%. He'd be close to being dead right now, and the Chariot could have also been instantly KO'd for sure. Big Dragon chasing. Cetra the Imperishable, and in the backfield, we do have the Halberds fighting it out, but this game isn't over yet. Hitman Hippo does have a little bit of healing on Zhao Ming, but that's something that's probably not going to happen this game. Cetra is getting hunted down and taking some damage. If you can kill Cetra with the Iron Dragon, That's pretty damn big. Tzeentch is an anti-infantry fighter on the Sphinx, but he's still a respectable fighter against monsters. But if the Iron Dragon can get the kill and maybe lead to some crumbling on the Undead army, that could be a variable. Here in the center, the Jade lines are starting to fold. So we do see the Jade Warriors as well as the Peasant Long Spearmen getting folded up a little bit here. Jade Warriors coming at the side as a couple Iron Hail Gunners have rallied. The Ushapti Summon going to be disappearing in a couple seconds. And the cannon offline, Jade Warriors defeat those Nehekar Warriors in the backfield and will be working their way towards the middle. Tzeentch gets hit once again, and we do see the big Iron Dragon generating decent value. Halberd line surging forth, but we do have Tomb Guard there. Tomb Guard will defeat Jade Warrior Halberds pretty decisively. Triple Iron Hail Gunner, so it's not like he's out of the picture with the guns. The Iron Hail Gunners can creep up and start to maybe take this objective. A couple Halberds cruising up. There's going to be some Jade Warrior Halberds here. Sepulchral Stalkers attempting to put some pressure on Xiao Meng, but not really worth it. He just has that huge heal, so it's like basically impossible to kill him. Tomb Kings, though, with the decisive victory on the middle objective. Objective 2 and 1 firmly in the clutches of the Tomb Kings. And they're guarding this point, mind you, with an insanely, good quality unit. Tomb Guard Halberd, they have, tough to remove. Triple cap here by the Tomb Kings. Grand Cathay needed to be more effective with its gun line here, but I don't know. He still has a chance. But those points are going quickly, and Cathay is hands down one of the worst factions in the game at capturing objectives. They're just awful at it. It takes them a long time. Their melee killing powers, it leaves a lot to be desired. Granted, what Cathay is good at is value trading. Very, very good at that with their cannons and their guns and their various bows. Their monsters and SEs are also quite cost effective, but yeah, we will see. Iron Hail Gunners teeing off into the Tomb Guard as we got Halberds coming in the other side, Jade Lancers as well. Back here we do have more Iron Hail Gunners cruising up, so they're going to be coming and hoping to push the Tomb Kings off the objective. And now this is where you need to get Tzeentch, right? This is fresh fish right here. Just get all 3 Iron Hails right here. Okay, I need to give him the Blessed Dong. You go right here, and you just get right in there, just like that. And you start pounding Tzeentch. Because that's one of the only chances you have. If Tzeentch gets bullied and then there's a lot of crumbling, maybe. So Iron Hails have done the correct choice. They've targeted Tzeentch. Iron Dragon's on his way across. Where do we have Cathay Troopers being called in? Yeah, it's getting close to 1,000 points, though. And before you know it, that's going to be 1,500. It is going to go nice and quick. Breath attack going down there from the Iron Dragon. It's an okay one. It was like a partial hit. Didn't really fully connect. Chariots have also penetrated into the secondary line, and Iron Hails are trying to chase down Tzeentch, not quite able to find their prey. But now getting the Iron Hail Gunners to probably switch on to the Sepulchral Stalkers and or the Ushapti is going to be the play. Tomb Kings coming for a flank maybe. It looks like their horsemen going to be sweeping around the side to try and get a little bit of work done there. We will have to see. But yeah, I don't see Grand Cathay taking the points back in time. It's going to be hard. I mean, him at Hippo's really good, and so is Catholic. But I don't think that he is going to be able to do it in time. Tomb Guard Halberds, they're coming, and we got more Tomb Guard on the way up. Really good quality infantry. Do you know how many years it would take a Jade Warrior Halberd with their dreaded 26 melee attack to kill a Tomb Guard? We'd probably be, yeah, a long time. Long time. Tzeentch at 2,000 HP. Iron Dragon and Halberd's getting good value. He's going to have to start playing the other objectives, too. I don't know how you really do that. I mean, I guess methodically, he's got enough to win this objective eventually here. So I think you got to start calling in stuff to press on the middle. He has to play, plan for the triple cap here. Tzeentch, though, getting worked on by Xiao Meng. The Iron Dragon is no joke. Tzeentch is sitting at 1,800 value. Iron Dragon probably more, about 2,100 here, so pretty good. Halberd's about to crumble. The melee Shopti getting him down. Chariots causing a lot of disruption in the secondary. Crowmen coming in to try and support. But yeah, the Skeleton Chariots, 1,800 value, damn. That's mainly just farming the Iron Hail Gunners. That is super, super good. But Tzeentch, the Imperishable One, comes in, gets a big old terror route on those bad boys and girls. There's some, the guns. Iron Hail Gunners are ladies. And objectives 2 and 1 firmly held. This is a tap out for Cathay. You have 0 chance of winning now. It's like everything's routing here. Tzeentch still alive. The reinforcements of the Tomb Kings are arriving. Their supply line's looking nice and juicy. And yeah, there's no way that Cathay can win this. If I were Hitman Hippo, let's go back to the drawing board, rack it up for the next game, and do your thing. Did Tzeentch bring incantations and protection? So the spells he brought is, yes, protection and curse blades, which is very standard. Although bringing the curse, yeah, he brought Usirians too. So very standard kit of spells for Tzeentch. That's typically what you'll see. Sepulchral Stalkers trying to provide a little bit of supporting fire. I don't know what he thinks he's going to get done. He's down on value on board and on objectives. Got a couple Jade Warriors. The Jade Warrior is not going to kill a Skeleton Spear quickly. GG, well played. So I liked Hippo's build a lot. I think his build decision making was good. I just think it came down to execution with his gun line. The micro lapsed on the Iron Hail Gunners. He took a long time to kill that Screaming Skull Catapult, and I think that's what cost him the game. But Catholic did a great job capitalizing on his mistakes, played consistent, didn't make a lot of mistakes himself, very clean, very efficient, and that was that. All right. So 1-0 in the best of 5 series. And let's see what the maps are going to be. And grand finals. The next one is going to be the Edge of the Dark Wood. Yes. By Bob Dat Builder. Shout out to Bob if you're here in chat. Thank you for making this awesome map that we can all enjoy as a community. Without our map makers, I don't think Domination would have survived. So thank you guys. If I had to just play Black Ark and Itza like nonstop for like 2 years, I think I would. I would not have survived. So thank you. GG, well played. We got a Tomb Kings dub here. 2 times 1 stream. I think that's actually the 3rd one, Pone. We had 3 dongs on stream today. We had 3. I decide on the maps for the tournament. So I have a lot of experience as a tournament host. I know what maps are, typically good. So in the Discord where the players are organizing, we have all the maps laid out. So they know ahead of time. They can practice on the maps. They knew a week ahead of time, give or take. All right. So let's try to keep picks, bans, and whatnot under 15 mins. All right. Perfect. And let's get it going. All right. It is go time. Well, on the bright side, they're both guaranteed prizes. Either Hippo's talking about how he's tired. I'm like, well, at least you're getting a prize guaranteed. Yes. Boo, bad map, play Silver Spire. No, dude. No, why would you wish that on us? Yeah, you need to... I'm talking to them in Discord right now. Go to battle. Hippo saying he's getting really tired, and I'm like, go to YouTube and listen to the Freebird guitar solo. That'll buy you like an hour. All right, so they're doing their picks and bans here, and we will see what's going on. Any FFA at the end? No, we're probably just gonna end after that. Yeah, the wife and I are going to the beach after the stream, so we're gonna head on out there. I get 4 dongs. I'll give you a couple more. Yeah, we'll give you a couple more for sure. Yeah. I mean, I would imagine it's late for both of them. I don't know where Hitman Hippo's from. Let me see what it says on the website. I think he uses a flag that doesn't actually represent his country. I think he's stateside. So for him, it shouldn't be that, although he has been playing for a long time, but for Catholic, it's probably later. For Catholic, it's almost midnight. Yeah. Let's see where Hitman Hippo's from. Has he won a tournament this season? Looking for him here. I can look him up on the old leaderboard and find out. Jade Warriors are really cost effective for their price point. They're only 500. They hold very well, especially if they get Harmony. I think Cathay, that was winnable for Cathay if the gun micro was a little bit cleaner. Okay. I don't know what banner that is. Let me check. The Isle of Man? I wonder if he's really from there. Isle of Man. Wow. Is he really from the Isle of Man? Hippo, are you really? Damn, okay. So that what time zone is that in? Damn, that's epic. There's like a fat castle there. Oh, that's cool. All right, okay. Yeah, I see where it is. Neat, that's fun. All right. So we'll see what they pick next. Any interest in Sins of a Solar Empire? I don't know. I've been playing a lot of games right now. Been playing Company of Heroes. I've been on a big Warcraft 3 kick lately. I love Warcraft 3. I was talking to my wife about this yesterday. If I had to give my top 5 favorite games of all time, not in any order. Not top 5, but just 5. Probably be Total War Warhammer, Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne, Ultima Online, Diablo 2. Let's see. Vanilla World of Warcraft is probably up there too. Those are the games that probably I went the most balls deep in my life for sure. Well, both players are in the European time zone, so it's fair. It's not like one of them is super fresh or anything. So the picks are, we got Beastmen, Bretonnia, Slaanesh, and Empire, Kislev, and Dark Elves. Kislev's gonna get banned out probably. Yeah. Tim's hyping the boys up. Perfect. Sins of a Solar Empire is fun. Like Spice Wars and Solaris Hybrid. Interesting. I just play Warcraft 3 on Battle.net. Yeah. I've been playing. Because Blizzard added they finally added like a rank system that's decent. It's not amazing, but yeah. Blizzard really went downhill. Yeah, it is. It's a shame. That was like a lot of our childhoods, I'm sure. Man, I remember like in like 1996 or 7, I can't remember, like playing the Warcraft 2 Tides of Darkness on my AOL browser with dial-up internet, and it just being like a world-changing experience. Oh, it was so good. We had Tomb King's last game, Kenry. If you rewind in the stream, Kenry, we just had a really good Tomb Kings versus Cathay game. It was a good sweaty one. No, Kislev is not banned in today's tournament, but here's how it works. So each player gets one global ban. So before the series starts, each player can ban their opponent from playing one faction overall, and that faction cannot be played the entire series. And then on top of that, they have bans in the pick and ban. So when someone picks their 3 factions, you can ban certain factions out, right, if you want to. So players have a lot of agency to determine their matchup in this format. That's partially why it takes so long with the picks and bans and all that. But yeah, that's that. Perfect. Pun says me and Turin won a 2v2 in Warcraft 3. We did. We had been having a rough run, but we were playing some cheesers, and then we finally got a normal game and won it. We lost to some guys who were doing double Mass Fairy Dragon against us in Warcraft 3. That was brutal. They were just like flying around rampaging. So I don't enjoy like those action RPG games anymore, but when I was like young, I did. Diablo 2 holds a special spot in my heart. Oh man, I remember like finding my first like Stone of Jordan and Shaft Stop and you know, Vampiric Vamp Gaze and Storm Shield. God, I remember like the early 2000s, like finding that loot was like such a dopamine kick. It's wild, man. Yeah, those are fun. Show people the Blade Master. Yes. So Frost, you can tell Peeling that I recorded a Blade Master game a couple nights ago, and it's going to go up sometime in the next like 3 or 4 days. Probably tomorrow, maybe. We'll see. Although tomorrow is probably Total War, and then Monday would be Warcraft 3. Yeah, that was really fun. You never found an SOJ, really? Did you play back in the day though? Blizzard, yeah. Warcraft 3 is such a good RTS game. Like we had Stormgate come out, you know, and there are things about Stormgate I like, but when I went back to play Warcraft 3 after playing Stormgate, I'm like, this is just so much better. And I know Stormgate has a lot of room to grow and improve, so maybe there will come a time, but for now, I'm just like, it's like you can't even. Warcraft 3, like the heroes, the flavor of the units, the universe, the art style, even though it's like a little dated, is very fun. Very easy to like identify units. Yeah. Stay a while and listen. Yeah, it's fun. I watch Grubby play a lot. Grubby's one of the. I don't watch too many streams these days, but Grubby is one of the ones I'll perpetually check into and watch his stuff. Stormgate is the Zoomers RTS. Yeah. I love StarCraft. I was pretty sweaty in StarCraft to Wings of Liberty. I was Masters. Did I get GM? I don't know. I was pretty close. And Protoss. I got really sweaty into it, but Warcraft 3 just like has a special place in my heart. I love the heroes. It's very fun. That's what like the replayability is all about for me. Like in Warcraft and StarCraft, yeah, there's different build orders, right? Like, you know, you could do like, you know, you're playing Protoss, you could do, you know, a 3-gate, a 4-gate, you know, 3-gate into Stargate, followed up by like a switch and, you know, DT tech, whatever. But like in Warcraft, your army can be dictated so heavily by the heroes, and there's so many heroes, right? Like each faction has 4 heroes plus the neutral heroes. It's like it's such a fun time, and like I think like even though from a really hyper competitive perspective, StarCraft's like probably more balanced and whatnot because of the RNG of item drops. That's like part of the fun is like the loot you get in Warcraft. It can change the way you play too. Yeah, StarCraft is an amazing game though. Like all the StarCraft games are amazing. Yeah, Grubby's been streaming since what, like 2009? Yeah, he's an OG for sure. I'm starting to become an OG. I started in 2016, 2017, but yeah, he's been going a long time. Yeah, StarCraft 1, the early StarCraft games can be a little bit janky. Whoa, whoa. Uh, we have the freaking Kislev versus Slanesh match. Oh my god, okay. I don't know how this is gonna go. Are we gonna see a Kislev karate chop here? How the hell does Slanesh beat Kislev? Fiends? Oh yeah, Fiends got buffed. Okay, maybe there's something there. I watched Grubby and Artosis. Artosis is fun. He's just, that stream is wild as hell. Like, you go to like 80-90% of streams and they're pretty, you know, people are polite and it's like, you know, very well curated, you know. Then you go to Artosis' stream and you're just getting like Mario erotica being shared, and just like, it's just anarchy, and he's yelling and just like getting mad. It's like, it's fun. It's fun. And like, he's Artosis is very relatable as a millennial, because like, we're about the same age, Artie and I. He's a little older, but like, all the games, we grew up playing the same games, and I grew up following him in esports, and I really enjoy Artosis' stream. I really enjoy it. It's just anarchy. It's sometimes it can be hard to watch for long periods of time because of the text to speech like spam can get a little tough if you're trying to like relax, but it's fun to tune in for sure. Yeah. Yeah, Frost, that's true, technically. Yeah. Hippo wants to finish fast. Yeah, it's wild. Well, it's hard to maintain streaming for that long for sure. Because like, you know, a lot of people will they'll start streaming and covering a game, and then that game will die, and then they just kind of fade out. But we're lucky because Total War Warhammer has been relevant for so long. It's funny because when Artie first started out, it was heavily moderated, and then one day he just let it flip. Yeah, Artosis is a great caster. Him and Tasteless are very fun. Those guys are like the feel good, old school. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Another great one was what's his name? Freaking In Control. He was one of my favorites. And if you want to know where I got the inspiration to draw dongs on stream, it's In Control. So if you go to YouTube and look up StarCraft In Control casting, drawing, you know what? Yeah, he used to draw dongs on StarCraft cast all the time, and that was very inspirational to me. I enjoyed the hell out of that. Yeah, Day 9, I watch Day 9 every now and then. He's cool. He's like a comfort stream, you know. He was I've been watching Day 9 since he started doing stuff off and on. Not like consistently, but I'll jump on and watch him play Magic and stuff. He's got a lot of like wisdom and knowledge about gaming, and is just very relaxed, solid personality. He's a great guy too. Yeah, In Control was the man. I met him in person. He was one of the reasons I started playing 40K. So when my channel was like newer, I think I was around like, I don't know, 10K people on the channel, maybe 15. CA invited me to my first like event with him ever, and it was for the launch of Warhammer 2. And In Control was there. So we shared a cab to the event and back to the airport. So during that time, you know, he was a diehard competitive 40K player, and he was like telling me about the game, and he was like one of the main reasons I started playing Warhammer Tabletop. Yeah. Good. He was awesome, dude. Idra Rage was funny, especially when he played that game versus Huck, and he lost his Huck had like a full illusion army, and Idra thought it was real and just like rage quit the game. That's like one of the most epic esports moments ever. Husky was fun. I was a big fan of HD StarCraft. I liked him a lot. Husky was good though. I liked Husky, but I liked HD a lot. It was fun. Yeah, Bronze League Heroes, those were great. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are in Game 2 of the Grand Finals of Season 6. It's going to be the Catholic Alcoholic with the dreaded Kislevite. So obviously an Armored Kossar battle line with a couple of Kislevite warriors, and though the Boydnyov's Brawlers. So he has the ROR Streltsy here. That's pretty epic, like a full battle line of just hardy Kislevite warriors backed up by the Italian Spartacuses here. These guys look, if you have never seen what my, you guys remember I used to do stuff with Italian Spartacus. He looks like almost identical to these guys, like the bald with the beard. It's pretty powerful. Halberds in the back, and we got a Patriarch for what appears to be healing, and an Ice Witch of Death Frost. Interesting. So sniping spells, Death Frost and Crystal Sanctuary. That's kind of cool. Now looking at old Kislev, or excuse me, the forces of Slanesh, it's going to be Hitman Hippo. And yeah, we got a whole bunch of Devoted Marauders. Fiends are one of the better techs you have. Fiends just wreck armor in general, and if you can get them to avoid being shot and get them on top of the, ideal Kislev targets, they can feast. And Azazel as well. All right, we got it. So Azazel is here to party. He's a great duelist and a small target. He can kill those Kislev characters. He does have Phantasmagoria, and the other spell is going to be Pavane, and he has his Demon Blade too, which is a really good one. So yeah, we'll see if he can avoid the hybrid shooting. That is going to be the hard part. This is wild. We haven't seen a Kislev game in so long. They're just banned, and I mostly do SFTs these days. They're my favorite events because they're not quite as long. But yeah, we haven't seen a Kislev game in God knows how long. I guess since the faction war. Angry Sparties, yeah. Yeah, the angry Sparties are here. They are. The angry Italian Spartacus Legion rises. Look at these guys. Yeah, it's pretty similar to what he looks like. Although some of them have like some weird mutton chop thing going on. It's hard to tell. Yeah, they're not all like normal bearded boys. So horsemen are going to do a little bit of skirmishing. Armored Kossars, that's the thing. You can't really skirmish with Kislev. Like if you do, their infantry will just shoot you with pistols. You try and move up and poke them, and they're like, no, we're not having any of this shit. And also on top of that, they're insanely good in melee. That's why the faction is just so powerful. They kind of do everything super well. Moving up are the Devoted Marauders with Hell Scourges. So we got those bad boys setting up shop, and the Fiends of Slaanesh have set up on Objective 3. So Slaanesh does get the objective advantage. I actually kind of sleeper like this tactic because Hippo is like getting the whole Kislev army to come over here while he's just like sitting on points. Because then he can maybe win by stuffing Kislev back, which Slaanesh is pretty good at doing. Surprisingly, they have really durable infantry. The Devoted Marauders coming out, and we do see some Fiends getting ready to poke. I think sending in Fiends unsupported is very precarious. Because they're just going to get shot to pieces. Like, all the shooting will just go guard mode and just switch. Although, I don't know. We'll see. Azazel's coming in too, maybe. On the backside objective, we do see Hippo here is in danger of losing these horsemen. They do retreat back, and the Fiends get a decent little engagement. And you can see how badly the Fiends of Slaanesh annihilate the Kislev troopers. So if they can retreat before taking too much hybrid shooting, then that was probably a worthwhile little engagement. Exalted Demonettes can also do work if they can come in like the mid-game and cause some disruption. But already, Slaanesh is up to 200 points here. So they're going to be hanging out here as we do see the Fiends pulling away, not losing any models. They're no missile resist. Yeah, only a little bit of his res being a demon. Azazel cackling up in the sky. He's going to get Death Frosted here. So you can see the Ice Witch is moving towards Azazel to Death Frost him. That is like a Walmart Spirit Leech. It's the Spirit Leech you have at home when you're at the store with your mom and you want Spirit Leech. She points. She's like, no, we have Spirit Leech at home. It's Death Frost. Incarnate Elemental of Giga Chads. Here it comes. So the Incarnate Elemental cometh, and that is a great tech against Slaanesh. The way you kill this with Slaanesh is you just get 4 Marauder Horsemen and just rampage it and javelin it down. It's pretty vulnerable against missile play. We do see some horsemen from Hippo coming around the side, looking to poke into the old Incarnate Elemental beasts. And here we have the Devoted Marauders with the Hell Scourges parked up, just waiting for the inevitable engagement. Looks like Kislev doing a bit of a build-up here, being very cautious. And these horsemen are now going to pull back. What's the next column going to be? A lot of Marauders, so just calling out trash. Hitman Hippo does have 2,300 in reserve. Genuinely curious what Homeboy is going to be doing. But yeah, overall, I don't know why Kislev... I mean, they're doing a bit of a build-up, and build-up strategies still are viable, but to me, it feels risky. Letting Slaanesh get all this ground, because if Slaanesh gets a Helm's Deep situation, they are really fast and can reinforce it super quickly, so... Yeah, no, if you guys have seen the movie, it's sorry, these players think they're tired. I got 2.5 hours of sleep last night. The movie, The Ritual on Netflix with where they're in the Scandinavian wilderness. That movie is freaking sweet. And this monster, I mean, pretty much the whole, update, the good old Tzeentch update that everybody hated, and with the units from Kislev and Mother Baba Yaga and all that good stuff. They seem heavily inspired by that kind of stuff. But yeah, The Ritual was a really good horror movie. Like that and Hereditary, probably 2 of the best horror movies of like the last 10 years. I know they were like trying to hype up that Nicolas Cage movie, Longlegs, being like, it's the best movie since Silence of the Lambs. And although it was a decent movie, nowhere near as good as Silence of the Lambs. You can't even hold those 2 in the same park, if you ask me. But yeah, you gotta worship the goat god. That's right, Kenry. So you're wise beyond your years. The Wise Beaver. Incarnate Elemental is going to be cruising up, looking super awesome. And this is one thing Total War does better than like any other RTS game, is the aesthetic and like the models. Like it just looks so freaking good. It does have a lot of jank, but like the style points that Total War has, yeah, it's just Slavic folklore basically. Yeah, a little bit of Slavic folklore. I love Event Horizon, but it's corny. It's I I mean, my favorite horror movie of all time is The Thing with Kurt Russell. We've had this talk on many occasions. So Azazel getting slapped up by Death Frost. A second Death Frost going down on him, which brings him down to about 60% HP. Now, why is Slaanesh not... On the backside, it looks like Horsemen going to be caught by Winged Lancers, potentially. They're much faster, though. 95 speed, so they should be able to get away. Okay, Slaanesh is playing a little bit of ping pong here. So Kislev... Here's the thing, guys. Kislev is trying to set up a big formation and keep in formation, and Slaanesh is like not giving them a square engagement and just contesting the points with mobility, which I really like. They have Fiends parked in the bushes in case the Lancers try and come in. The Fiends are going to pounce on them. I really, really like this playstyle from Hitman Hippo. It's you don't want to take a square fight versus Kislev. It's very, very tough to beat them, right? So forcing them into these like weird partial fights here seems pretty damn good. And if the Fiends are able to get the counter charge here, that's going to be gods here. So is Hitman Hippo going to be on point here with it? The Fiends are parked. Are they going to get the charge? There's, I believe, 2 Fiends in the bushes. Yeah, they probably need to move out. The rest of the army is here. Man, Hippo's sitting on 3,800 supplies. What is he even going to call in? Is there going to be like a bunch of Chosen? I am genuinely curious what he's doing. Like, he is really, really holding it out. Oath Brothers of Tor coming out for the Catholic Alcoholic. Maybe it's going to be a huge swath of infantry, like 3 or 4 Exalted Demonettes are going to push in. That would be super heavy metal. But I like this play a lot. This is very, very sneaky. So he's moving up. He's got his Marauders on the point, trying to contest capture weight. And in the backfield, we see the Things in the Woods being called in. Very, very good tool against the Slaanesh infantry, especially the armor. And now it's going to be another Fiend. So he's pretty much maxed out on Fiends, but sitting on 3,000 supplies. I have no idea what he's even going to call out. Being very, very cagey on the back objective. It reminds me of old 40K games I used to play, where like you'd have like a couple units trying to wrestle an objective just like barely out of range of one another, like some Nurglings, and always fun. But are the Fiends going to crash out? You got to watch out. Oh man, this is a god tier positioning, by the way, on these Streltsy. So the Chad Streltsy just have this like tree line lined up here. They're zeroed in on this bad boy. And if the forces of Slaanesh try and move out of the trees, they're going to get gadded down by these Italian Spartacuses there. So they do get some good shots. They shoot into the Devoted Marauders. They do have a suppress, if I'm not mistaken. That's one of their unique mechanics. And now the Heretics are going to fall back into the tree line. But what is he going to do with that? 3,500 here from Hitman Hippo. He's got a lot of dough. And he is going to have good knowledge on what Kislev is doing. Like, Kislev will have less information about what Slaanesh is doing. The Oath Brothers of Tor are here. I love this positioning using the Boydniov's Brawlers. It's really rad. And now we get more Devoted Marauders being called out. But he's got to call out a lot of stuff. We do see Azazel getting worked on pretty heavily. That's one of the reasons why Sigvald is popular, because you can't really snipe him. Bringers of Beguilement. Okay, Arawar Demonettes. And what else is going to be called in? You don't want to engage with 2,000 supplies waiting in the bank. You're going to want to Alpha Strike. But this Kislev-like defensive line is really good. Like, the way he's deployed, Catholic has been so methodical and tactical here with his positioning here today. He hasn't made too many mistakes. Like, every angle's covered in like most of the ways that they would surround. Like, if you want to flank here, you're opening yourself up to the cavalry charges here, right? So there's some very, very clean positioning here. Bringers of Beguilement are preparing. Azazel, what is he going to drop here? Probably you Pavane the Boydniov's Brawlers to rampage them, and then you charge. That's what I would do. I would rampage these bad boys, and then you move on out. So 2,600 on supplies. We got Fiends. It's going to be a big Alpha Strike. But here's the thing. Hitman Hippo had the points advantage for a long time, so he can afford to play like this. Okay. The last of the Collins are here. Double Exalted Demonette. It's exactly what we predicted. The hard-hitting Alpha Strike going to be coming in, and will Kislev be able to endure against that much killing power? The Exalted Demonettes, I'm telling you, they are just absolute murder hobos. They do so much damage. If they're not being focus fired heavily, they will rip apart Kislev battle lines. The Elemental Incarnate, though, is a big problem. I don't see too much in the army that's going to be good against it, except Marauder Horsemen, which are almost out of ammo. Probably for Hippo, it'd be worth it to unsummon the Marauder Horsemen. So you grab these two and you unsummon them, and then you're going to recall them in. Because otherwise, how the hell are you going to kill that Incarnate Elemental? You're just not going to. And yeah, the thing is Azazel probably loses to the Incarnate Elemental. It's an anti-infantry, and he is infantry-sized. So that's a dodgy one there. Prepare for the Alpha Strike. Where's the Pavane, though? Oh, don't move into the shooting without a Pavane. We need the Pavane of Slaanesh on the Boydniov's Brawlers. That will pull them into melee. And he's casting something. Oh, another Death Frost going down. And the Pavane is going to be activated. So now we see the charge going. So everybody's going to be moving out. The Horn of Gondor has been sounded. The Boydniov's Brawler is going to be called into melee combat. Demonettes have not engaged yet. Azazel needs to just hide in the bushes. That's his new natural habitat. He needs to hide there and just go hang out and enjoy his new home. Engagement across all the battle lines. The Slaaneshi hordes have descended, but Kislev is absorbing the charge very well. Catholic massively ahead on value. But now that the Exalted Demonettes have gotten in, perhaps we could see a bit of a change in pace. Fiends pouncing on the Winged Lancers will be quite good, and Demonettes have gotten into the battle lines here. Nice counter charge from the Fiends on top of the Winged Lancers, and you do see the value start to go up here for Slaanesh. But is it going to be enough? We're going to have to kind of keep track of this. It's like when you're at the fair and you're playing that game where you're trying to squirt water in there and you see the meter filling up here. It's a close race. 2,300 here from Hitman Hippo against 34. Fiends of Slaanesh going to be turbo cost effective. Voidniev's Brawlers got caught in melee, and the Exalted Demonettes are chewing through a lot of infantry. On the middle point, we do see the objective still being owned by Kislev, and the Incarnate Elemental is a problem. This thing is a Mortis engine, so it's going to be draining down a lot. However, Fiends can kill it, and Exalted Demonettes are still pretty numerous. Haven't taken too much damage here. 42 against 35. Phantasmagoria going down. The big evil debuff there. That is going to be triggering the Buyer Blood buff very quickly. It's only a snare, which isn't super good here, but it will trigger the leadership of the Kislevites, making them out a little bit quicker. Exalted Demonettes, Bringers of Beguilement. I mean, look at these ladies. They're showing no mercy. They have ripped through 2 units here, and when the Buyer Blood breaks, they could push onto the Voidniev's Brawlers and start to get work done. Hitman Hippo pulling the value up. 5.4 against 5.4. We now have an even value game. The Incarnate Elemental getting wrecked by the Fiends, and also the really, really good horseman positioning here of Slaanesh. So they're getting her done. Get her done. And the objective is going to be starting to flip here. We do see the forces of Slaanesh pulling ahead on value. There's just too many cost-effective trades going on everywhere. It's all sorts of havoc. Like the Fiends are up trading into all these units here. We see the Oath Brothers getting ground down, and now the Exalted Demonettes, the Bringers of Beguilement. If only they still had Rampage, they'd be so freaking good. But they do get run over by Winged Lancers, which is a very good play by the Catholic here, trying to intercept this position, which does allow the Brawlers to get away and get out of combat here. As far as the middle objective goes, it looks like it is going to be flipping. We do see the Incarnate Elemental getting worn down, but they run out of ammunition. But not before these Fiends are just doing the work of the Dark Prince. It's unstable. It's crumbling down. The Incarnate Elemental is going to be offline, which means all these demonic infantry here are no longer going to be taking a Mortis engine. All right, that is interesting. Okay, now this is making a little bit more sense for why we've been seeing more Slaanesh on the leaderboard, because they apparently trade well into Kislev, or at least seem to be able to contend with Kislev, which is awesome to see. I love it. Bringers of Beguilement trying to close the distance here. There's literally 600 HP, and they're getting shot to pieces. The epic Italian Spartacus / Samurai as they rip those shots in, and now the Fiends are closing the distance. This is, what's more Warhammer than this? The Kislevites of the North holding back a demonic tide with gunfire. It's pretty glorious. The Fiends with proper micro here from the Hippo should be able to screen back there and get on them. As far as this fight goes, looks like Slaanesh has taken this one over. Azazel is cackling and being an evil schemer in the shadows, so he is just lurking. He's literally at 500 HP, so just keep him away from Deathfrost. At least he got some good magic off. You know, he was an elusive troll, but yeah, overall Kislev is looking smashed. I think they're losing on every front. The big swarm was able to break those lines, and I guess the battle lines were too wide, and too many Exalted Demonettes and Fiends got into combat without getting poked down. And that is why, like, you have to be cautious with your engagements. The buildup was so good, but Slaanesh is very much like a scalpel faction. You can't be taking reckless frontal charges. You need to like attack the flank, force your opponent, because that forced Kislev to spread out. At which point it was easier to pick them apart and hit from multiple directions, and hit it from the back a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So, Azazel still cackling away. Kislev looking to be dead in the water, as we see a double cap here for Hitman Hippo and his Slaaneshi Heretics. Exalted Demonettes still going strong. There is some healing on Kislev's roster, but I think most of it wasn't like, there's not like some big SE that got a lot of healing. So, yeah, we got the Winged Lancers on the way in. The Patriarch still fighting here. A couple Kossars. Slaanesh still running around with Azazel in the back. It's pretty funny. You don't even need to micro him. Just, leave him still in micro elsewhere, probably. But here it comes. More Demonettes, the Bringers of Beguilement, all 11 frickin' models, which is insane. Seeker Cavalry have arrived. Incredibly cost-effective, but Slaanesh is so dominant on the middle. We have an Exalted Demonette, Warriors. Kislev is down by almost 3,000 value. There's absolutely no chance that they're going to be able to come back. I don't know if Catholic knows this yet, but Hitman Hippo is going to be getting on the board, and that was a fun match. That was a fun environment to see Kislev in. I totally think this matchup is winnable for Kislev, but I think the Alpha Strike of Hitman Hippo and the positioning and timing of his engagements were just a little bit too good. And Catholic kind of got pulled apart a little bit. His big monster got focus fired and isolated by Fiends. Just so many things were a little bit unfortunate here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a tap out here from the forces of Kislev. And uno momento, perhaps. Yeah, we see the double cap approaching 1,300 points. Ice Witch is still here. Azazel lurking in the shadows. Not going to be able to, get back in the fight. Not that it matters, though. We see more horsemen being called in. Fiends are just rampaging, and Fiends are going to dominate these Winged Lancers with a little bit of infantry support, that is. Winged Lancers will do well in the charge, But when the infantry get in here, the Princes of Perfection, that is going to be a little bit too much. So here they come. The Princes with their big pointy spear arms will drag down these mighty Kislevite warriors. So the Power Slavs, the Muscle Slavs will probably fall here. He's stuffed back pretty damn hard. The back objective is in heavy danger of being taken, actually. So if the game were to go longer, I suspect that we could just be seeing Slaanesh move over here and backcap him. 2 more infantry units coming in. Azazel just stroking it back here, you know, not doing a whole lot. He's stroking his sword, if you know what I'm saying. And yes, crumbling things in the woods, not going to be great versus spear unit. Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh going to be throwing some fat javelins in their smug faces. And yeah, Kislev is a pretty smug faction with how much they win. They definitely are the top faction of the game. All right, GG, well played. So that was really fun. Cool to see Slaanesh take on old Kislev. That build-up strategy was very good for Slaanesh. And you know why it was so good is he didn't even have the risk associated with the build-up, which is losing out on objectives. Because like he had the triple cap out of the gates while doing his build-up. So he wasn't even behind on points. That's what was so clean. Azazel basically did nothing, but Fiends were god tier. And yeah, you can see all these units. The Exalted Demonettes all performed. Great stuff. Kislev army was good. It was fairly standard, right? Although was it standard? Not really. You didn't see any Kossars of spears or anything. Those things are, I guess, used a bit. No Griffin Legion, just Winged Lancers going for the cheaper cav, although they seem to do fine as well. All right, guys. So 1-1 of the grand finals. These guys thought it was going to be a quick series. They were dead wrong. All right. No problem. Okay. Perfect. And we are getting her done. Where are we at? What's the next matchup going to be? They're saying they're getting tired. That's funny, yeah. That's okay. And that was a great game. You gotta push through it. Oh, are the Chaos Dwarves coming? Yes, give us the Chaos Dowie, please. Yeah, the overwhelm strategy. Yeah, because sometimes to approach a gun line, you do need critical mass. If you try and go in more kind of elite, smaller numbers, they can really pick you apart. But if you have like a super wide army, it becomes harder to defend against. Yeah, it was fun, man. GG, well played. Yeah, heavy chariots, the war sleds. Yeah, war sleds are pretty gross. Although Fiends getting buffed really put Slaanesh up a bracket for sure. I want some Hashit, Ita, Chutu, Zulahu. We need it. All right, guys, just opening the door to get some air in here. Jesus. It's literally a sauna. Hey, welcome, Ireland. Yes, we're in the grand finals. We are in the grand finals. They make it sound like Turin's got him locked up in the mines. Yeah. I am the overseer right now. Let's see. All right, so the map is going to be what? Maps for the next one is going to be Altar of the Champion. I love that map. It's a really nice one. And that's by Bob as well. Bob, dude, you're getting all the shine in the finals with your maps. How come we never see Kislev bring the reds? Boris? Yeah, he's niche. He's okay. Typically, the cheap caster lords for Kislev are really good. Katarina on her sled is also kind of meta. You see her being used quite a bit, the Tsarina. It's like, for characters, in order to bring, like, you'll probably notice in most matchups, like, the lord people bring is also a caster. Because lords that aren't casters, you have to pay for a caster on top of that, which really doesn't bring too much outside of spells. So typically, like, combat lords need to be very good to justify, you know, that as an option. Chorfs? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't asked for buff for Chorfs. I think Chorfs are a well-rounded, like, decently balanced faction. Like, other factions need to be nerfed. Chorfs are, like, in a good spot. Like, their units usually are pretty balanced. There's nothing on the Chorf roster that's like a Centaur of Tzeentch where you're like, oh god, I have to deal with that. You know? Yeah. Vampire counts versus Nurgle. I wouldn't even care. Yeah, I wouldn't even mind. It's actually, like, as long as it's not a mirror match. If you get like Nurgle or like Vampire count, that's like pure suffering. But if you're with the other goodness, it's not so bad. Hey, Erlen, thanks for becoming a channel member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard, my friend. Yes, I love Terracotta Graveyard. I played a couple games on it the other night, Wacka. Yeah, it's really good. I hadn't played it enough to add it to this, but I will be adding it to future tournaments. We've actually played a lot of your maps today, Wacka. I think we played a handful of your maps for sure. Okay. So the picks on the table are Dwarves, Chaos Dwarves, and Demons of Chaos. And then we have Empire Beastmen and High Elves for Catholic Alcoholic. Okay. Come on, give me the Ita Chutu Dawi. I want it. Give us the Dawis are. They're so freaking cool. Boris's campaign is a lot of fun. Is it? Yeah, I haven't played campaign in a long time. Thought about maybe someday we'll get back into head-to-head campaigns. Those were a fun format. How many of you guys are OGs in chat and remember the old school head-to-head campaigns I used to do with Italian Spartacus? Professor Pone and I also had some amazing ones. We've had some really good head-to-heads that have been fun. I'm talking the OG ones, like me and Italian Sparty doing those. I think my favorite ever was I was playing the Dwarves, I was playing Ungrim, and he was playing Throg. You guys remember that absolute banger? Oh, that was magic. That was probably one of my favorite experiences on YouTube ever. It was so fun. Like, I was crying tears of laughter. I couldn't. If you guys haven't seen that, go check out part 2. It's so funny. Surtha remembers. Any good 40K books? Oh man, I have no suggestions there, but I'm sure one of our many folks in chat can hook you up to that. We got a lot of 40K people around here. The only 40K books I've read are the Thousand Suns, the Black Legion series. Yeah, that's pretty much it. The Black Legion series by, I think it's Aaron Dembski Bowden, and then the Thousand Suns books. Yeah, I haven't read too much. The Pain Train. Yeah, maybe someday, Outer. It could be fun. If I get back into it, I'll let you know. Oh, man. Sparty's only strategy was to make Turin cry with laughter so he couldn't see his... It was working. I was struggling on micro. He was making me laugh cry. And I don't laugh easily. Like, it takes a bit to actually make me laugh. Vampire counts are good, but they're very polarizing. They're like really good in some matchups and terrible in others. That's why they're more niche. Yeah. Yeah, that was funny. Gorniar, yeah. Because he was playing Throg and I got to control Surtha X army against him, and we killed his army with Surtha X like several times. It's hilarious. I like Astra Militarum. If I were to play like a Imperium faction, it would be the Astra Militarum probably. Yeah. But I just have Death Guard for 40K. That feels like it was yesterday. Yeah, Scout. That was like friggin' 4 or 5 years ago, dude. Right? That must have been like what, 2020, 2021 maybe, in that ballpark. I'm not sure. All right. Are they doing a mirror match? What's going on here? It's Beastmen versus Doc or High Elves versus Dwarves. Okay. There could be some Dowie in this game. You guys might get the Blessed Dwarves. You might get them. So Puling says, my favorite was the first one where Sparty attacked the Vampire Count settlement and Turin came out flying on the offensive with Vargeist, and he just says, what the hell are those? While Turin cackled in the background and began chasing him down. Oh god, that was so funny, that one. So that is just old. That's so old, Puling, because that was back when in campaigns, in head-to-head campaigns, you could get assassins and you could assassinate people's legendary lords back then. So like I remember I had Archeon the Everchosen in that, and he had like 15 witch hunters just chasing him and just chain assassinating him, and he just died nonstop. It was so funny. That was like just the jank of the jank. I don't know what it's gonna be yet. Okay. Beastmen versus Demons of Chaos. Cool. So Beastmen versus Demons of Chaos is going to be the matchup. That's a fun one. 7 years ago, Jesus. Turin as the evil Lady Tree versus Throt, and he just assassinated him to death. Yeah. That was against Professor Pone. Pone and I had a really good one. I was on Dryka and he was on Throt. Yeah. It came down to a massive epic battle at Hell Pit, which was really fun, actually. Atlas, thank you for the 20. Finally able to catch a tournament live. Been watching since the Haggard Warhammer 1 Vampire Deathbox days. That is old. We're getting old, man. Cheers to many more tournaments to come. That's right. We're just getting started, though. That's very true. That's very true, Frost. That is absolutely true. What is the least likely mirror match? You don't really see like elf mirror matches. Like Wood Elf, High Elf, Dark Elf. I don't think I've like ever seen people play those. Slanesh only demons? No, it's not Aerocrastic. It's not. It is not him. Flexing the OG status, yeah. Yeah. So demons versus beasts, plague bearers. Be'lakor is actually not terrible here. Or at least he used to be good back in the day. Durable, causes terror. Centaurs of Tzeentch are really strong. They all do magic damage, so that's a big boon for the beast. But it's going to be your typical beastman Unga Bunga, like cheap, crappy infantry, mass raiders, insert Centaur or Minotaur here, basically, is what the build's going to be. It's been a long road. Is that a reference to Star Trek? I think it is. How long do seasons last? They last as long as the content cycle is. So currently, this is the Season 6 final. Season 7 is being played right now. So if you go to Total Tavern, let me show you real quick. Okay. Got it here. Let's go to the main page. We'll have an update for Total Tavern someday, too. Should be cool. Shout out to the people working on that, to Marshall and company. You guys rock, man. Thank you again, Atlas, for the donation. All right, so... yeah, we're on Season 7 right now. You can see up here. Currently, Serek is number 1. Alexander, he's a new and up-and-comer doing really well. Charek, so a lot of the same people you've seen playing today. Berserk down here as well. Berserk literally 11-1, pretty savage. Adri's, I always lurk around number 14 or 15, but I disqualify myself. So, like, I qualified for today's tournament, but I wouldn't have won it. That's for damn sure. But I give my spot to someone else. Yeah, it's fun, though. So when we get, like, a new DLC... We reset the stats and we usually start a new season. It's like kind of coincides with the hype and it's very fun. Yeah, that's true. Healing, that was a long time ago. He did used to stop by. Yes. Gorniar says, I think you joined during the Grom DLC. Oh yeah, Grom was pretty gnarly. Oh, I love Stargate SG1. I haven't. Old sci-fi MacGyver. You know, with Stargate SG-1, a lot of people hated on it when MacGyver kind of stepped out of the show, but I honestly didn't hate the later seasons. I thought they were fun. You still had Teal'c, you know, he's like the coolest character, and Samantha and the Doctor and all that. Stargate SG-1 was awesome, dude. I love that show. Oh, it's so good. 90s had such a lock on like good episodic sci-fi shows. We don't really get those anymore. Like those episodic, like 20 episode seasons where you just like get so much character development and narrative. Like, you know, we're talking about Deep Space Nine, like The Next Generation, Stargate SG-1. I haven't seen Babylon 5 in those ones. Oh, and freaking Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, Commander Turin. Oh my god, that's old. Yeah, so that's a fact. I was gonna do Magic the Gathering on YouTube, but then Total War came out, Warhammer, and I was like, oh, gotta do that. I haven't seen Babylon 5, but Battlestar Galactica is like one of the goats for me. That show is so freaking good. The soundtrack for that, oh, God's here, dude. God's here. Wester, thank you for the 20. Feels like I just turned in, bro. Man. Yeah, I remember working on that article with you a long time ago. Man. 6 years. Yeah, 6 years. I'm closing in on 40, dude. I'm 36. It's coming. I'm on the other side of 30 now. You know, I really like the Orville though. That was one show that kind of like had that old school feeling to it. Orville was great. I know they're working on a new season. Apparently, it's confirmed. It's coming in like 25 or 26. So that's hyped. I love the Orville. It had those old Star Trek vibes for sure, with fun humor in it too, but also like a good storyline. Teal'c is Kratos. Yeah, he is. Yeah, that actor's awesome. Gotta go watch Battlestar Galactica again. I remember binging that show. I was staying with my dad in New York when I first watched it, and I was just binging it, just going balls deep on those episodes. Yeah, Orville was amazing. It's really good. No mullet right now, Boylan. Yeah, not at the moment. It could happen again. Though my wife deserves better. Yeah, so Beastmen versus Doc. Doc can do so much shit. That's like what's cool about that faction, is they're just so diverse with their playstyles. It's like there's so many directions they can go. They can literally play like Nurgle demons. They could play Tzeentch demons with like a little, you know, taste of a little spice of another one. It's great. Did X-Files age well? I haven't watched X-Files in a long time. Haven't. Yeah, it was fun in the 90s though, for sure. That was a lot of fun. So the Doc player's ready. I wonder if we'll see a Forbidden Be'lakor return. That would be really cool. Beastmen are taking their sweet time. And I think the Bellacore banner was fixed. Okay, they're talking about it. Let's see what they got. They're scheming it up. Hey, thank you for the fiber. For single faction war Slayers only. You're talking like a Slayer cult sub-faction? Oh, that's actually not a bad idea. Maybe for like a faction war, we could add a couple sub-factions. We could do a Slayer cult where the dwarves can only bring Slayer units, which is honestly fine. They could bring Hewers, Pirates, Slayers, Giant Slayers, Doomseekers. They have like 3 Slayer characters: Garrogrim, Ungrim, Demon Slayer. Yeah, I mean, you could easily do a Slayer cult in like maybe for the next faction war. Ale, that's a good idea actually. Oh, I love Firefly. It's a shame Firefly didn't get more seasons. That was a god tier show. I mean, they did conclude the story with a movie, but it's not the same as getting like 3 or 4 seasons of solid TV. Yeah. Oh my God, Matt. I remember you, Matt Giannotti. You've been around forever. Starting law school on Monday. Oh my God. So you must have been like early college when you first started watching, maybe late high school. Null and sub-faction. I think doing I like the demon sub-faction. I think next time we're going to add a couple factions just for fun. For faction war. The Slayer cult would be really good though. Yeah, that would be awesome. Because it's like, it has enough to compete, you know what I'm saying? It's not like a sub-faction where it can't compete. I do not know if this is a bad matchup. We have some data on this. Okay, the game's starting right now, thankfully. Beastmen versus Demons of Chaos. There's only 4 games played currently this season, so there's not enough data to draw a conclusion. But as it currently stands, the Beastmen are 3-1 against Demons of Chaos. But that's very limited data. I wouldn't take any inklings out of that. The movie was really good. Oh man, you haven't seen the Firefly movie? Yeah, it's great. Serenity is what it's called, right? God, that movie's great. Yeah, go watch that. It was a quick wrap up of the story, but it was a good movie. I loved it. Yeah, it was awesome. All these OGs. Hey, Madso, it's okay. We're grateful to have you here, man. Hope you're having fun. All right. Good luck, have fun, says the players. As we load into the game, it looks like it's going to be a Doom Bull versus a Nurgle Herald Evil. So we have a Nurgle Herald with a combination of different demon types. Beastmen do have Harpies. That's pretty much their only heir. So maybe Changebringers are really good in this matchup. We'll find out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Spawning in on the southeast side of the map, it is going to be the dreaded Bray Herd. We have the Doom Bull for Catholic. He's so cool. When he punches you in the face, it dazes you. It's great. So he can slow down your speed if he gets on you, and he's pretty cheap and tanky too. I play Warhammer the Old World Tabletop, and Subutai, you know him from Total War. But he's also one of my IRL friends, and we go and play tabletop tournaments together. He plays Beastmen, and he pretty much always uses a Doom Bull. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I was a big fan of the Serenity movie. But anyways, Ungor Spears backed up by Raiders. Raiders are excellent against light armor, and that's Demons of Chaos. You sit a couple Raiders on a Plague Bearer, and they're going to kill it eventually. In the back, it's going to be Centaur Throwing Axes. So, oh wow, 4 Centaur Throwing Axes. I think Homie was expecting maybe like a Bellacore type character, or like some sort of big scary demon, like Green Olgor maybe. Who knows? Now, looking over here at the banner, we do have the good old Demons of Chaos and Hitman Hippo. It's a 1-1 series, best of 5, so both players have a little bit of cushion. It's going to be Blues. Blues are, well, they're good. They'll be able to fight against cheap Ungors, and they have some shooting to poke against the Gors and Centaurs too. Pinks in the back, so we have the Demonic Archers, and we can go ahead and close that. There we go. Yeah, Pinks are great. Really good against Binos, pretty much against the entire Beastman roster. We have a Nurgle caster, a Herald of Nurgle. He's going to be coming in, rocking it with the Rancid Visitations, as well as Fleshy Abundance. Okay, so he's got some good spells. Basically just a sniping kit and the Changebringers. So on this map, Changebringers might be able to really utilize this terrain. Like move up on it and then like bounce between the 2 objectives. That could be very, very disruptive. Yeah, we'll have to see. We will have to see. All right, so the battle is on, and we do see the old Changebringers coming up to party. Centaurs should get outranged by Changebringers by a little bit. We do see the Herald of Nurgle getting in to disrupt. All the Changebringers are going to shoot them from downtown, and oh, the collateral damage. Oh, nice shot. So Centaurs do lose 3 models, take a lot of HP damage, and I really like this. So he's using the Herald to buffer for the Changebringers, forcing these guys back. And in the meantime, Catholic is trying to micro desperately back and forth to get this. Here in the sky, the Herald of Nurgle is going to be screening, and he does have healing and is durable. So far, Changebringers winning that fight pretty hard. But all in all, the Beastmen do have all the objectives. So Beastmen have objective 1. They've taken objective 3. Ungor Raiders are at the ready, General. They are in position, and it is time to party. Here we do see the Herald of Nurgle continuing to screen these units out. Doombull just living in the bushes. So eventually I would wager he'll come out. Maybe he's a little bit worried about being sniped. We'll have to see. Changebringer's just looking to cook. They're just trying to find whatever they can. Obviously, Centaurs with throwing axes is a great value target. Here we have the blues and pinks, and they're trying to kind of form ranks in this nice little corner where they're going to be very secret and safe against Beastmen flanking. Probably the game plan is form ranks here, push out this way where it's very difficult to flank you, and then just call in reinforcements in the middle. And in the meantime, just harassing over here, really. Man, these Changebringers are really good against Beastmen. I'm like, man, another one? And also, maybe there's no Harpies, but even if there was Harpies, right? Like, Demons of Chaos can just call out Furies, like Furies of Khorne with like a Herald. They're going to rip those things apart, but that is very, very nasty. And we do see the good old Centaurs getting thrown back. In the meantime, Hitman Hippo and the Rat Clan preparing to do battle in the middle versus the Mercenary Clan. We have a Mercenary versus Rat Clan, so certainly fun. And the Blues, they're getting ready to pop up on the back objective. We do see some Ungors coming on in, but now the Demons are going to get this objective. It's only a matter of time. Changebreakers are going to cook these Centaurs right now. Oh, man, that's going to be brutal. And we get the Herald in there. Herald does jump in. We have Doombull still hiding in the bushes. A lot of damage going down and good focus fire from all the Blues. So the Blues are going to be melting the Ungor Raiders. So far, Hitman Hippo seems to be playing ahead in this game. He's definitely in a more commanding position. And I wonder when Doombull is eventually going to come out of the bushes and play. Now, we'll see. So Centaurs being called in and also Gore Herds. And Doombull just living in the tree line. I guess he's worried about getting nailed by the Changebringers, so he's waiting for the Changebringers to come out. We'll have to see. Not sure. So double Blues up on the point. Ungor Raiders and a Shadowcaster are here. Pit of Shades is good against Demons. It's very, very good, especially if you can get like Sour Guts with it. That's just prime time. But objective number 2 is owned by the Demons, but the Beastmen still have the objective secured on the other points, but not for too long. Demons are moving up. Changebringers did not want to wait for their shields to regenerate, so they are going to eat some firepower. Definitely just pull them back, let their shields regenerate, I think. Blues showing their mettle, very nice hybrid unit, able to push into range of the Ungor Raiders with their 90 range and push them back. Also securing the point. Changebringers cooking some of the range units here, and now their shields are regenerating. That's so freaking good. Like, this is all just healing. They just healed 500 HP. Like, that is so freaking powerful. Fiends of Slaanesh called in the back here for the old Demons, and for the Beastmen, what are their call-ins going to be? We got Gore Herds, and we got Minotaurs with Grey Open. So, Minos with Grey Open is pretty bad against everything here, except the Fiends, which is what they're there to counter. So they're going to need to avoid that focus fire from the Pinks, because Minotaurs of Khorne are obviously armored and can take a bit more of a beating, but Beastmen Minotaurs only have 35 armor, so they do not want to be fighting against like Fiends and things like that. Or excuse me, against the Blues and Pinks. They do want to be fighting against Fiends. That's what I meant to say. Sorry, 2 hours of sleep. We're still going though. We're still going. Doombull is still just chilling out. I know he would get hit with Rancid, but he's got 6,000 HP, and I mean, he's just going to Rancid down the Bray Shaman. I would rather the Doombull gets hit with Rancid than my Bray Shaman, because you don't want to be losing that caster. So Nurgle puts his blessings here on the Bray Shaman, and we do see the Beastmen hordes advancing up a little bit. Overall, Catholic, very, very defensive, not pushing in too hard. The Beastmen Unga Bunga is very calm. We get some Exalted Plague Bearers called into the back, and now the Pinks are advancing up to get into range. The Beastmen are going to have to pull the trigger eventually, and now we see Doombull coming out. So Doombull has emerged from the bushes. He's waiting for his wizard to take the beating for him, and now he's advanced out. Very, very honorable Doombull. In the meantime, the Changebringers getting good value. They've gotten 73 kills, about 900 value, and their damage has been devastating this game. The Raider Archers, I think Beastmen, I think you need to bring something to kill Changebringers with your magic as the Beastmen player, because that seems really, really difficult to deal with. I mean, we get all the throwing axes and whatnot, but those Changebringers are like really just putting the hurt here on the Beastmen army. As far as the other engagements go, Ungor is going to lose this fight here. We do see some Centaurs of Tzeentch moving in, and they'll do fat damage. They're going to get in and punish those Blues pretty hard. Oh my god, look at the HP damage. Centaurs of Tzeentch hit so freaking hard. It's just foul. And on the other side, we get the Fleshy Abundance being used on the Slaanesh Demons. That's the coolest part about Demons of Chaos, is seeing like all the different interactions between the different gods' mechanics. But really good Pit of Shades there. It hits the Pinks. It also hits the Blues. Going to be crumbling them. Changebringers in the meantime kiting back, but the Beastmen are hot in pursuit, but it's not going well for them. Every time the Beastmen chase these Changebringers, they just get cooked up. Fiends called out of reserve, but are intercepted by some Spear units, and in the epicenter of action, we do see the value trading is pretty even. Catholic is a little bit ahead, but remember the Demonic Healing and Fleshy Abundance, I would say Hitman Hippo is probably actually ahead in this game. He does manage to get this point, and the big Minotaurs have gotten to the frontline fighting, which is, they're hitting Pinks. But they're also going to be taking shooting from, the Unholy Hand Grenades of Nurgle are going to be teeing off here. Herald of Nurgle getting punched in the face, though. If Catholic is able to isolate and kill that Herald of Nurgle, that would be a disaster. But he's pretty tanky. The changing fire of Tzeentch coming down, doing a lot of damage against those Beastmen units. Centaurs of Tzeentch and Minotaurs get routed off. The Beastmen player seems to be going for a bit of a snipe attempt here on the Herald of Nurgle with the Doom Bull, but there's no big magic. Or Traderkin would be very nice here. Like a big Traderkin right on the blob would be pretty clutch, but alas, it is not in play. On the side, we get Zangors called in. Zangors are a god tier anti-demon unit. They have silver shields against all the firepower, and they also do have a magic damage, which is quite clutch. Beastman army is still, hanging in there. The Doom Bull is going to be a big presence here. We do see the back objective owned by Beastmen, but the other two are owned by the Demons of Chaos right now. God tier Pit of Shades about to come in from the Catholic. That is going to be really good. That's going to nail those Exalted Plague Bearers. So that's exactly what you want to be doing. It also hits Sour Guts too, so that was a really, really good one. Ungor Raiders are Ungabungaing here on the Changebringers, and they've done a lot of damage. Changebringers probably about paid for themselves, 2,000, yeah, so they did. But they're going to get crumbled down here in just a second. As the Pit of Shades does wear off, will the Beastmen have enough kind of pushing power to get this objective back? We see more Centaurs called in. Centaurs, remnants of the Minotaurs here are on their way back in. And Doom Bull is going balls deep in the second here. I mean, he is poisoned, but he has heard no bell. He is actually just trying to kill this Herald. But the Herald of Nurgle is a strong fighter, especially on a Rotfly. He's got a big HP pool, poison, good AP, good combat stats. He's going to be able to scrap there pretty hard. So the Ungor Raider fire, though, pretty clutch. He needs to get it all back online. Catholic is going to be reforming ranks and shooting that away. Demons of Chaos do fold up the flank here. The Seekers come in with the support of the Furies and push off the Centaurs. And now we're going to be seeing the Hitman Hippo pushing back the Ungor Raiders here. So those guys are going to get swarmed. In the meantime, up in the sky, Herald of Nurgle is he's gotten away from the Bull, but the Bull is in trouble. He might actually get beaten down here by the Herald as well as the Fiends. The Locust of Fecundity active, so that is a free healing ability he has. And Doom Bull, if Doom Bull dies, I think that's probably GG. Beastmen are a low leadership faction. They don't really like to have their Lord dead. It's very bad for them, and I think he's going to die. So Fiends have good mass. Plague Bearers, of course, have good mass too, and we do see the Doom Bull trying his best to fight, but the Herald, backed up by Fiends, who are debuffing his stats with the Soporific Musk. It's a really, really nasty combo right there. So, ladies and gentlemen, looking at Objective 1 belongs to the Demons of Chaos. Objective number 2 belongs to the Demons of Chaos as well, and the Demonic Hordes of Hell seem to be taking control of the battlefield as the Beastmen continue their savage push, but they're just being overwhelmed and shot to pieces on most fronts. Doom Bull is probably going to die to Rancid Visitations or just melee. It looks like it's just going to be melee. And down goes the Doom Bull. No, he turns to run. It looked like he was going to fall over there, but he's hanging in there like a champ. 0, and yeah, Doom Bull has fallen. So Doom Bull is down, probably GG. Catholic is down 1,000 value now, and Demons have a lot of healing, and that is going to be it. Oh, big overcasted fleshy abundance too. That is just so good. Double Fiends and Seekers get healed up there. Absolutely disgusting play. And on the other side, we do see the Minotaurs coming in to try and help out, but that is not going to work out. And Hitman Hippo looks like he's going to be taking Rat Clan up to a 2-1 lead here, at which point, it's the last game for Catholic if he loses that after that. So he's going to be on the ropes. So that certainly gives the Chowie Lord a little bit of a cushion. We have not seen his beloved Chowie yet today, but I'm sure we will at some point. Although, I want him to play well. I don't want him to take unnecessary risks for us, because this is a big achievement for Total War. This is like a high-stakes tournament, right? Minotaurs are on the way in. I don't know what Catholic thinks he's going to be able to do. I mean, the demons are just so numerous, and there's just haggard-ass raiders coming in. They're just going to basically bounce off these units and get eaten by Furies. We got 2 units of Fiends, both of whom are healthy. Herald of Nurgle is healthy too. There's basically a 0% chance for Catholic. I mean, Hitman Hippo would have to AFK, and even then, the AFK would be tricky to beat if he just sat completely still in the points where he is. Minotaur is using the trees, which is smart, so they're going to be avoiding some of the fire. They are on fire now. It only matters for healing, really. So not going to be too much of a variable there. On the other side, the Ungabunga moves in, but the Chromatic Abominations are RORs. They have a good stat line, 27, 29, 24. Not terrible, but more importantly, they have 160 models. So they're going to be a lot of stopping power there. More demons on the way in, but the Furies are just going to pull back through the Chromatic Abominations. And in the front, we do get the Minotaurs, but they're fighting Exalted Plague Bearers. The Exalted Plague Bearers could beat them on their own. They hit very hard. They have 50 weapon strength to pop or something like that. Yeah, 52. Minotaurs getting ground to dust. Fiends debuffing them. Herald of Nurgle providing monstrous support. And this fight is kind of cute over here, but overall, Chromatic Abominations are holding on like champs. Maybe Beastmen can break through and threaten the back objective. Maybe. But I seriously doubt it. This fight is a complete disaster here. We do see the demons route that fight off, and they're going to come over here now and just clean this up. And you're going to see that army fold up very, very quickly here. Very, Very quickly indeed. Yeah, that's the idea. Maybe Catholic is like not surrendering because he's trying to tire out Hitman Hippo. He knows it's well, it's late for both of them though. Like Hitman Hippo is in, according to his profile, is like in the Isle of Man, and I don't know if that's true, but Catholic Alcoholic is in Germany, so it's late for both of them. It's not like anybody's getting an advantage here, you know. In the meantime, objectives number 1 and objectives number 2 are hanging in there for the demons, and they're going to be able to secure those very easily. Beastmen are just on death's bed. I mean, these plague bearers will not crush the Zangors, but hold against them very well. I thought those were regular gores for a second. Fiends coming in, going to tear apart these Sentries. Although Sentries do okay damage against Fiends on the charge. You can see the Fiends taking some DPS as well, but not before the Centaurs take massive casualties and probably rout. Backpoint owned by the Demons of Chaos. It's going to be 1,000 points here. Yeah, this is strange. Like, why would you not surrender here? This is like very, very... I mean, you got like 2 units on the field. There you go. All right. He saw it. We all saw it. All right. GG. Well played. That was quite a bit of fun. Cool match. I like that one. Interesting stuff. Demons of Chaos are always fun to watch. And they're also very good this patch, too. They're doing quite well in the old meta. So it was Doom Bull in time. Doom Bull tried. He got 1,300 value. Caster did okay. The Changebringers gave a lot of early momentum, but really Doom Bull getting karate chopped was the straw that broke the camel's back. Changebringers, 2,000 value. Karanak was actually in reserve, too. Interesting. 1,400 value here. And Fiends, of course, just super good as always. All right. So this is for all the marbles here. If Hitman Hippo wins the next game, that is going to be the tournament. He needs to just muster the last of his energy he has as we go to the Rift at World's Edge. All right. Man, Bob's maps are just getting it right now. They're getting a lot of attention. It wasn't even intentional, but here we are. All right. GG. So we got 2-1 here in best of 5 series. And we're good to party. Sad Beastmen noises? Yeah. Sad cow noises, but Beastmen, they don't need to be sad. They're top meta right now. They're very, very strong. Sad moves, yeah, a little sad moo. A little bit sad moo sounds. No moves today. Yeah, I mean, Beastmen won a game earlier, right? They had some wins. We had some Beastmen wins on stream. So what factions have not been represented? We had Wood Elves, we had Kislev, we had Beastmen, Slanesh, no Dwarves. Okay, I'll just go for the ones we haven't had today. We haven't had Dwarves. We haven't had Vampire Coast. No Nurgle. No Khorne. No Chaos Dwarves. No Ogre Kingdoms. No Lizardmen. No Walk. No Norska. No Vampire Counts. No Bretonnia. No Greenskins. Honestly, that's a pretty good range. Like, we've had like a little around half the factions represented here today. That's really good. That's really solid. All right, so they're doing their draft right now. Rift at the World's Edge is kind of an Itza style map. It's got 3 points side by side. They're a little bit wider, I think, than Itza. Is there, in this game, do we have Pegasus? Yeah, Bretonnia rides them. Yeah, Pegasus Knights, you can ride them. They're pretty rad. Speaking of, Bretonnia in tabletop is pretty brutal. They're so freaking good. And the Pegasus Knights are insanely powerful. They are insanely good. Yeah, Bretonnia's got some great minis. I'll show you guys the goods while we're chilling out here. Yeah, look at Chad Warhammer the Old World on the front page of GW. Oh, I love to see it. So yeah, Kingdom of Bretonnia. These new models are awesome. The Foot Squires. They're unfortunately elite infantry kind of suck in Old World. It's funny how that just is the same. Like literally the same things are good in tabletop as in Total War. Elite infantry are very niche. Yeah, Bretonnia's a beautiful army though. Like the Duke on the Duke on the Pegasus is so freaking good. This guy's such a Chad. Look how great that model is. Oh, Bretonnia is an army like I would like to have someday, but I just don't want to paint them. Like no way. They have the Fey Enchantress in tabletop too. Basically, it's we have the Fey Enchantress at home. It's that meme. She's pretty good too. She's got some cool abilities. The Green Knight is probably the most annoying thing in all of Warhammer tabletop. He is so stupid and so annoying. And this is OP. Yeah, he's so good. Yeah, this Paladin is awesome. The Questing Knight Paladin. Look at this guy. Oh, it's such a good model. To me, this is just, it's so much better than, I mean, Sigmar has epic big models, but the little guys in Old World are great. And you got all the oldies as well. Yeah, Bretonnia got a nice model range update. Battle Pilgrims are just so haggard. These things are like straight out of the 90s. Although I think they're from early 2000s. You got the Friar Tuck haircuts. Yeah, pretty glorious. All right. All right, it's go time, man. Bob says it's about 1.2 times the width of Itza. Copy that. Copy. So, what are the picks? Do I have any news and updates? Oh, Dwarves, Chaos Dwarves, and Ogre Kingdoms from Hitman Hippo. And then Catholic is Empire, Beastmen, and High Elves. Catholic is an elf main. He's very good. He linked his picks with Greasus laughing. I love it. Oh my god. I hope he doesn't try and win with Greasus just to make us laugh. That would be unfortunate. I want him to like try. I want both players to try their best to win. You know, because not. I don't think. Yeah, Hitman Hippo has won one major event. This would be Catholic's first major event win. He's won a lot of tournaments and on Total Tavern, which are good. But this is like an S tier tournament. So if he won that, it'd be pretty big. New Skaven. The Skaven models are really good. They're really, really good. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty obnoxious how Games Workshop definitely did a bad job with like keeping the stock of their new models. It's very frustrating. He's sending me Grease's picks right now. Yeah, he is. It's just a gif of Grease's laughing over and over. It's pretty great. Okay. So let's see what we got. They're doing their bans. Might take a moment, but this could potentially be the last game. If Hippo closes it out with the evil Chowizar, that would be interesting. You think an old style 40k... You think an old 40k style spell discard block system can be implemented in Warhammer RTS? Spell... Oh, do you mean like counterspell? Are you talking like dispelling? Greasus Lightning is OP. What are you talking about? Greasus is like pretty terrible, but if he were viable, it would be on like a map where there's like one central objective, like somewhere where he could just sit and fart. You know, like it can't be like a map where you need to move around a lot because he's not good at that. You miss aiming with the Iron Blaster? Yeah. There's no reason anything should be out of classic. I know it's ridiculous. You want to see the new Skaven? Oh, they look so good. They basically Skaven got like a full range update. It's for Age of Sigmar technically, but people, I mean, it's for Old World too. It's great. So that'd be Chaos. I don't know if they have all the new Skaven models on the website yet. No, they haven't. They haven't ported them over yet. Let me see if I can find a link to all the new Skaven models. Okay, I'm trying to find it for you guys. Give me a second. Yeah, the first article I find is importing the new Skaven models to the old world. Yeah, that's very, very cool. These are some of them. This is Frontline Gaming. Yeah, they're solid. Let me show you guys. This is not all the new Skaven models, but you can see this is the new Grace here. He's awesome. Look at this, the guy riding a Brood Horror. So all these models exist, or all these units exist in Old World. So if you wanted to play Skaven, like in Old World, now is the time to do it, for sure. And then you got the new Rat Ogres, and the Jezzails are awesome. Look at this thing. Oh, it's so cool. That could be, you could use that as a number, like a Rattling Gunner. It's a different unit, but you could just use that as a Rattling Gunner in Old World if you wanted to. Yeah. That's just only a couple of them. I don't think they're all out yet. You could buy the Vermintide box and it gives you a handful of them, but yeah, they're not like out individually. Okay. So the Chaos Dwarves have been banned out to an extent. Man, he's banning out. He's banning out. He fears that. Ogre Kingdoms versus Empire on the table. Chaos Dwarves versus Empire. High Elves versus Dwarves. Probably not what he wants to play. Okay. Yeah, those were good. Those are good models though. Skaven are definitely your favorite. Can't wait for them to be supported. They are. I mean, their army is fine. You can play them in Old World. Skaven and Vampire counts are probably safe bets for Old World, even though they're air quotes legacy armies, which doesn't mean anything. It's stupid. Nobody even listens to that. They have a full book of rules, and yeah, you could play them like totally. Like I play Chaos Dwarves. They're a legacy army, and like they do very well. I won a tournament with them. It's not that legacy armies. What probably happened at Games Workshop is Old World was probably like a couple months from coming out, and there was an internal conflict about the scope of the project, and the evil side won, and they basically were like, okay, we're going to scale down the scope by removing the air quote legacy armies, which clearly had their rules written normally. It wasn't like they were like an afterthought. Their rules are good, for the most part. I mean, their rules are better than the Empire. The Empire has some of the worst rules in Old World. It's awful. They have like nothing cool in their book. And so, yeah, I mean, and they've said on multiple occasions that they're increasing the scope of the game based on its popularity. So they're going to get added eventually. So you might as well play them if you enjoy them. Don't let that stop you. Nobody cares about the legacy thing. The Brood Horror in Old World, don't they have that as a mount option? Let me see. Let's go look at Skaven real quick here. So we can delete this real quick, make some space. And we have Skaven. Okay. So yeah, you could do a Skaven Warlord, and he can ride. Can he ride anything? No, not that guy. Okay. Skaven Chieftain, can he ride anything? No. Grey Seer, he can get the Screaming Bell. Plague Priest can ride the Plague Furnace. Okay, so none of the characters can ride that in Old World. But let's see. Core units. Yeah, you got Clan Rat, Storm Vermin, special units, rare units. They do have a Brood Horde, don't they? Oh, Hellpit Abomination is right there. They have like the Warhammer 2 starting roster, it looks like. Do they have Brood Horrors? I could have sworn they had it as a mount in Old World. I guess I was wrong. Yeah, that's basically what they're missing is the Brood Horrors, though. Yeah, Warplock Jezzail, Globadiers, Plague Monks, Rat Ogres. So they can definitely benefit from a lot of this stuff. Hellpit, Plague Claw Catapult, Censor Bearers. Could have sworn they had a Brood Horror mount option. Yeah, I guess maybe I'm wrong. Only the Bell and the Furnace got it. Got it. High Elves versus Ogre Kingdoms. Holy shit. Hitman Hippo coming in with the ogres. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Try to win, both of you. Okay. Hippo's like asking me if he needs to bring Greasus. I'm like, don't do it, dude. Don't. It's like you're on the precipice of winning a big event. Try your hardest. Let's see. So the Warhammer 2 Skaven roster was so haggard it was. Yeah, I mean, all the rosters were kind of haggard at that point, right? When they first came out. I mean, God, look at Warhammer 3's launch rosters. Remember how shitty the Chaos factions were? Oh my God, they were so bad before they got the Mortals added. Remember being in the pits of hell of like Warhammer 3 launch with like domination mode and like no immortal empires? God, that was like the worst time ever. Thankfully we survived it, but that was so bad. No Greasus. No. I don't want him to just lose because he brought Greasus. No. You gotta just try and win, please. Greasus is like an auto lose against High Elves. He's a pincushion. And dragons will just shit on him too. It's like he's literally good at nothing, especially on this map. The regret in the morning if he throws it with a meme now. Agreed. Oh God, comeback mechanics were awful. He can't do it. Please don't. Okay, ogres are ready. I kind of want to look at his army real quick. Catholic is not on stream, obviously, so I think we can look together. Please don't be a Greasus build. Okay, thank God. He's actually trying to win. Good. That's what I like to see. The Maw is still getting represented, to be fair, okay? You got to grease him up. Yeah, that's a more standard build against Elves. I actually feel like ogres do really well against Elves. I felt good in that matchup. So Lead Belcher core with double scrap launcher, trappers, Slaughtermaster is probably Flock of Doom spammer. I would guess it's just very, very cost effective. Need grease. No, dude, you got to try and win. If this is like one of the biggest tournaments in Warhammer, you got to try and win it. You don't want to be throwing it and regretting it later. God, I've done that before. Like I've been in a best of series and I meme one game. Like I win game 1 decisively and then I meme game 2 and I'm like, then I lose. Then there's a high chance of you losing game 3, right? Like you get tilted, then you're stressed about the game. I am worried, dude. I'm worried for him. Yeah. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be an Archmage of Light. Oh, it's interesting. What's it going to be? Shem's Burning Gaze, maybe Nets. A lot of archers, Silverins, and Bolt Throwers. Yeah, great stuff. Looks solid to me. Looks very, very solid to me. All right, guys, who do you want to win here? Who you rooting for? Is it going to be the Catholic Alcoholic or Hitman Hippo? Let us know in chat who you're rooting for. We got to see the hype going. So, as far as the build of Hippo goes, he has the best Ogre infantry in the front line, Noblar Choppers. Really, really stalwart, good poke. Well, stalwart's not the right word to describe it, but really, really good. They just do good damage, they're cheap, and give you a nice screen for your Ogres, and they trade really well into Spears. Leadbelchers to shoot apart the High Elf army, just pound the cavalry and the infantry, if you can. We do have a couple scrap launchers in the back. Saber Tusks are solid, they trade well into Reavers or evenly, and are good at diving into archer lines and causing a bunch of havoc. So that's going to be it for the Great Maw, and he has Troll Guts. Okay, so healing. He's not going to be going for Flock of Doom spam. Now, for the forces here of Catholic Alcoholic, he is going to be with the Archmage of Light, so Shem's Burning Gaze. Oh, on an Eagle. Interesting. So just a fast, speedy caster. We have Shem's Burning Gaze and Net of Amnitok. It's going to be double Bolt Thrower with Silver and Guard. So spears, I mean, if you're fighting big, thick, shirtless dudes with pot bellies, what do you want? You want a spear. So you basically just stand there, you poke them, and you do your best. Ogres beat spears by shooting them and by tar pitting them in Noblars and just dragging them down. That's usually your best bet. A lot of archers. Archers are really good against ogres too. Lothar and Seaguard are also a very common pick, but it looks like he went the more budget route considering he invested in Quad Silverin, and that is going to be it. So this is for all the marbles. If Hitman Hippo wins this, that is tournament over. That is Season 6 Grand Champion to Hippo, which would basically make him the second most successful grand event winner. Although, yeah, so Houseplant has won 5, Void Laws has won 2, nobody else has won more than 1. So Houseplant would be, or Hitman Hippo would be joining the echelon of the top 3 basically of all time in Warhammer 3, which is certainly very, very big achievement. And Catholic is looking to get his first W as well. Catholic has been one of the most consistent performers for the past couple seasons. He's just constantly getting to the top of the leaderboard, winning tournaments, very steady, and he plays Elves, which is always fun. So, yeah, cool to see. Yeah, all right. The Great Maw, it is here. We see the Noblar Trappers scooting up. Are they going to use their Ninja Stars on the old bird? Doesn't look like it, but they only have 2 capture weight. They are expendable units. Bloodbelchers are fanning out. They could be chased down. What is that? Oh, I thought there was like a spell coming from over there. I was like, what is that? Uh-oh, bit of a blunder here by the Catholic. His Archmage of Light gets a bunch of Ninja Stars. Well, these guys do have stock, so he probably didn't see them coming, and then they were able to jump the Archmage. But Archmage is fine. It can just run away. In the meantime, Scrap Launchers are hiding behind the tree line, so that is something you can do very well. Since they're mobile, you just put them behind the trees, and Bolt Throwers won't even be able to hit them. Bolt Throwers, what they will shoot is going to be Leadbelchers, probably. Leadbelchers are going to be the plan for the day. So 2 objectives going here for Hitman Hippo. The dreaded Catholic Alcoholic is going to be moving in here. So here he comes, heading up towards objective number 3. Silver and Guard, and company. And we do see the bombardments from the Noblar Scrap Launchers doing great damage. So far, 1 archer unit down to a pretty low amount of HP. They've definitely taken a righteous beating here. Leadbelcher is going to set up shop and get a nice angle. If they can sit here and shoot, they might be able to even avoid the Bolt Throwers, although I think Bolt Throwers will get a good line of sight on them. Bolt Throwers are actually one of the best artillery pieces in tabletop as well. They're very, very good. But the objective is going to start switching. Ogres are going to yield the points. On the backside, we do see Leadbelcher is doing what? He's hanging out with those. He's retreating. Is he? Yeah, they're both banking supplies. Is he going to do like some sort of a build-up strategy? Build-up is more like, seems to be more melee focused. Typically people will build up a big melee army and move in. But in this case, it looks like, yeah, he's mostly ranged. So I wonder if the build-up will be as effective as normally. He's trying to value trade a little bit. Archers do dodge that scrap. What are the ogres going to call in with their big points? This is like, the way he plays in these like build-up games we've been getting, it's really like the anticipation. You're sitting there wondering what the tactic is going to be. I mean, you can analyze it to an extent, right? Like Leadbelcher kiting. He's pulling these spearmen out of position. Looks like 1 spearman unit's going to go here, but Catholic is going to happily sit onto these objectives and just claim them. But the scraps are scrapping. Noblar Scrap Launcher here shooting. Bolt Throwers are just out of range. He's actually kiting with the Noblar Scrap Launcher. Oh, I think I understand here. So, excuse me. He's pulling back the Noblar Scrap Launcher, which is forcing the Bolt Throwers forward. And then he's going to Alpha Strike, and the Bolt Throwers will be closer than they would have been otherwise. They would have been back here in a standard objective fight. So he's like baiting the Bolt Throwers forward, which I really, really like. I think that's an excellent play. As far as this point goes, we do see the Spearmen getting karate chopped, and also we see the Archers here getting wrecked by these Scrap Launchers. Little Ninja Stars coming out of the Noblars here. Adorable little guys. They got their Ninja Stars, and they're doing great. This unit of Silverens, it is basic Spearmen, so we see several High Elf units breaking and running already. These 2 units have broken, and now we get the Fireborn. It looks like the Catholic has had enough. He's going to be pushing out. He's got Fireborn, he's got Lothar and Seaguard. 3 units called in. The Ogres respond with the Sky Striders. Oh, big big, heavy fight here. I love to see it. Oh, yeah, let's go. So Sky Strider's going to be duking it out with Fireborn, and that's the reason why you probably see the Troll Guts being brought instead of Flock of Doom, because he was planning on bringing the big, scary, heavy cavalry. But the High Elves do have the double objectives, and looking at the points, it's going to be razor close here in just a second. Lead Belchers are shooting into the Silvern Guard. One of them is getting really beat up. I think the Bolt Throwers, yeah, Bolt Throwers are wrecking these guys. Talk about cost-effective. These little Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers doing great. Probably getting these Lead Belchers back, like here, and just routing them this direction, so then you can bring them back later when the Bolt Throwers are offline. Maybe, maybe. Fireborn going to be retreating away. Ogres are, you know, even though they're kiting a little bit, trying to pull back and, you know, take advantage of the ranged elements, they are kind of losing this fight. We do see the Elves, I think, with a bit of an advantage. I know the value does say Ogres are ahead, but the Ogres seem to be getting peppered pretty good by these Archers. A couple of these Elves will come back here. The Archers are going to be in okay shape. Fireborn getting ready to cruise up. There's some crashing sounds in the kitchen. Hopefully everything's okay. Fireborn, though, will be excellent against Ogres. Anti-large, they also do fire damage, right? So if you attack the Fireborn into the Sky Striders, they probably would lose, but they will apply fire damage. So then if a Troll Guts goes down during combat, that's going to be mitigating that healing as well. So the Elves are threatening a triple cap, which I don't think the Ogres can allow. And now we see the dreaded Ogre Tide. Oh, the Great Maw is hungry. The Ogres finally got their appetite up, and they're going to be swarming out. That is a lot of big, thick, hairy men. So they are on their way in, and they're going to be pushing right into the High Elf spear line. Most likely they're going to run through it. The High Elves need to close ranks. If there's any openings, the Ogres will find a way through, and they're going to use their 54 speed to cackle pretty hard. So here, the objective is flipping to the Elves. The Lothern Sea Guard and the other Spearmen have arrived, including the Silverns, I believe. No, just basic Spearmen. But that objective is going to be flipping. And now the Great Maw needs to get up here and do some work. So is it going to be able to push in? Noblar Scrap Launcher. Is it going to blast into the Silvern Guard? Maybe so. We do have a couple Lead Belchers back here, trying to reposition themselves, but the build from Catholic has been extremely clean so far. He has not made too many mistakes, and his build is very, very tight. On top of that, he has nets in the back pocket, so if the Ogres try and penetrate to the Bolt Throwers, he has the nets ready to play, right? Lead Belchers are shooting into the Spears. Spears are getting a little bit worn down, and now we see the Ogres pushing into the secondary. It is going to be Noblar Trappers starting to press on the Archers, and the Ogres have dove onto the Silverns, which it's a little bit risky. I mean, Silverns will dominate Ogre Bulls in combat, and these guys are going to get netted. Oh, yeah, the Fire Chads, dude. Here they come. Guts out, boys, indeed. But also, here comes Asuryan's Chosen, right? I think that's close. So, oh, the Dismember play. I like that. So, Dismember from the Ogres, the dreaded snare on the Fireborn. And these Chunguses are going to be running into the trees. That's a very, very clever play. I like that. In the front line, however, Silvern Guard are up-trading extremely well into the Ogre units. Scrap Launcher is still shooting safely from downtown. And the high ground point belongs to the Elves as well. Sky Striders are trying to penetrate into the secondary. And it looks like they might find their way into the Archers. These Ogres ran back into the trees. Although, ooh, they should have kept running. They're going to eat a charge here. That's going to feel bad. Fireborn are going to just absolutely crush these Ogres. The Ogres try some karate kicks and, you know, clumsy clubbing attacks. But the elite of the High Elves are certainly going to take that like a champ. So Net of Ambitok going down in Sky Striders. Talk about good value. There's also Spears nearby. Archers are forming ranks, so these Archers are going to be repositioning and taking big shots into Sky Striders. They do have 120 armor, however, so they should be okay. Up in the high ground point, the Spearmen holding very well. Lead Belchers in kind of bad shape. Ogre Bulls coming in as the Noblar Scrap Launcher continues to try and put pressure on. But the High Elves have this rock hard triple cap. It's looking very tough. And are we going to get a Game 5 in today's epic tournament? We might. Sky Striders with Troll Guts and Massacre active as well. I mean, they will massacre the Fireborn, but with all the Spears nearby, I think that they're going to end up losing it. There's just too much ground support, right? It's going to be tough. A couple Ogre Bulls are descending on the ranks, and Troll Guts is healing these guys, but the fire damage is going to be mitigating the effectiveness of that heal. This is a big fight. This is a very, very important one here. And what else? Ooh, nice Shem's Burning Gaze. Actually cooks one of the Sky Strider models, so straight up takes him out. They still have 11 of their 12 models, so their fighting capacity is pretty good. Fireborn hanging in there like absolute chads. Meanwhile, on the objective, the Ogre Bulls do arrive. They're going to be jumping on the Lothern Sea Guard here, and we're going to see what kind of pressure they can get. Lothern Sea Guard might even beat them in combat. Ogres are wrestling this objective. We get more Saber Tusks coming in. Ogre Bulls crashing from every direction. But the stalwart Silverens, man, their leadership, their poking power, the Sky Striders are probably going to be routed here and or forced back. The Fire Chads enduring, and I think that might have been the game changer. That was probably the deciding play of the game. The Elves getting that beautiful net and then getting that awesome charge there. That was really, really good. And it looks like there was a regrowth caster for the Elves in reserve as well. So it's not just Shem's Burning Gaze. But Ogres, do they have any objectives? They're close to getting a couple. Here we do see the Lothern Sea Guard getting pounded by the Ogre Bulls. They might be able to find a way to get that one. Shem's Burning Gaze on the Sky Striders, who still have some good fighting power. If they were to get like a Troll Guts or something, that would be considerable. That would be very nice. And now the elite of the High Elves moving out. It's going to be the Phoenix Guard. Oh, I'd love to see it. So all the elite units are on the way, which is really, really fun to see. Phoenix Guard are quite excellent against Ogres when they're shooting a shutdown. If Lead Belchers are offline, Iron Blaster and Scrap Launchers are not functional, basically the Phoenix Guard will dominate most of the Ogre roster. And that's probably GG. Ogres are going to get the high ground point, which is a nice little consolation prize. But the Elves are winning the value trading, and they have the objective victory as well. The Chad Striders have come back. They do get into the Fireborn here. There's a little bit more healing on the side of Hitman Hippo. He does have, the Troll Guts and most likely, Butcher activated on Sky Striders, but they're on fire. So every time he tries to heal these guys, they get caught on fire. That's really strong. Another Crusher coming out. So these are not the ROR. This is the standard anti-large variant, 8,000 HP. And they're just going to be bold charging into the spears, which is, you got to do what you got to do. But another unit of spears coming in. Ogres are going to be trying to pull back and rally their stuff. But like, even if Ogres wanted to play like a kiting game and try and get their bearings and take some time to heal, you can see that the Elves just have such a grip on the objectives that they're just going to win on points, more than likely. Crushers with great weapons do get hit in a net. They also get a Troll Gut. Not going to be super good against spears. And on the backside, the Slaughtermaster is on his way back. Nobbler Trapper is coming as well. Sky Strider is getting charged by the Fireborn once again, and they're always in spears, which is the hard part for them. Ogres threatening this point a little bit. We do see the Spearmen here getting chewed up by the Ogre Bulls and some Saber Tusks, and on this side, the Elves do stabilize the point. So Ogre's probably going to be losing their last point right here. Granted, there are some Bulls coming in, and Leadbelcher is still shooting overall. But ladies and gentlemen, I think that's it. And we're going to be going to Game 5. I did not expect this to be this sweaty. Game 5 Grand Finals. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So the Elves getting some solid victories here today, as the Ogres are cleaned up, and the Great Maw is going to continue to be hungry because it is not looking good for their champions. Sky Strider's pretty massive. Solid unit. Got some big cost increases, but yeah, they're going to get Phoenix Guarded here. The Phoenix Guards will chop them to pieces, no problem. Anti-large armor piercing. You can see the last of those models going down there. A couple Nobblar spoons being thrown, so they're throwing the kitchenware at the High Elves. That's how you know things are getting a little bit desperate. Good scrap, though. 9.4 against 8.5, but like, how are the Ogres going to get the momentum to get all three objectives back? The Elves are just going to Helm's Deep with their Phoenix Guard. It's very impressive, like, how well the Ogres can threaten the objectives despite being behind. I can't tell you how many games I've been like, oh, the Ogres are getting wrecked, and then suddenly you're like, wait a second, are the Ogres going to win this game? Maybe. So the old forces of Ulthuan, yes, they're falling back to Objective 2. We see the side point being taken by the Crushers and the Ogre Bulls, so I don't think there's too much of a threat there. Objective number 2 here, the High Elves do have that one, and they just need to Helm's Deep on that. Ogres? Are they Ogres? Are they back in the game a little bit? They kind of are looking all right. We got a lot of Saber Tusks here, unsummoned going down to the Sky Striders. They do have the 2 side objectives. You can see the High Elves are desperate. They're just like throwing all their spears onto this middle point. And the Crushers in the back are looking for an opportunity to attack. Oh no, the Keepers of the Flame too. So the ROR, Phoenix Guard Halberds, that is a brutal unit to kill. 62 melee defense, fat Fizz res of 30%, charge defense, they're going to be a brutal one to get through. So the Elves are going to be forming their Helm's Deep box. So now the Elves get to play land battle against the Ogres. And they're going to be forming up in their box here. Here in the back, Crushers intercepting reinforcements. Hippo does have some time to work with, a little bit. His healing, of course, has kept him in this game. Keepers of the Flame going to move in on the Crushers here, which is going to be a lot of devastating damage once they get into combat. Immediately, tons of HP draining off those Crushers. Saber Tusk packs looking for opportunities to attack here. And what do we got? More Ogre Bulls and Trappers in the front line. These Crushers need to escape, though. This is a disaster of a fight for them. Pull away from all these spears and these Phoenix Guard and all these poking sticks. Saber Tusks charging into the Phoenix Guard, not going to be great. Phoenix Guard, I mean, nothing the Ogres have here is really excellent against the High Elves, but maybe they could just overwhelm them with sheer numbers and just mass. That's going to be a tough cookie to crack, but what a great Duel of Fates. The game looked like it was over, but then Hippo came back. A bit of a second wind here to try and knock the High Elves off Objective 1. Yeah, what can he possibly call in? I mean, how are you going to kill those Phoenix Guard? They're just so numerous. And then I think you have Silverins here too. No, just basic Spearmen. Nobblar Trappers are cruising up. I mean, the Ogre capture rate is pretty nuts. Crushers are engaged, running away from the Phoenix Guard, which are hot in pursuit, so Crushers trying to escape. Slaughtermaster trying to hunt down the Archmage of Light. Could be a nice little pick there to diminish the High Elf leadership a little bit. Nobblar Trappers have arrived. And now, yeah, this is probably going to seal the deal, because you're going to see the High Elves get this side point. Ogres are basically all in here, right? They know they have to get this. We do get a Nobblar Scrap Launcher coming out in the 4th quarter. That would have been good maybe a couple minutes ago, but now I don't know if it'll have enough points to really get it going. And High Elves have a lot of durability here. And on top of that, regrowths to boot, right? So there's a Mage of Life, so the Mage can drop regrowths on top of the Phoenix Guard. And that's going to make it super tough to crack. I mean, both Phoenix Guard are barely taking any damage. These ones have taken a bit. The other ones are in too good shape. And now we got a 2-2 series, grand finals, baby. Making these Europeans stay up late and suffer for it. You got to love it. And keep in mind, this tournament started at 9 a.m. It's been going for almost 8 hours, like 7 or 8 hours. They've been playing that long. So fun stuff. Yeah, classic elf play. There's like spears, bows, and a little bit of light artillery and some magic and cool heavy cavalry. That's like High Elves in a nutshell. Phoenix Guard. I love the Phoenix Guard late game pick. That was really nice for like holding. Fire Chads did good. And for the Ogres, Leadbelcher core got shut down to an extent, right? Scrap Launchers at least paid for themselves a little bit. Not quite. And Sky Striders got wrecked a little. Yeah, only 1,600 on them. That's not a feel-good situation. Game 5, the rubber match, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, let's go. Greasus would have won you the game. Yeah, he would have totally won that game. That was a really good one, though. GG. Yeah, man, Hippo says in the last match he's playing dwarves no matter what. You can't stop him. Yeah. Okay. So let's get this. And the Europeans are getting the late night hours, man. They are. So map is going to be what? It is going to be Crystal Lake. Yeah, it's a very nice map. Really nice map made by Wacka Wacka 3000. Here you go, Wacka. One of your glorious maps. Now you just got to wait half an hour for the last game. You know it, man. Don't act like this is your first rodeo. You've been here for years, right? It's the one curse of Total War multiplayer. That's why faction wars rule. That's why they rule. Thankfully, it's Sunday morning, so we're good, yeah. All right, folks. I'll be right back. I'm going to refill my water, and we will get this last game going in a minute. All right, boys and girls, 1.1% of the audience. Magic D, thank you. I have no idea what currency that is, but thank you so much. 100K of what? Yeah, no, it's not $100,000. Yeah, that would be insane. That would be insane. Thank you so much, Magic. I really appreciate that. That's very, very generous, brother. And yeah, we're doing it. Great times as always. I agree. And now the Dowie will come, but will it be the evil Dowie or will it be the evil Dowie who's gyrocopters? We'll find out in today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. So looking at the picks and bans. Oh man, is it gonna be a dwarf? Is it gonna be a dwarf mirror? Oh god. No, I don't think Catholic likes elves. I don't think he does. That's right. 1.1% proud, yes. Hey, thank you. Thank you again for that donation, boss. I really appreciate that. $1 million donation. I've seen a couple of those clips on Twitch where like some prince will come in and donate like friggin' $20,000 or something. That is insane. Absolutely insane. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. The Haggard Dwarf Mirror, don't put that evil on us. Don't do it. Nobody wants that. You guys don't even enjoy it. I feel like for all those people in chat who are like getting hyped for like suffering matchups, it's not like you guys probably get hyped in chat because you want me to suffer, and then you just like AFK. Like you probably go do something else when that game's being played. You know? Or some of you guys lunatics who like actually enjoy that. I don't know. Yeah, Eric, that's about right. You would have expected less than 1.1%? Yeah. I'll check right now, actually. Hold on. Let me pull up the old analytics here real quick. All right. So going to analytics. Let's see what we got here. He's on to us, chat. Yeah. I know. I'm starting to figure it out. I'm figuring out all the treachery. Analytics. Okay. You guys ready for some numbers? So here's some fun facts. The channel that I share the most crossover with on YouTube, so like people watch my channel and their channel, is Legend of Total War, followed by Job Plays. And then strangely only, this is an interesting one. So of everyone who watches like my daily videos, only 26.7% of the folks are actually like subscribed. 73% are not, which is really interesting. I didn't expect it to be that. Oh shit, the numbers are growing too, guys. We have 97, no, it's actually 2.2% female on the channel now. Yeah, 2.2% female. So the numbers they've risen. And the biggest age demographic is 25 to 34 years old. That's 56% of the folks who hang out here are 25 to 34. Let's see. And then, okay, what else do we got? What other fun? Oh yeah, let's see regional demographics. Those are always fun too. Regional demographics, watch time. Where are you at? Where are you at? Looking to see here. Oh, that's the wrong one. Yeah. The next biggest demographic is, okay, so outside of the US is the biggest group here at, yeah, I can even just, pull this up here. The biggest group is the US. That's 36.9% of the folks who hang out here. The next is the UK. So the UK is cackling at 9.6%, the United Kingdoms. Germany is next at 7.6, followed by Canada at 5.7, Australia at 4.1, France at 2.8, mighty Poland coming in at 2.8, Sweden at 2.8, Netherlands at 2, and then Denmark at 1.5, and Norway at 1.4. From there, it's a bunch of 1%s and smaller portions and whatnot. Yeah, those are the demographics, which is probably pretty accurate for Total War in general. Persian nerdy boomers, that's right. Turkey is 0.2%. It looks like, yeah, 0.2 on Turkey. Yeah, I got you. 0.2. It's 0.2%. Eric, yeah. 2.9% Polish, let's go. Yeah. It's basically like the demographic with which Warhammer is popular, right? You have like the US and the UK, of course, being the biggest, where Warhammer is played. And yeah, Denmark brought their elite viewers. That's right, Frost. The special forces. Oh, okay. Chaos. It looks like it's going to be a Chowie game. Maybe. We'll have to see. Oh, man. Nothing as legendary as the Count's Mirror with 12k value Mortis Engine. Yeah, that was just pure suffering, man. It's just literally just Eric with love. Yeah. Yeah. That's fun stuff, man. South African reporting. Hell yeah, man. You guys have some fighter fighting in the UFC tonight. You have Dreykus Duplessis. Yeah. Don't spoil the UFC for me. I want to watch the fights later. Don't do me dirty like that. I'm actually quite excited for that. Dreykus is weird, that guy. The way he fights, he like looks like he's like doesn't have proper form, but he just somehow wins these fights. It's so weird. That's right, Shaq, you're boosting both. I had to tap out during the... It's okay, Tuska. You're here for the true duel. The Chowie Czar, dude. Oh, yeah. All right, let's return to one of our classics. Dark Elves versus Chaos Dwarves. This is fun. So Dark Elves versus Chaos Dwarves in this duel. I'm hyped for this. It's one of my favorite armies, and I do like Dark Elves a lot too, so this is going to be great fun. So the best Chaos Dwarf player in Total War Warhammer is Hitman Hippo. He is the Dark Lord of Chaos Dwarves. He wins matchups that you shouldn't be winning with him, so very hyped for that. What's the smallest demographic? Like the smallest country? Okay, hold on. I have to go back to YouTube real quick. I closed it out. One sec. Let's see. The least, like, where there's like one person watching from. That's kind of an interesting one, isn't it? We'll go find out. Eric, thank you, man. Appreciate that. But again, don't feel like you need to donate. Just only if you got some spare cash, man. Don't stress it. I appreciate that a lot, though. Thank you. Okay, so let's see what's cooking here. So we have analytics again. Let's do this. Okay. So let's sort it by like the smallest. Oh, is there any way to sort, or do I have to just like straight up scroll? Can I see more? Please. Oh, I have to export it in a document to like see all top 500. That's obnoxious. Got a fair amount of people in Hong Kong and Taiwan too. Interesting. Yeah, it's like, you know, most people who do YouTube for a living are like numbers people, and they'll like read their analytics and like strategize their content that way. But I'm just an idiot. I don't do any of that. I hadn't looked at that in years. It's just the Pope in Vatican City watching. Yeah, he's like sitting on his throne. Yeah, I could. I'll take a look at that, and then if you guys ask me again on the next stream, we'll get to the bottom of it. Thank you again, Eric. I really appreciate that. Do I have any people? And there's actually a fair amount of people in their 50s and 60s who watch. Because you have to remember, like Warhammer Fantasy is an old game, and there are some older folks who were playing, you know, in the 90s when they were in their 40s and were playing Warhammer Fantasy, and probably maybe searched it. The craziest thing in one of the properties we lived in a house before we moved to where we are now that was like a really haggard, rundown shack. Basically, we only lived there for 2 weeks before we moved out because it was rough. Like they lied about a lot of stuff, so they let us move out, thankfully. But there was an old man across the street who was probably like 73, 74, and I was just chatting with him when we moved in. We were just shooting the shit. And I mentioned, he asked what I did. I'm like, oh, I play this game called Warhammer. And he's like, oh, I used to play Warhammer. I have a Beastman army. And this old dude, like 73, 74, like the most blue collar guy, he fixes like air conditioning vents in the area. He freaking had a Beastman army from like the 90s. Yeah, super cool. I was like, you never would expect that. Hey, Eric, thank you again. Will we ever see Demi's anti-infantry? Yeah, I think you will. Demogryph Knights are like with lances, see very fringe play. There's way better options, but there are some people who still bring them. They're not like useless. Yeah, but I think we could see them again. I think we could. Thank you again, bud. Does Henry Chadville watch? That'd be cool if he did. I don't know if he does. That'd be awesome. How can you not be a fan, man? He's bringing the Warhammer to TV. That's great. Where does the word haggard come from? It's really an earworm, but in my hometown where I grew up, it was like slang. Like in 2000, I don't know, like 1, 2, 3, my whole friend circle used it. And it just kind of stuck. HVAC met our Beastman main by trade, yeah. Sounds good, Eric. You got it, man. So we got Chowie versus Dark Elves. This is hype. The dreaded half-hour wait time. There's been a hero on all the streams who's been coming to the streams afterwards and doing timestamps, which is super Chad. I usually like take a break after, so it's very helpful. Process. I heard years ago that Peeling banned him from the Discord due to some beef they have. Oh, who are we talking about? Oh, something else. Oh my God! I just give us the Chowie. Give us the Chaos Dwarves. They're so cool. I think that a TV show that would be really, really good would be what's it called? the Gotrek and Felix, like a buddy cop, you know, kind of grimdark buddy cop with Gotrek and Felix in the old world. Because it's a pretty easy fantasy setting to do, probably. You know, nothing's like that insane. Like Age of Sigmar TV would be impossible. It's just like high fantasy is so hard to depict on TV. The CGI cost would be obscene. But Warhammer Fantasy is more grounded. You could definitely do a Gotrek and Felix show. I think that'd be so good. I think that'd be so freaking good. Imagine how good, fun that could be. People would I think people would enjoy Warhammer Fantasy on TV too, because it has like a common, I guess it's both a criticism and a praise. Is like people will often say like, oh, you know, Warhammer Fantasy is derivative. You know, well, that's also like why I like it. You know, I like that like there's cultural inflections in the different factions, right? Like with the Chaos Dwarves, you have like Babylon, I believe it's like Babylonian and Assyrian kind of culture. Of course, with dwarf culture too, which is really interesting. And then like, you know, then you have medieval, you have fantasy Central Europeans with the Holy Roman Empire, with the Empire. It's like, that's really fun. Like Bretonnia, you have like Arthurian legend. Like, who doesn't want to see King Arthur stuff fighting like, you know, things from other, you know, fantasy universes? Like, that's so fun. And I think that could be really fun in a TV show too. Zoltar? Oh my God, it's Zoltar, dude. Zeytan. Oh my God, he's here. Adrian Jankuya Bardzo Zazlatis. Yes. Thank you for the tenor, man. Let's get it. Let us get it. Oh my God. We have the frickin' Zoltar the Black. Oh, I'm so excited for this. I hope it works out for him. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. He's got double Fireglaive. This is a man after my own heart. Fireglaives are my favorite unit on the Chaos Dwarf roster. Oh my God. This almost looks like a meme build a little bit. Not quite meme, but Zoltar is definitely in the meme department. Yeah, it's also Renaissance fantasy. Yeah, there's guns and magic. Yeah, it'd be a really fun time period. All right, guys. Yeah, fantasy is definitely very is pretty tongue in cheek, and it does have, you know, some satirical elements about other fantasy IPs, especially Tolkien. Yeah, but that's like part of the fun of it. You know, it doesn't mean it's like bad. It's fun. All right, so for the Dark Elves, we have the Sorceress of Dark Magic, very meta. We're going to be dropping Soul Stealers. We have 2 Bolt Throwers, and the rest of the army is going to be Bleak Swords with double Medusas. Now, Medusas can do good work against armored infantry spam. So if somebody's spamming a bunch of Chowie warriors at you trying to like armor check you, these things can wreck them. And they also bring anti-large halberds against like bull centaurs and trains. So I like the Medusa pick. However, I think it might struggle against this Chowie build. So for the Chaos Dwarves, it is going to be a front battle line of Goblin Laborers, Chaos Dwarf Warriors, and we have Infernal Guard Fireglaves. Oh God, talk dirty. And with this green color scheme, they look so cool. My Chaos Dwarves in Tabletop are like bright red, but yeah, this is another scheme I thought about doing. It looks so freaking good. But yeah, Fireglaves are going to wreck Medusas and, you know, punish the Dark Elf monsters if they can stay at a safe distance and keep buffering. We do have blunderbusses, so it is going to be the Granite Guard, another super cool unit. These guys have some powerful ponytails. They have like a cool bronze scheme too. That's actually a really cool scheme too, like the bronze with the black kind of armor color. Yeah, very, very neat stuff. So, ladies and gentlemen, Zeytan the Black is going to be dropping the Sadistic Snare. Now, the whole combo here with Zoltar is you net down something and you shoot it. So that's like his entire gimmick, and we will see how it does. A couple Wolf Riders in the front, but this is the game to decide all games. The winner is going to be getting a $300 cash prize, and second place will be getting a $100 cash prize. So pretty cool stuff. Definitely not a terrible prize, but it is a long tournament. You're certainly working for that money. You know, you're definitely working for it. Yeah, green's an easy color to paint. Red is pretty easy to paint. Yellow is hard. White is hard. Yeah, it is tricky. So objective 2 going to be taken by the Chowie, and Zoltar the Black is going to be flying up to maybe do battle with the Sorcerers at some point. On the side, we do have Dark Riders for the Catholic Alcoholic. It's a pretty even fight between Dark Riders and the Hobgoblin Spear Riders. The Bow Riders obviously will, you know, not win in melee against a Dark Rider unit, but they hold their own. So Zoltar is flying over there. He's going to be coming on his mighty Taurus. He just has a Great Taurus. He doesn't have a Bale Taurus. So it's like the more budget version, and they must both be very tired, including myself. But you know, this is for all the marbles. This is for all the bragging rights. This is an entire season's culmination here in this game, and Chaos Dwarves look to be moving this way. So they're going to come and play this, which is smart. The Dark Elves already have the forest secured, so you don't want to go over there. And you want to fight like probably as far from the Bolt Throwers, because if you're fighting right here, the Bolt Thrower is going to be obstructed. It's not going to be able to see effectively, right? Which I like quite a bit. Tinker, thank you for the tenor. Take my money. Long time no see. A lot of real life and study going on. Hey, get it done. And thank you again for that donation. Greatly appreciate it. And hopefully you're enjoying the action. Medusa's coming out. Medusas do have, what, 125 range? So that is potentially going to be more than the Fireglaves? No, a little bit less. Yeah, so the Fireglaves are 145. So they should be able to keep the Medusas honest here. Double objective for the Chowies are. So the Chaos Dwarves, the Chorfs, as they're properly called, have gotten the 2 points. Bolt Throwers are moving up. Bolt Throwers have served Catholic Alcoholic very well today. They have done very, very good work in the other games that we saw them in. And we're going to see if they can do well against the Chorfs. Zoltor the Black is going to be juking those shots, so he shouldn't be taking too much punishment. Hitman Hippo, both of them are banking some resources. Not as much of a build-up game here, very much a skirmish phase. So yeah, there's definitely skirmish phase in domination mode. It's very different and definitely shorter than land battle, but it does exist, which is, my preference. But I know some people like long skirmish kite games, but I like medium kite with then a big clash. I think that's always very fun. All right. So we got the double Medusas. They were nerfed recently because they were very buggy with their laser beam eyes, but now they're a pretty fair unit. And the Chaos Dwarves are setting up their gun line, which is nasty. Double Fireglaves. We do see these spray fire shots going into the Fireglaves, tickling their pickle a little bit, but the Chorf gun line is going to be advancing up. In Collins, are we going to get a train? Probably not. Not with the Medusas out here. Maybe a basic Bale Taurus, or he's going to call in a bunch of... Oh, he's probably going to call in a bunch of Hobgoblins. Oh, Bull Centaur Great opens. Okay. Potentially good against Medusas. This is nasty, though. The Vanguard point here is God tier. You Wolf Rider Vanguard, and then you can crush these units very, very effectively. So he's going for the Bolt Thrower dive. This is a bold strategy cut, and I don't know how he's going to get out of here. He went for the Bolt Thrower dive, and then was intercepted. Zoltor nets that unit down. One Wolf Rider going to be sacrificed, but a good response from the Catholic. He does manage to shut down both Wolf Riders. So at the end of the day, probably not worth it for the Chorfs. They went for a very greedy dive there. And they did get caught by the Elves. Although, if one Bolt Thrower goes offline, maybe it's worth it. But these are just Wolf Riders with bows. They're going to be pretty haggard in combat. So that is unfortunate for the Hitman Hippo. But the Catholic is, on the back foot now a little bit as the Chowie battle lines move up. Bull Centaurs with the great weapons waiting to engage against the Bloodwrack Medusas. That's what they want. We do see Zoltor attacking the Dark Riders here, getting some picks, but he's going to want to retreat. One Wolf Rider does rally here. So if Hitman Hippo is paying attention, he's going to be able to rally this unit and at least salvage that situation. The Bolt Throwers aren't even worth diving in this matchup unless it's a really easy dive. They're doing a little damage against the Fireglaves, but not even that much. So I do think that was a blunder there, but it's not the end of the world. So Chowie Warriors getting ready to engage in the front. Fireglave's going to start opening up on the Medusas here, so they're going to line up their sights. They've got to be shooting the Medusas, or they could honestly go after the Bolt Thrower if they want to. They're really pushing the Elves back. Big firepower, and we immediately see the Siren of Red Runes start to take some big damage. The other Fireglaves are on their way. We do see Dark Riders on the flank, hanging out, while the Granite Guard are keeping tabs on Doomfire Warlocks. We've seen such weird meme picks all throughout today's tournament. It's been a real wacky one. But are the Fireglaves going to switch to the Dragon? They should. If Hitman Hippo's watching, he should probably switch both of his Fireglaves onto the Dragon, keep the Bull Centaurs nearby, because the Chowie front line will hold well. It's mostly Dwarf Warriors, although those Medusas are doing a lot of damage against the infantry here. They're definitely peppering pretty good. Sorcerers here does take a lot of DACA from the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. Meanwhile, on the side, we do see a crushing victory for the forces of Hashut, as the Granite Guard and the Chaos Dwarves, as well as the Bull Centaur Renders, were able to win that fight. Doomfire Warlocks trading horribly into the Wolf Riders, which is pretty funny. Certainly a haggard unit. But the Fireglaves are kind of close to being compromised. You might need to retreat back a little bit. But look at the Supreme Sorcerer. She's getting hammered by the Fireglaive fire. This Fireglaive right here, nasty, nasty work. But again, she's still going to be functional. So, yeah, you're going to need to do a little bit more than that. Side objective is secured. Meme Fire Warlocks living up to their name of being an absolute meme. Zoltor is probably going to be chasing down that Supreme Sorceress now, I would wager. Bull Centaur is going to be moving into the main fight, as are the Granite Guard and more Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Collins are going to be a Demonsmith Sorcerer of Fire. Okay, so he didn't even have his caster out that whole start, but now he does. So the caster is going to be arriving. Bull Centaur Renders coming over to help the Fireglaves. Fireglaves do get charged by Dark Riders, but that's the cool thing about Fireglaves is they are halberds. So in tabletop, Fireglaves are decent. They're not amazing, but they do have halberds, so if they do get charged, they can actually hold their own. They are, relatively high toughness too, which is cool. But the Dark Riders do get pushed back. Hashut's chosen, going to be rear charged by the Meme Fire Warlocks. And here we see the Infernal Guard Fireglaves getting hit by some nasty Soul Blight. And potentially going to be ripping a big volley fire into the Bloodwrack Medusa. But man, the Medusas with the laser beam eyes doing some fat damage against the Fireglaves there. Really, really nice anti-infantry. As we have a razor close game here. This is certainly going to be a tooth and nail one. Yeah, those Medusas are doing a lot. Where are the burning heads? So the Demonsmith Sorcerer is going to be coming across. and looking to drop a fat burning head on these bad boys. Infernal Guard Fireglaze is going to be swarmed by some of the Bleak Swords. What anti-infantry do the Chow we have? They have a couple infantry units that need to get back online here. Close fight. Medusa does get dove by Zoltor. So Zoltor gets in there. He uses the Sadistic Snare and is getting a lot of damage here against the Medusa, because Medusa's melee defense gets lowered by -24, which is pretty bonkers here. Soul Stealer going down. That's a really, really nice cast. Medusa is in melee now against the Demonsmith Sorcerer. So where are we going to be seeing burning heads? Definitely need to see some good ones. Chaos Dwarves have been pushed back a little bit. Granite Guard unfortunately got folded up and didn't really get a good engagement. Burning Head going down from Hitman Hippo is going to be cooking the Bleak Swords here, as Zoltor is going to be forced back. He is shaken and he is stirred, ladies and gentlemen. Objective number 3 owned by the Chaos Dwarves. Objective 2 owned by the dreaded Elves, the Dark Elves. And the Bolt Throwers are firing very effectively. Burning Head sailing off into the sunset here. Bull Centaur renders. Not in a terrible fight. They are, fighting against cavalry to an extent at least. But Zoltor is getting bullied a little bit by that Supreme Sorceress. I think these guns need to get back online. Maybe even calling in a Deathstreak rocket launcher would be very clutch, and just hiding it deep set, although the Bolt Throwers might be able to kind of track it down. Hard to say. Another Burning Head going down cooks those Witch Elves. Potentially going to go through these Bleak Swords here, and it looks like it partially does. It does a bit of damage to them. But the Demonsmith Sorcerer here probably going to be on death's bed. Catholic Alcoholic pulling ahead, looking to get the dub for the unaffiliated, for the mercenaries out there. For us scoundrels, Zaytan the Black getting hit by the Raven Heralds, the Dark Riders, and they are able to shoot Zoltor in the face pretty effectively. Chaos Dwarf Warriors surging forward as the Hobgoblins are doing the same thing. Game looks to be going in the favor of the Catholic. He got the Granite Guard offline, and these Medusas have been feasting. They have been ripping apart the Chorf battle lines, and there's no Deathstreak rocket launcher to really put constant pressure on them, right? A little bit risky against Bolt Throwers, but I still do think a Deathstreak rocket launcher like Deep Set could have been very good. Now, is there any chance for the Chorfs to get back in this game? That is a question. It's going to be incredibly difficult. Collins, we see Blazing Beards of Basharic, as well as Chaos Dwarf Warriors, but both Medusas are still online with good ammunition. We do also see the Ravens Heralds here, so the ROR Dark Riders. They're excellent at shooting down like Bull Centaurs and other high-value pieces. That is for sure. So up in the sky, Zoltor is going to be pulling back. We do see the Chaos Dwarf Warriors valiantly fighting, or evilly fighting. Probably the more apt description. Medusa is still in good shape. Both of them have about 30-40% ammo. So what's most likely going to happen here is the Medusas are not only going to, annihilate these elite infantry, but also put pressure on Zoltor if he decides to get in combat. We do see Raven's Heralds pressuring him. He's in a constant fight or flight mode. When the Granite Guard kind of got popped with accruing no value, the Fire Guard should have, or the Fireglaive should have also been slightly more deep set. I do think maybe bringing in a single Deathstreaker and just hiding it behind this pillar, or like behind this pillar away from the Bolt Throwers, would have been very, very strong. But that's going to be the end of the road. And ladies and gentlemen, I think you're looking at our new Season 6 champion. He's going to be taking the crown. So Berserk won last season, but it looks like Catholic Alcoholic's going to be bringing the big old trophy back to Germany here with his Medusas as well as his Ravens Heralds. Certainly some very, very clean play here today from all players. And that was a good series. That was a really good series. Going to Game 5, but there's nothing left. This game's over. The Chowie have been routed. The evil Chorfs certainly not having a good time under the watchful gazes of these Medusas. Let's look at a bit of a close-up of this. Man, they're doing so much damage. So here they come. Is he going to drop the shot? Yeah, here it comes. Boom! Right in the face. Look at the damage there on those Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Here we have the Supreme Sorceress. And ladies and gentlemen, Catholic Alcoholic is going to be coming in with the W. Great play by Hitman Hippo. And that is going to be it. Great victory for the Catholic Alcoholic. Tight games. He took down some very serious opponents today. No easy matches, right? This is the top 16 players in the world playing in today's tournament. And he was able to come in and clinch that one. So that was very, very impressive. Very impressive indeed. All right, guys. GG, well played. Shout out to all the players who spent their afternoons, 5, 6, 7 hours for some of these guys. That is going to be the Season 6 champion title here for Catholic Alcoholic, as well as the $300 cash prize. Hitman Hippo will be earning the runner-up prize of $100, so at least he gets something for his time. But they both played like absolute chads. What a great series, and certainly a well-deserved victory for the Catholic. He's been grinding competitive play for a long time, and this is his big achievement here, his big victory. So congrats to him. All right, folks, Discord link from Frost, our mighty admin here, hooking it up. If you guys want to get involved with this action, just join on in. We have a great community. And drop a like on the way out. If you guys enjoyed this and you want more tournament play, drop a like. It helps a lot, helps keep this Old Haggard channel alive. Going to be a little bit calm. There will be a couple more streams before I go to Poland, but I am leaving for Poland in about a week, and we will be We will be when we get back. So I'm going to be there for 10 days. I'll be back the first week of September. And assuming I don't have the dread plague when I get back, we're going to have an RTS week where we have 5 days. Each day is going to be a tournament for a different RTS game, which is going to be really fun. And then shortly after that, we'll have a faction war. So lots of fun hype stuff in the near future. All right, guys. GG, well played. Congrats to you, Catholic. You did great, man. And we will see you all on the other side. That is it. Take care of yourselves. And yeah, blood for the blood god, all that sort of good stuff. Cheers.